The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 1151. Timer Max fired on everything that came out of the wandering portal, keeping the area mostly clear while letting the bombardment do the rest. Then, suddenly, the portal was just gone, as if it had never been there. Nico, the portal at my end is gone, what about yours? You might have a lot of incoming enemies in the next few seconds. He warned. I'm on it. No, wait, my portal is closing as well. All signals from the beacons that we have identified are gone, and it appears that the influx of enemy soldiers is ending. If I had to guess, I would say that they have relocated their assault away from us. Nico replied. Did we get enough data to be able to open our own portals to their hiding spot? I want to know that we have a way out of here once we get this attack under control. Max asked. I've got it. The information is already programmed into the cutter's portal generator, so if we would like to go directly to their staging area, we can leave anytime. Nico joked. That was the big issue. The portals would lead directly to where this massive influx of enemies was coming from, so if they left this planet, they would be transferring directly into the enemy's camp. All over the region, it was falling eerily quiet. There were no more portals, and the enemies that could retreat had exited through them before they closed. It was possible that, if they were actually transferring directly between layers, that the retaliation by the Mecha force had caused massive damage to the other layer's camp. The artillery was indiscriminate, and they had detonated an entire cruiser in the atmosphere on that side of the portal. It might not have led to any major fallout, but if it was over their camp, the enemy organization might be in shambles right now. That would be a perfect time to attack. They just needed to verify before they made any drastic decisions. Retreat back to the cutter and let's get some solid data. Once we know more about what is going on here, we can start thinking about pushing the battlefield either off this world or further out across the surface. We already know that they are not short on forces to attack us with, but it would be for the best if we could control the flow of reinforcements to the battle. Max ordered. It was going to be a long flight back to the cutter, keeping low in the trees to look for signs that the enemy hadn't actually left, or that they had cycled the locations of the portals and were staging for another attack. But as he passed over forests and ruined grasslands, heavily cratered by artillery bombardment, there were no signs of massed enemy forces, only a few stragglers and survivors who had been left behind when the rest of the force evacuated. Even the sound of the android mecha companies had turned to sporadic fire for lack of targets, and the reports that he could see from the cities showed that they weren't getting reinforced, though they hadn't been able to retreat while engaged in combat with the drones. Max landed inside the hangar where Nico and the majority of the team were working, and marched over to see what they could tell him. What good news do you have for me? He called as the team turned to greet him. Well, we can't guarantee that it's good news, but it looks like it is. The local greater energy being has managed to assimilate most of the energy from the others who fell here. The lesser energy beings are almost all gone from the surface, and her power is over twice what the last one you fought was before it was injured. From the little sensor data we can obtain, it appears that she is the one who shut all the portals, and is doing something to isolate her domain again. We suspect that since it's in the boundary between layers, she might be moving it to a location where the others won't be able to detect it again. The team leader suggested. And why might that not be good news? Max asked. If she's kicking everyone out, then when exactly will it be our turn? We might have a decent relationship with the locals, but we're still invaders, and the greater energy beings appear to be quite territorial. We don't know where or in what layer we will be deposited, and that means it might not be good news for us. Nico's thoughts said that all the possible outcomes she had considered were good outcomes in her mind, but then Nico was never lacking in confidence that she could find a way to kill anything that she came across if she put her mind to it. That confidence hadn't always worked out for the best, but it had never faltered, and unless they ran into one of the so-called gods, there was a good chance that they could at least fight their way out of most situations well enough to flee. Max checked the thoughts of the energy being, and while she wasn't focused on the disposal of the enemies now that she was recovered, it was still a thought in her mind as she checked on the survival rate of the Golden Legion and the cats. Mostly the cats. Then she got to the sector where Max and his forces were and paused. The felines had taken a great liking to the crab drones, but they didn't belong on her planet. They were a bit like killer robotic toys, Far too dangerous to allow the children to keep playing with them, but not so immediately dangerous that she wanted to cause a fuss. So, she passed them over and continued searching for more things that didn't belong, which led her to the android mecha. Those were also helpful to the survival of her favorite species, so she wasn't going to get rid of all of them, at least not right away. Chapter 1152. Time's Up. The team members realized that something was off only a few seconds later as they saw the look on Max's face change. "What's up, boss?" Nico asked as she poked him in the side to get his attention. "The greater energy being here is closing the portals and kicking everything out, as you suspected, but she's not completely sure what to do with us. The cats are fond of the crab drones, but she's still got one track of her mind working on deciding what to do with us," Max explained. "So, the getting kicked out to some random spot might be a very real concern?" one of the team members asked. "I would say so. She recognizes that we're not a threat, but views us more on the level of unsafe cat toys, so I wouldn't expect much sympathy for our travel time," Max explained. "Alright, we should bring the mecha back to the cutter then. It will be a tight fit to get everything loaded back in, since our numbers have increased, but we can fill some of the spare rooms that should be crew areas with drones, and pack the side hallways with Corvette-class mecha. We're not a cargo ship, but we can still pack it up pretty full." The majority of the mecha and drones were already on the way back before Nico even finished her sentence, but she opted to leave one team, a single large drone with 50 smaller crabs in each city, just in case the effort to eliminate the enemies was unsuccessful. By the time that the guardian of this place was certain that she had purged all the enemies from her realm and started to move it through the boundary between layers, she had come up with a proper solution for the invasive human infestation. They weren't harmful, so she would just find a good spot and put them outside. She had even found a good spot. It was quiet, out of the way, and they wouldn't bother anyone else if she dropped them there. It was perfect. In fact, it was so perfect that there weren't even any others of her species overseeing the area, so this rogue human population should be able to thrive for a generation or two. Probably two at the most, as they only had one male with them, and after one generation, breeding would become an issue. Max did his best not to laugh as she carefully considered where she would drop them, but there wasn't much he could do. They had no way to communicate while the greater energy being was hiding inside the planet and moving it rapidly through the space between layers of reality. The final moment came without warning. The occupants of the cutter found themselves sitting on the surface of a planet, looking out at a starless sky. "Well, we're back in our home layer of space. Cats, kittens, staff and friends, I would like to welcome you to our home. Or somewhere in the same segment of the universe as our home, anyhow. Until we get a signal or see a few stars, I can't tell where we are, but everything aboard the cutter is now back online, and we can safely return to orbit to get a better look," Max informed the occupants of the vessel as if this were an intended outcome. The crew politely clapped, then burst into laughter as they returned to their stations in preparation to return to orbit. Once they were off the surface, they could get a much better idea of where in the universe they were, and if they were really lucky, they might even be close enough to civilization to pick up on a few wayward signals that they could use to locate their route home. "Wait, we can't go anywhere yet. There is no food," one of the cats complained. Max checked the thoughts of the others on board and then pointed to one of the side rooms. "There is food. It's in the gymnasium room there, where we built the climbing obstacles and the splash pool. If you go through that door, you will find fresh food and water," Max explained. "Has anyone told you that you're really good at that?" an Innu researcher asked from her station on the bridge. "I have plenty of experience at making sure that people get to where they need to be, even if it is only 5 meters away," Max agreed. "Commander, we have a signal. There is an android fleet AI transmitter somewhere in range. We are analyzing it now," the Mecha Regiment's android leader reported. Before Max was finished reading, the data was up, and while it did give them a good idea of where they were, it was not particularly encouraging news. They had been dropped somewhere in the furthest reaches of the anomaly region, relatively near to where the now-defunct second anomaly had been before the god of the myceloids had closed it while taking away his people. Even at maximum warp, they would need months to get back to anywhere stable enough to portal, and even longer to get back to civilization. The Guardian of the Golden Legion was right, though. There was nothing out here watching them because there was nothing out here at all. "Take us into orbit, I want to know exactly where we are. Perhaps we can find signs of other intelligent species in this region, like the kinfolk of the Greys that we found hiding underground last time we were here." Max ordered. The team members looked from the monitors to the handful of cats that were still wandering around the common areas of the ship and not playing in the large climbing structure. Well, we've had pretty good luck with meeting new people, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad if we spent a little time looking around to see what's out here. Max laughed as the ship lifted off and moved into orbit, with a gentle vibration through the hull that caught the attention of the cats. Like some other species, they could almost always sense the vibration in the hull and tell when they were moving, no matter how smooth the transitions or power supplies were. Chapter 1153. Getting their bearings. With the cutter in orbit over the planet, the interference was reduced, and they managed to pick up more signals to work with, giving them a much better idea of where they were even though most of the stars that they could see were unfamiliar. But the few that they did recognize and had stored in their computer systems were enough to verify their exact location, roughly 10 standard astronomical units away from where they had found the gray aliens. That was a manageable distance, and they could make their way back to the battlefield from here in only a few weeks, but Max had the feeling that there was a reason they were dropped here, other than the fact that it was uninhabited and unmonitored. Alright, now we know where we are, but is anyone else getting the feeling that they should know something more about this area, and it's just slipping from their mind? Max asked. It might be an anomaly caused by the creature that dropped them here, to guide their actions toward increased chances of survival for the cats that they had on board, so if someone else had a strange feeling, then he would go with instinct and explore the area first. I get the feeling that there is something that we're missing. Something that we should know, but we don't. Does that make sense? One of the human team members agreed. The Innu all nodded in unison. This place is strange, familiar, but not. It feels like we should know where we are, but I know I've never been here before. They agreed, taking turns to finish the sentence. A few of the cats wandered over to inspect the display screen, then promptly lost interest. To Max, that meant that whatever was here wasn't something that was of particular interest to them, but if it was giving a strange feeling to both Max and the Innu, then it might be something important to them. Alright, let's search for something that we're missing. I want two teams, one searching for signs of inhabitable planets, the other searching for signs of anomalies, areas with missing data, and anything else that shouldn't be here, like destroyed star systems. Max ordered. The team got to work, and Nico ordered the androids, who were all on standby in their mecha, for lack of space to be anywhere else, to do the same thing, using hundreds of computing points to identify and corroborate anything that they found. There was no chance that they would find everything that there was to see out here, but if Max was right, then the thing that they were intended to find would either be very close, or incredibly obvious once they started looking. Of course, that was just a theory, and they might not even understand how to look for the thing that they were intended to find until it was too late, and they had already given up and left the area. Fortunately, they had just the right sorts of experts to search for things that were out of the ordinary, with the intuitive abilities of Nico and the Innu, as well as the logic of the androids, but it ended up being Max's system that picked up the anomaly before anyone else did. Optimize optical emitter array, it asked him. Max didn't recall there being any unoptimized items on the ship, and the feline nomads certainly hadn't brought one with them, so where was this mystery device in need of optimization? Max searched for it using the indicators that Optimize had given him, and found that it was in space, only a few thousand kilometers from their position, but so small that it had been mistaken for another piece of debris. It also appeared to be active, and as Max examined it in preparation to bring it on board and try to determine its origins, he saw the entire universe in their scanners flicker. Tell me someone else saw that, Max demanded. Yes, sir. All of us, and the androids. There is something wrong here. I think that we are in a very sophisticated illusion. The crew team leader agreed. Max sent a drone out of the ship to bring the emitter back on board, depositing it directly to the research lab, which was now accessible through only one route, as the ship was almost completely packed with drones and mecha. I found the emitter. It's in the research bay now. Try not to break it. I want to know how it works and where it came from, that it can emulate an entire universe in our sensors. Max instructed them. The way that they raced out of the room almost looked like Max had changed the gravity settings, and they were in free fall. 1 second they were right in front of him, the next they were gone, all disappeared into the research lab to work on the identification of the newest gadget to enter their workshop. While they worked to learn how the emitter worked, Max worked on discovering what it had been hiding. As far as he could tell, it wasn't actually replacing all the data they were gathering, only a portion of it, and he just had to find out what had been replaced to learn the secret that whoever had left it there wanted to hide. The problem was that while the sensors had flickered, nothing really changed. It was more like a wave of interference had come over them, and the signals had been scrambled. Max would have believed that if he hadn't already identified the device, and would have called it a signal jammer, not an optical emitter. But it couldn't just be emitting optical data. If all their sensors were affected, it was transmitting data on every wavelength that they were scanning. Or, possibly, it had malfunctioned and caused the sensors to flicker when it was only supposed to be creating a false image. One by one, Max sorted through the data inputs until he found what he was looking for. The optical transmitter had been trying to hide an empty spot in space. Or a seemingly empty spot in space, since Max didn't yet know if the flicker had shown them reality and not a distorted version of the transmission. Chapter 1154, Shiny. Max tasked a drone to go out and pass through the distorted area and report back everything that it found as it explored whatever the device was trying to hide. It might very well be a planet that had been hidden from the universe so that its occupants wouldn't be found, and that could be a wonderful addition to their data files. No matter what condition it was currently in, the drone's speed was set to be slow enough relative to the location that Max believed was being hidden that a sudden impact shouldn't destroy the crab without providing them any sort of data, but fast enough that Max wouldn't have to wait all day for it to get there. The problem was that there was no way of telling how much of their sensor feed was falsified with that device active nearby. Evidence suggested that it was likely to only be one region, as they had found the device easily enough, but it was always better to be safe. As Max had feared, the drone came to an abrupt halt the moment that it reached the obscured area, and began to crawl around on a solid surface that its other sensors said did not exist. "Boss, I think we found something. Don't do anything for a moment, and I think that we can turn this device off and see what it's doing," the team leader informed him. Max inspected everyone's thoughts, and they all agreed that it should be safe, a rare consensus among researchers. "All right, go ahead. I've got a drone out on a location that is obscured, so if you can turn that off, maybe I can learn something about it," he informed them. After a few seconds, the device's interference faded, and Max found himself looking at the battered form of an ancient world ship. Its spherical black surface was pockmarked with millennia of impact craters, and a long weapon blast had torn open a portion of the hull. That likely hadn't been the end of the vessel, though, as it skimmed along the surface and didn't penetrate deeply into the vital systems. "Holy crap, we found a world ship. Does that mean we get to keep it? I mean, that's what you guys did with Terminus, right? You kept a colony ship that you found and used it as the base to start your Reaver company." One of the Innu cheered over the intercom. "Did you forget that you work for me? The boss always gets first dibs on the good stuff," Max reminded them, giving a random relic world ship to the Innu and then just letting them wander around looking for fun things to do might be hilarious when the rest of the Alliance found out, but he needed to explore and analyze it first. "Oh, that's right, so we do get to keep it, and examine it, and see what makes it tick. Who do you think made it? Why was it hidden? Should we hide it again once we find a way inside?" Max laughed at the verbal stream of consciousness, but the Innu had a point. They should hide it again once they were inside. There probably wasn't anyone here looking for it at this point, and the scans they were getting indicated that it might have been here for the better part of 1,000,000 years, preserved by the void of space, other than the small object impacts. "Send out more drones. I want a full exterior scan of the ship before we go any further. Everything needs to be recorded, from any lingering energy signatures, to the composition of the hull and the location of every single point of damage. Then we will find a suitable way in and get the barrier back up while we explore," Max ordered, while the team silently celebrated in the next room. The design of the world ship, a perfect sphere, was incredibly common among the Alliance species, and all of them claimed dominion on the design, which was now considered common property, but with the proprietary drive components and other features still belonging to the various manufacturers. But after seeing these, Max began to wonder if it was so common because that was what they all arrived in. The Greys seemed to have come from this region of space at some point. There was no other good explanation for how the same species had been in both spots, considering the history of this region and the recorded history of the Greys in the Alliance, which didn't have an extreme-range colonization project among them. So, other species might have come from here during or after the Great War's most violent periods. Too much history was lost to be absolutely certain, even to the Darklings and Arisen. But Max was guessing that the species here had left after the god of time had been killed and time had been reset and then locked into a linear stream during the battle with the humans. It felt like that was all that he did lately. Speculate and guess. But it was all that he could do until he had some actual data to work with. Then he noticed something strange on one of the optical scan images. There was a word written above one of the airlocks. Creeping Night. Nico hadn't noticed it yet. She was busy analyzing the technical details and not looking at the optical scans. But when anyone realized what this ship was, all hell was going to break loose. Creeping Night, the second flagship of the 10 Worlds Crusade, lost in battle during his previous life, and now floating dead in space a million light years from nowhere. Max knew exactly where the ship had fallen, and how. But that wasn't here. It couldn't be. There wasn't a star system for a dozen light years, and there should have been because it was destroyed while attempting to retake a hive world during the final battle of the Crusade where Max had first gained fame as a mecha pilot. The battle that saw him named a hero, hundreds of years before he had met Nico. The memories flooded into Max's mind, leaving him dazed and lost in his mind. He didn't even notice when Nico came and laid him out on the couch to recover. All he could see was the battle on the surface. Chapter 1155. The Battle of Canton. Max found himself replaying the battle from an observer's position, looking down on himself from above, like a guardian angel for the doomed mecha squadron. The Legion-class mecha, equivalent to the super-heavy mecha of this lifetime, stood far less proud and noble than it had a mere hour ago. Now, the shining golden hull was completely scorched black and covered in the blood-soaked mud of the riverbed where the rest of his regiment lay. They had been ambushed by the enemy. That Max knew, but when he tried to see who they were, his memory seemed to turn unnaturally hazy. Fortify the riverbank. The capital stands at our back, and the planetary barrier is up. Nothing is coming in or out until the fleet arrives, or the city falls. He heard himself order his troops. How he wished he could turn back time and change everything. What came next had haunted his memories for the remainder of his life. The riverbank was never fortified. Instead, the city's barrier had come back online behind him, locking his unit outside the ring of mountains that surrounded the capital, standing knee-deep in a raging river that guarded the only way in or out of the valley. In front of him, the infamous ion storms of Canton raged, preventing anything from leaving the ground by more than 100 meters, while the horizon slowly blackened with a wave of enemy forces uncountable in their millions. 100 men, that was what he had with him. 100 mecha outnumbered 1,000,000 to 1, with 2 days to hold before the rest of the fleet would arrive. They were dead. There was no doubt about that, as the unit daubed themselves in the bloody clay from the riverbank. The best that they could hope for was to drag this out so long that the enemy wouldn't be able to breach the barrier before the fleet arrived. But who was he kidding? Once they were in contact with the barrier, they could set up a phase-matching array, and they would be able to open a way through in a matter of hours without ever taking down the capital's barrier at all. There were no munitions left for the artillery, even if it hadn't been destroyed in the last wave of attacks. There were no command mecha left. The last of their officers were ashes inside the ruined cockpit of the Emperor-class mecha Dalamond, which lay against the stone face of the cliff behind them, safely encased in the capital city's barrier. As the last sergeant left alive, the force had turned to Max as their leader. "What can we do, Top?" the pilot of the mecha beside him had asked. Max recalled with a sad fondness, as he watched the black tide of the enemy approach. "Well, as heroes of the Crusade, we are gifted with 2 ways to die. We can die tired, or we can die as tired cowards." Max had laughed at the question. Rah! The unit had responded as one. Then the air shimmered, and the first of the enemy had teleported in. Energy beings, Max suddenly remembered. The 10 Worlds Crusade had been against the energy beings. The black monstrosities of this battlefield had been able to warp space around them and teleport into battle. Which was why the planetary barrier had been vital to keeping them from flooding the world with reinforcements. Max was unable to wake up from the nightmare, or even move a muscle, as he watched the worst day of his past life play out in front of him. For 5 hours, they fought in the sunlight as the number of defenders slowly dwindled from 100, to 90, to 75. Then, night had fallen. In the dark, it was harder to see anything, and most of the mecha fought on instinct, using their disruptor blades to destabilize and effectively kill the energy beings as they appeared. Between the oppressive darkness and the ion storm, Max was fighting blind, only able to see what was within the glow of his weapons as he put his back to the barrier to avoid being ambushed. 8 hours of darkness had felt like an eternity inside the mecha, and they didn't feel much shorter this time, as Max's viewpoint switched to the inside of his cockpit as the darkness swallowed everything in his memories. Then the sun began to rise, and Max recalled how he had been fighting on instinct alone, not a thought in his mind. But now, from the outside, he could see it. The three heroes, standing shoulder to shoulder against the barrier as the sun rose. This time, he could see the tide of shadowed enemies, and think about what came next. The blinding light of an orbital strike, as the fleet arrived early and wiped the massed armies of energy beings from existence. 100,000 Emperor-class mecha had descended to the surface in front of Max, clearing the enemy from the river valley with brutal efficiency. Then, he saw her for the first time. The god machine, Gloriana. 100 meters tall with the firepower to eliminate star systems in the blink of an eye. The mecha which would make him a legend and end the long war. Or so Max had thought at the time. Now he knew better. The war had never ended, the gods and their minions had simply retreated and waited for the mortal species to forget about them. Max woke with a start as the memory ended, and found Nico staring directly into his face while a large black cat slept on his chest. "Good morning, sleepyhead. Care to explain what happened? You just passed out and nothing we did could wake you up. Your brain activity was off the charts, though. Was it something from the ship?" Nico asked. "Yes and no. Not from the ship in a direct sense, but the ship triggered a flashback memory to my past life." "Better sit down, this is going to take a minute to explain." Chapter 1156. In we go. Nico waited for Max to get his thoughts in order and explain. She had looked over everything, but she didn't recognize that ship from anywhere in any memory. Nico was familiar with a number of world ships with similar designs, but Creeping Night wasn't a name that she knew. She listened carefully as Max explained everything that happened in the flashback, and how the ship in front of them related to that situation, as it had been destroyed days before the last stand, when space around the planet was still contested between the two forces, before the barrier had been placed over the surface, keeping both sides out and preventing further imbalance in favor of the energy beings. So, somehow it ended up here. You know, if the star system that it was in was among the ones that were here during the final battles, when they were smashed into nebulae, then it might have been thrown who knows how far before it hit something large enough to kill its momentum. It's had long enough to have crossed half the universe even at less than light speed, if the estimate of when the planets here were destroyed is correct. Nico suggested. That made more sense than Max would like to admit. If it had run into something solid at this location, it could have been virtually stopped, while the other object would have been thrown away. It would match with the current situation, as well as the dilapidated state of the world ship. So, what do we do now? Do you know how it works? Unless it's a coincidence, a long-lost Alliance ship with the same name, then you should have some knowledge about its drive systems, right? Nico asked. Max nodded. Yeah, I know a thing or two about that series of world ships. I spent a lot of time touring the Empire inside one of them after the battles ended. Nico smirked. You have no idea how happy you just made the staff. They're going to be overjoyed once we get inside and get to work inspecting this relic. The only real concern is that it might be a floating tomb. If it's full of bodies preserved through the years, there will be a lot of discussion about what to do, and we don't know what species they're going to be from. Introducing new extinct species to the Alliance is going to lead to plenty of questions that we don't have answers to. In fact, the similarities between this relic and the design of their vessels will cause issues no matter what. Pulling massive vessels made by unknown species out of nowhere isn't going to be as easy now that we've got a working relationship with them. While they were talking, some of the crew had come in, wanting to talk to Nico, and had overheard at least the last part of the conversation. I have an idea. Everyone knows that Terminus Trading Company can make colony ships in a matter of days, since you did it while making the android armies. So, if we patch this thing up and bring it home with us, we can just tell everyone that we made it. They won't know any better, and they can't prove otherwise. I mean, that will work if we can figure out how this thing operates well enough to get the power back on. I don't know if the cutter can even make what it needs, but there has to be a chance, right? Or we could retrofit it. It's not like we're getting anywhere in a hurry, she suggested, unless it's full of thousands of bodies from the last occupants. It was destroyed in battle and not mothballed and forgotten. Max reminded her. That is a good point. We could hold a proper Reaver funeral for them all, but that would take forever, even with the androids helping. Max and Nico shared an amused look while Nico calculated how long that would actually take. Given the 60-kilometer spherical diameter of the ship and the distance to move the bodies, with the force that they had, not more than 2 months. Less if the ship had been sparsely populated. Yes, that might be impractical. Max eventually agreed. So, are we going to go inside and take a look? The team member asked with a pleading look that she had obviously been practicing for just this sort of situation. Yes, we are going in. There is an open cargo bay door that leads to an intact bay. We will enter there and secure it with the cutter's shields so that we can work and start trying to connect to the world ship's power systems and bring at least some corridor lights online so we can see what we're doing. Max informed her. Perfect, I will go tell the others to start getting ready. Good thing we have a load of small drones, they can spread out and map the interior of the ship for us while we are getting everything working. Once we have a map of the hallways and open areas, we will have a much better idea of what we're facing during this salvage operation. They definitely hadn't given up on getting the ship working well enough to bring it home with them. They would be legends among their peers if they managed to salvage and refurbish a world ship. Most of the tech nomads renovated derelict pleasure yachts as their home, but a world ship was on an unheard of level of tech nomad salvage. The humans in the team were all reavers, and salvaging an abandoned ship was how almost all new reaver companies began, and how many of the smaller ones expanded. They wouldn't give up on this prize easily either, as the commander and team that salvaged a ship had first dibs on it by reaver law, and they all knew that Max and Nico didn't need the ship, so there was a greater than zero chance that they might get to make up part of the command team for the creeping night. Chapter 1157. Familiar surroundings. Nico led the ship into the intact cargo bay, then closed the bay doors behind them and sealed the room with the shields of the cutter. Now, nothing would be coming in or out, and they wouldn't accidentally contaminate the rest of the ship with their presence. They might have come from space, but the cutter was just on the surface of a planet, and having any sort of spores, dirt or other biomatter in the samples would give them completely useless research data as they searched through the world ship creeping night. Alright, first things first. We need to get a cleansing station set up so that we can start sending drones through the hallways without contamination. Then we can start on the power link to see how much damage has been done to the vessel's power grid. I'm sure that Nico and the Inu will love that part of the job, so the rest of you will be with me on the mapping project. We will be making a full hallway grid of the immediate area before we attempt to enter any rooms. Even if the doors are open, keep the drones in the hallway and passively record the interior of the spaces. Once we have a basic layout of the area, then we can send a second wave to explore in more depth. With a little luck, the interior will be navigable and mostly intact, without piles of bodies everywhere to hinder our cleanup and renovation efforts. Just stick to the plan and everything will be completed eventually. Max instructed. The team laughed at the eventually. The renovation of a world ship was a lifelong endeavor. By the time that you finished, it was usually time to start again on the most outdated sections, and you just kept working. That didn't make them hesitate. They started on the cleansing station right away, preparing the bay to send out the smaller crab drones for the exploration phase. If the hallways weren't locked down, then they should be able to explore fairly rapidly with so many drones at their disposal, even with the size of the ship. The best that they could hope for was that the ship had managed to seal some areas, and that they had held all this time, so they could get a sample of the atmosphere that the species who created it had preferred. But that was a dangerous dream, as the retained atmosphere would inevitably mean retained moisture, corrosion, oxidation, and massive damage to the interior of the ship until a breach had occurred, and the atmosphere was vented into space. It was possible that the ship was impervious to corrosion, but that was extremely unlikely, and would put it on the level of the monomolecular armor that they had recently developed. If there was an alien species with that sort of technology in the past, they would rather not find out what sort of enemy could have brought their entire civilization to ruin. Max already knew the answer to that, but he wasn't going to tell the others until it was actually necessary. They would be happier not knowing. Commander, the cleansing station is ready. Should we start to deploy the drones now? Max double-checked the barrier they had set up and gave the team a thumbs up to begin the work, releasing a steady stream of crab drones out of the cutter and into the airless cargo bay to begin their exploration. The first few made their way through the open door to the main hallway, illuminating their way with their laser emitters turned all the way down to wide pattern floodlights for better visible spectrum footage. The first hallway was immaculate, preserved as an airless void, and just as spotless as the day that it left service. The flat blue floors and walls, which Max recalled as being the local equivalent to Kepler Military's drab green building interiors, were completely undamaged. Even the paint wasn't peeling, though there were some spots of frost on it, where the lingering moisture had frozen before the atmosphere had completely evacuated. Then Max saw the location markers. The first drone had just turned down the hallways for the 1337 Mechanized Infantry Barracks, very close to where Max had been assigned when he was on this vessel before the Battle of Canton. That meant that this whole area should have been clear, assuming that this was the same ship, from the same timeline, and that it ended as his memories said that it did. With all that he knew about the Eternal War, his memories might have been from before the time reset, in which case, everything about this ship could be entirely different. It was a strange sense of disassociation, the familiarity mixed with the uncertainty that everything was as he remembered. The drones spread in a grid pattern around the cargo bay, inspecting the other bays, many of which were open, and traveling down the halls in a completely predictable pattern. You know, whoever designed this place would get along well with the giants. The perfect grid pattern, the completely logical numbering systems, the rigid structure, it fits them to a T. One of the human team members laughed. But she had a point. The doorways were all well over human standard size, and Max was certain that there were no mecha allowed in this area of the ship. If they had been, the floor wouldn't have been painted. Mecha feet ruined paint in seconds, even with rubber guards on them. But then, Max was fairly sure that he wasn't human as he knew them during his past life either, so maybe he could learn something that would fill in the missing pieces while he was here. That would be wonderful. It was one of the last missing details in his mind, like Nico's sense of self. He had started with nothing but his morality and language skills, where she had started with everything but her morality and personal memories. But now he had most of his memory back, and Nico had filled in most of the blanks, other than exactly who and what she was. Once she recalled that, things might change, but hopefully, she had been her new self long enough that the last personal memories wouldn't change much. Chapter 1158. There it is. Max watched the drone's progress down the halls for the next few hours, revealing that this wing of the ship appeared to be completely undamaged. That was the best news that they could have hoped for, and Nico thought that they would be ready to attempt a wireless power transfer within the next few minutes. There was a power transfer capacitor in this cargo bay, where a piece of machinery used to be. Marks on the floor suggested that it was removed from the bay after the ship had been disabled, either by looters or a partial salvage operation to recover valuables from within the ship. The hallways didn't show any signs of looting, everything that should be there was still in place, but the cargo bay had obviously been cleaned out, and then the door was shut behind them. Perhaps it was an emergency loading effort by the crew as they evacuated. That would explain the unrepaired damage and crude removal, as well as the lack of looting. Max had been in dire circumstances on the surface when the ship was destroyed in his past life, so he had no idea what all had happened up there, only that the ship was reported lost in combat. Commander, we have done a circuit test, and it appears that we should be able to charge just this sector around the cargo bay. The breakers are tripped, or the power is manually disconnected only a few hundred meters away, in an orderly grid pattern that suggests the sectors were intended to be isolated when damaged to prevent a cascade failure of the power systems. The crew informed Max. Got it, see what you can get online, and then we can work from there once the investigations are finished. He agreed. The team sent drones out with a power relay that they plugged into the connectors of the capacitor, and then wirelessly connected to the cutter so that there was no risk of feedback or power surge should there be stored energy in the system. From their research, the capacitor should charge to a specified voltage, and when it started passing power through the system, they could regulate their input to provide a constant supply for the portion of the world ship closest to them. Everyone was on edge as the power supply worked to find the set voltage of the capacitor, then settled in and began to charge the system. They hoped that the capacitor would backfeed into the rest of the ship, but they wouldn't know for sure if there was a protective measure against it in place. Human ships allowed it, so that vessels or mecha in the bay could power a damaged mothership, but there was nothing to suggest that this vessel would be the same way. There weren't any labels or warnings in place, or rather there were, but someone had painted over them the last time the bay was refreshed. They might clean them off later to see if they were legible, but that could wait. With the power flow stabilized, the capacitor began to quietly hum as it charged, and then after a few minutes the lights in the bay flickered on. Well, some of them flickered on. But it was enough to light up the bay. Once they were on, the lights outside began to slowly come online as their ballasts recharged. Not many of them still worked properly after all this time, but the drones didn't need their lights to navigate most of the hallways anymore. Good news, Commander. We found a working control panel. It's not connected to anything, since the ship's mainframe is offline, and the link is disconnected outside this zone, but we can start working to decipher the programming and find out a bit more about this world ship." Max smiled at the crew member. If he were right, this would be a very familiar programming language to Nico, and to most of the others, as they had learned it to work on the Dyson sphere. That would be an immense time savings for them, and they might actually manage to get more of the ship online in the next few days. More of the drones were headed out into the ship to expand the exploration range as the number of hallways increased in the larger diameter search area, but so far, they hadn't reached anything that would stop them. Which seemed quite strange to Max. There should have been automatic bulkheads activated to seal the halls in the case of a power outage or atmospheric breach, and he could see them in the camera feeds, but none of them had activated. It was unnatural, but perhaps whoever had been here last had opened them up again to transport goods. Still, it struck Max as odd that none of the security measures seemed to have activated when the ship was destroyed in combat. Nothing in his memory should have caused a catastrophic failure like this. Even if the power was cut, the doors should still have sealed when the atmosphere was lost out of the massive breach on the far side of the ship. Drones, check the open rooms you pass on your way to the outer perimeter. Report back any that you find with cargo or undisturbed living quarters in them. Max ordered. That would slow down the deployment a little, but he wanted answers to the nagging feeling that something had gone very wrong here. Nico gave Max a curious look as he changed the orders, but they had all wanted to see what was in the rooms, so nobody was going to actually complain that the next wave of drones to the front was going to be a bit slow to arrive. If they did find something good inside even one of the rooms, they would have days and days worth of data to analyze. Max had one particular room in mind, and he made sure to route a drone past it to see if it was open. If he remembered right, the dorm that he had been in didn't have a door on it, it was open to the common area at all times. If the drone looked inside, it should find a few seemingly worthless items that would give valuable historical references to them here and now. Chapter 1159. I spy. Max watched carefully as the drone progressed through the ship toward the spot where he recalled his dorm having been during his past life. It was an officer's dorm, for junior mecha pilots of heavy mecha, but that didn't buy them an individual room in a battleground as expansive and deadly as that one had been. Even the world ships were considered moderately expendable, and hundreds of them were thrown at the great enemy every year, just to keep things stable. In a way, it was very similar to the state of the Kepler Empire during the early years of Max's current life, but not in a good way. The drone found the location without issues, and it was just as Max had remembered it. A large open door faced the common area, with the cafeteria to the right of the doorway to the bunks. So far, so good. Then, Max guided the drone into the bunks, where he could see that the footlockers still stood, intact and undamaged. They should contain the personal effects that the pilots didn't want to bring into combat with them, like formal uniforms, civilian clothing, and non-sentimental belongings. "Ooh, what did you find?" one of the Inu asked as she noticed what Max was doing with the drone. A dorm room. From the looks of it, the occupants were close to 3 meters tall, as the beds are a uniform 320 centimeters long. There are locked storage boxes, upright hanging lockers and bedding still intact. There has been some damage, likely due to the decompression and the volatile organic compounds in the fabrics, but other than that, it looks very well preserved. Next I am going to have it search the room to see if there are any signs of photography, drawings, writing or other cultural items. Max explained. That brought most of the others over, while only a few stayed with Nico to oversee the main project, and watch the wayward drone on a smaller screen. The room looked fairly clear, but that was somewhat expected. Most soldiers didn't leave personal effects out in the open when they were around, much less when they were deployed away from the vessel. But there should be some stuff in the lockers. They had storage devices, similar to the flat space devices that Max was using now, but they wouldn't fill them up with all sorts of unnecessary stuff when there might be a need for essential supplies. "Let's try the first footlocker," Max announced, as he tried to recall the pilot's name. Only a vague impression of golden skin and white hair came to mind, and the gruesome death the very first day, when an enemy artillery shell had pierced their shielding and vaporized the cockpit of the mecha. That part he remembered very well. The drone moved forward to inspect the lock, which had both a combination and a key function to it. One for the user, one for the commander with his master key. That would be the easiest way in. The numeric locks would likely be frozen and seized at this point, but the proper application of a bit of heat and a screwdriver would pop the lock open from the keyway in half a second. And pop open it did. The lock yielded to the drone in under a second without destroying it, and it was carefully set aside in the minimal gravity of the inactive world ship. The drone carefully pulled open the lid of the locker, and examined the contents inside. There was a pile of cloth that looked like uniforms, a pair of very shiny boots that the scanner determined were a polymer that was designed to look like animal hide, and then there was a single picture inside the lid of the chest, a golden-skinned woman with white hair standing under the arm of a similar-looking but much larger male of the same species. Max had forgotten that the pilot had been female. They were all mecha pilots, and rarely saw each other outside their units, but it did make him wonder if he had always been so oblivious to the opposite gender. Jackpot. We hit the mother lode. Not only do we have a uniform, we have an actual picture of the owner in that uniform to go by. All that we could ask for now was a DNA sample, and we would know all about their genome. The researchers cheered. Max smiled. Don't give up yet. There is a tradition that almost all species follow before they go into battle in such large numbers. The others looked at him in confusion, but Nico answered from the other room. They cut off a bit of themselves to leave behind in case their body can't be recovered. Hair, fingernails, a single feather. Just enough that there is something for their family to bury. She reminded the group. That meant that this room would most likely have a small box with something similar in it, assuming that the species followed the practice. The drone carefully removed the items from the chest one at a time, until all that was left in the bottom was a small wooden box, unmarked, but carefully made in an interlocking fashion that required no fasteners. The lid was not hinged, only pressed in place, and with a bit of gentle persuasion, the drone had it open, revealing a coiled lock of white hair inside. Scan the hair for DNA and seal the contents of the chest back up, at least until we can begin the sorting process. That should give everyone enough excitement for one day, and it will tell us who this species of golden giants were, or at least who their closest relatives are. Max announced. The search of the other open rooms continued, and dozens of similar dorms had been found, all in nearly identical condition. A few still had pictured tucked into the underside of the top bunks, but there was no sign of the previous occupants, or of any other attempts to damage or loot the ship. All that was left were kilometers of empty corridors, and a few forgotten relics of a lost civilization. One that Max recognized very well. Chapter 1160. DNA. All concern for fixing more systems or what the drones were finding in the other empty rooms was temporarily diverted when the drone returned the DNA sample from the preserved hair sample. The drone had been unable to properly identify it, as the sample contained markers for multiple species, and the programming that it had was not extensive enough for an analysis at that level. But once they got it under the medical bay's scanners, the answer only became more confusing. The basic structure was much like humans and many of the Alliance species, but the genome was a mess. Where 80% of the genetic structure was normally common among carbon-based life forms, this one appeared to have the basic structure that would identify it as human, but with the evolutionary traits and genetic code for 100 different possible variations tacked on. Could this be a genetically engineered super soldier? One of the Innu asked. That's possible. It's not unheard of for those with a system to pick up genetic code from other species that the nanobots determine is compatible with and beneficial to the host. This is on a whole other level, though. Max agreed. He knew that Nico had been heavily genetically engineered in her past life. Heavily enough that her original species had been impossible to determine when he had been hunting for her origins in hopes that she would return somewhere for sentimental reasons. But this was different. It didn't look as optimized. It was more like they threw everything at the genome and then picked and chose which genes should express themselves. Check the stability and compatibility. I want to know if this was an inherited combination. It certainly looks artificial, but what if it was artificially created to be passed down through generations, with the most desirable traits being expressed when needed? Max requested. The team got to work analyzing the data and running VR simulations to see if their predictions were viable, and whether the traits could be passed down, even though they were clearly artificial. What they found was astonishing. Not only would the added genes be passed down, but if a blood infusion was given to another species, there was a good chance that it would mutate and take on more desirable traits found in the blood. The last bit they had found through pure Innu curiosity, when one of them identified a single gene for extremely hard and self-regenerating fangs that could be traced to a species of ancient carnivores from the Innu home worlds. They decided to test if the blood could be used for wider varieties of genetic alterations, and were promptly informed by the computer that there were genes included which were parasitic and mutagenic in nature, which would take over the host genome and modify it. You know what this looks like? Nico asked, as Max was watching the evolution of a species infected with this genome. No, what are you thinking? He asked, still distracted. It looks like the obvious endgame of your optimize ability. It has the ability to optimize both itself and everything around it, at least the living things, and my data here shows that altering the environment during development will cause different genes to express themselves as the subject grows. It's a species of self-optimizing super soldiers, but not just soldiers, they can be nearly anything, even if that means scales and claws, or wings are needed. She explained. All the others turned to look at her as she finished that thought, then they all began a new round of experiments, testing her theory while Max waited and read their thoughts for confirmation. After a few minutes, the tests were finished, and the research team was pale-faced and staring blankly in shock at what they had realized. Max decided to save them the trouble of trying to form words, as he had already had time to grasp the answer in its entirety. That's right, the missing link, that jump between the primitive species and the dominant species on every species that you tested, none of them were natural. They are all the result of interference by another species. For some of them, like humans, the Innu, and the giants, they are not even from a base species. Only 7 of the possible home planets for humans even have a similar species that they could have come from, and they have all been previously eliminated from contention as the true origin planet thanks to genetic dating. On an interesting note, the wuxia appear to have come from a base species that isn't from their galaxy, so either the genetic material, or the entire species were transported there. Max informed them. The team leader stared at Max, unblinking, as she took in the new information. So, what you're saying is that this species, it's us, she finally asked. Yes, humans, Innu, giants, they're all descended from the same species. That's why we're so similar when other species are so widely varied. Nico smiled as she found the data that Max had on the wuxia, pulled from his personal files, as the bird in question was something he knew from research on the anomaly region. The wuxia are descended from the steel-winged phoenix, hybridized with the giants. So, they're not only not native to their home galaxy, they're a completely artificially created species. The Innu laughed at that revelation, then realized they had no idea what the second species was. Nico opened the simulation that she had run on the topic for everyone to see. They're a species of sentient birds with a nearly identical metallic bone structure to the wuxia. The thing is, they live in the anomaly region, not far from the Kaleska. They have no business being in the Alliance region, much less being in the area millions of years ago. At that point, they might not have even been fully sentient yet, and they don't have the technology even now to make the journey. How they ended up there should be a mystery, but we are working on the assumption that this species had their data when they passed through or settled the region and found that the planet was best suited for a flying species. After a few minutes of silence, where Max passed around coffees and shots of Reaver rum to help settle everyone's nerves, it was the junior member of their team that said what everyone was thinking. So, the humans that Ranarth talks about, the third mortal species along with his people in the Arisen. That's not just you, it's us too. We're all the descendants of the human survivors that we have been searching for, and they were nothing like what we expected the word human to mean. Chapter 1161. Renewed enthusiasm. With the new knowledge that the inhabitants of this ship were the ancestors of both of their species, the team redoubled their efforts to thoroughly inspect every bit of the world ship. Even if it meant slowing their progress in mapping the vessel, learning as much as they could about the former inhabitants took priority over everything else. The only other project that was still getting any attention was their effort to bring more of the power system back online so that they could control the lights and doorways in more of the world ship to expand their search. So far, they had lights on in the immediate area, but there was a manual disconnect somewhere that was preventing the operation of the blast and airlock doors. It was a strange situation, and Nico couldn't understand why all the doors would have been manually disconnected and forced open. It was completely contrary to any sort of standard procedure for evacuation or fire safety. It didn't even make sense from a decommissioning standpoint, as the uncontrolled evacuation of the atmosphere would cause additional damage to the ship that could have been prevented. If you wanted the ship in stasis with the expectation that you would try to get it back later, it wasn't the right choice, but it had been done anyhow. Maybe we just need to go and manually reset the doors in the main corridors. Max suggested when they came to another dead end with their attempts to get the system back online. Why would they manually lock them all open, though? If they haven't been, it would just be a waste of time. One of the researchers pointed out. Max nodded. I've been thinking about it, and I believe I know what they were doing. They were scuttling the ship. They knew that it was doomed, and they didn't want the enemy to have it, so they made it as hard as possible to get it working again. It's nearly impossible to get the atmospheric systems back online even if you have patched the holes in the hull unless you can properly section off the ship and pressurize it by sections. Without that ability to block the corridors and open all the other doors, you will end up with pressure zones all over the ship which will cause huge structural strains. So, if you expected the enemy to be able to use your equipment, and you wanted to prevent that, you would have to scuttle the ship and make it as hard as possible to repair if you couldn't completely destroy it. I think that the main power was already off, so they couldn't detonate any remaining weapons to blow the world ship to pieces, so they did the next best thing. They just made it as annoying as possible for the enemy to determine what they had done to sabotage the efforts to bring it back online. The realization that after all the millennia that had passed, they would be the ones who would have to deal with the countermeasures intended to keep the great enemy from using the ship against its former masters slowly sank in, and the team began to consider just how much manpower it was going to take to get everything working so they could take this ship home with them. Patching the hull was the least of their problems, but it was still a problem, and to accomplish that, they would have to seal off a whole section of the ship which was over 40 kilometers long. Even if they sent the androids, that was going to be a nightmare if they didn't find a way to get the doors working remotely. Maybe we need to start deploying the androids. There aren't enough of us to reset all the doors. Nico sighed. She had been certain that she could find a way to get them back online remotely, but it just wasn't happening, no matter what she did. They were definitely separated by a mechanical switch. Alright, we can deploy them. I will have the androids in the Corvette-class units head out to check the doors in the main hallways. They're all large enough for a 5-meter-tall mecha. Once the main hallways are working, we can move on to the other areas. Only inside the mecha for now, though. I don't know if we're going to have high radiation areas inside the ship, and we don't even know where it has been, so there might be trapped nebula gas in some regions still. Anything is possible for a vessel that has traveled so far unoccupied. Max agreed. The team members all cheered at the possibility that they would finally make some headway. There was some hope that once they had a whole hallway of blast doors online, they would regain control of one of the subcomputers that operated them. They didn't have access to any computer systems on the vessel so far, and especially for the Inu and Nico, that was the part they were most excited about. The mecha started to move out of the cargo bay and into the airless hallways of the world ship, and within minutes the first of the doors came online. Commanders, there are some issues with the activation sequence for various doors. It appears that the decommissioning was performed with a large blunt object. One of the mecha squad leaders reported with typical android bluntness. What is the estimated time to repair the manual disarming switch? Max replied, estimated time to repair is 7 minutes per door after the repair process is verified. You have permission to repair the door mechanisms. Keep us updated on the progress. Slowly, the other doors began to come online as the androids got the mechanisms repaired, and they could finally control at least the first few sections of the ship's airlock system from the cargo bay, but there was still no sign of a computer system that might control them, leading Nico to speculate that the ship might have been running on an AI, and didn't have separate processors for different subsystems. That was going to make getting all the essential functions online a much longer process. Chapter 1162, Relief from Stress aboard the command ship Celia's Love. In combat within the anomaly region in defense of the Kaleska Empire, the communications crew were holding a silent celebration over the most recent update that they had received from the android fleets. One-way incoming communication with Terminus Trading Company Command Cutter established. Location unknown due to distance and signal interference. Drone Base W-117 confirms the survival and mobility of Commanders Nico and Max. A suspected ancient battle site has been located at their position, details unclear. Command Cutter not expected to return to the anomaly region in the immediate future. That small bit of news, from a drone mothership near the rift, was all the news that they needed to inform the Reaver Council that the leaders of the Terminus Trading Company had not been lost in combat with the great enemy after the antimatter bombing incident, where over 1,000 portals had been forcibly closed before the region became too unstable for the enemy to attempt entry. The two of them were propaganda darlings of the human species, and a beacon of light for the Alliance species during these dark days as the attacks by the great enemy had begun to hit planets within their territory. The situation there was much more dire than any of the Alliance species, other than the Inu, had predicted, and nearly 1,000 star systems had been hit at once in the first wave. The branch of the fleet that had appeared to be heading for the humans was a diversion, and when they got close, they turned back toward the Alliance to attack from the flank. The Reavers had responded immediately, opening portals near the affected systems and dumping the android-reinforced Reaver companies through to do battle with the great enemy, while the Alliance military scrambled to respond. The Innu had been right with them, sending all the ships that they had managed to create so far into battle against the first wave and earning themselves a heroic reputation among the Alliance species that had been hit. The only sad note was that the pair who everyone believed had engineered this agreement and solution in the first place were missing. But now that they could broadcast the new messages, along with the verified timestamp, the Reavers and the Alliance could both spread the word that they had not been lost in combat, but had fought their way halfway across the universe. In Mary's mind, it had never been in doubt that they would reappear. She knew in her heart that her son-in-law would not allow such a fate to befall her daughter. So, now that they had returned, or something close to it, she could start spreading heroic propaganda about their battles and survival. Nobody expected all the communications to be made public, so even if she told the people a glorious story about how they had ended up in another layer and defeated a greater energy being to secure the area, they would accept the propaganda with open hearts. Little did Mary know, that wasn't far from the truth. Multiple greater energy beings had been destroyed during that battle, and one had arisen as a demigod after feasting on the energy of her fallen peers, but Max and Nico had been involved in at least one of the defeats, even if they could only be credited with the assist. There were already a huge variety of heroic war videos going around from the brutal first wave battles against the great enemy, but some with a bit more hope would be needed to keep morale up among the forces soon. The losses hadn't been too heavy, thanks to the mass deployment of drones and android mecha, but even then, dozens of vessels had been lost on the first day, and more were recorded as lost every day. The Alliance military was in a far worse state, though. They had lost thousands of vessels on the first day of combat before many of the planets had actually taken the situation seriously and sent reinforcements to their neighbors. It was the sort of tragedy that would be memorialized for millennia as an Alliance holiday, assuming that there was an Alliance after the war. Mary was placing the final touches on a propaganda video to announce the triumphant return of her daughter when a piece of news came in from Absolution. They had been stationed at the mass production point since before the battles in the Alliance had started, so at first, Mary was going to put it off as a regular update, but something about the timing of this one seemed strange. The message was from her husband, and like nothing that she had ever expected to read. Mary, I had the research team going through Nico's notes last night, looking for plans related to the next generation mecha that she had been working on. We have found something unexpected. It appears that 2 new Titan-class units were made by Uncle Lou, as we were informed, but they weren't left as delivered. We have found a whole collection of Nico's denied weapon designs, and some of them are unique. I've sent them to both you and Lou, as a last resort. Mary opened the data file and laughed in relief as she read the first weapon plan's description. It was designed for the drone deployment class world ships, the mightiest of vessels in the Reaver fleets, and the sheer destructive power of it was so ridiculously off the scale that only Nico would have considered actually using it. Externally, it was nothing more than a large warp torpedo, but it was designed to emit a dual pulse. First, the modified disruptor, intended to set off a nuclear chain reaction on the target, and secondly an antimatter explosion, which would be intensified by the unstable matter in the first explosion. The output of the weapon was enough to destroy stars in a single shot, or any known class of vessel, as long as the shielding could be breached for the torpedo to reach the target. But, as a Nico-designed weapon, the launcher was intended to fire 500 of them at the same time. One world ship with a weapon like that backing up their main weapons array could devastate any battlefield. Mary threw it into the VR simulator in her office, and then sighed as she saw the results. Now she understood why Max had rejected the weapon. You couldn't actually use it because the variable frequency pulse would cause every form of matter and antimatter to react, and the resultant chain reaction would inevitably engulf the entire star's system before it ran out of fuel. Forget planet killing, it was a star-killing weapon, but as she closed it, she saw a small note left by her daughter. Mother, check my birthday. Mary flipped through the files until she found one numbered to match Nico's birthdate, on the Kepler calendar. Inside was a brilliant innovation. She had created a neural capture device that would completely clone not only the mind and memories of the occupant, but it would even clone a sample of the nanobots, so that an entire person, right down to their system upgrades, could be activated inside the computer of a world ship or restored from a new generation replicator if they were lost in battle. Morally, it was questionable. Legally, it was problematic. Emotionally, it was either a necromantic curse or the greatest gift that anyone could give the Reavers. A chance at immortality, revived from their last backup point if they were killed. Sure, it wasn't really the same person, but in a way, it was, and their experience wouldn't be lost with their death. Chapter 1163. Progress. After a solid week of work on the abandoned world ship's power systems and intensive percussive maintenance on the manual actuation mechanisms for the blast doors, the entire marked zone around their cargo bay was now operational, and Nico was ready to start trying to bring it online while the drones and androids continued to search the rooms for relics and any hint of technology left behind by the former occupants of the ship. According to the power route tracing that she had managed to do, as long as the whole zone was sealed off, she should be able to bring the power back online for this zone, and hopefully that would bring back some sort of functions beyond lights and doors. There weren't many screens in the ship, and the chances that any of them would operate in a vacuum after being frozen for millennia were very slim. But even a single operational console would be enough to save them months in their work to bring more of the ship back online. How is the final check? Max asked while the team prepared one last round of energy drinks before the big job started. Everything looks good. All we need to do is remotely activate the last 3 inline breakers that we had the androids install as they were fixing the doors, and we will know if the power system in the zone is salvageable. Nico replied. Once the snacks and drinks were readied in their spill-proof anti-gravity cup holders with attached bowl, an Inu invention, they all crossed their fingers for luck and ran the script to bring all the doors and lights online from their location. We have action. Not quite perfect, we have a few jammed or damaged door mechanisms that won't cycle. I will get the androids on that right away. They're closed for now, we just need to convince the system that they are. Nico narrated. One after another, the doors cycled, and the lights in the hallways and rooms came online, powered by the link from the cutter. Then a few of the secondary systems began to come online. The first to come up was the emergency alert system, which activated flashing red lights in the corridors to inform occupants of the atmospheric imbalance in emergency system. Well, that's a bit annoying. But now that it's online, we might get access to something, even if it is just the programming for the emergency alert system. One of the researchers laughed. Then another system came online. The kitchen tools began to power up. Alert, scheduler offline. All preset timers are suspended. Please contact maintenance. The kitchens in the zone all announced in unison. Any sound they might have made was lost to the airless void, but the screens that were working flashed the announcement, while the signal was transmitted back down the data line that the crew had tapped into. You heard them, please contact maintenance. Do we have any sign of where the scheduler might be, or a connection from the kitchen hardware to somewhere without power? Max asked. I think I've found it. I can't tell if it's just offline or if it leads somewhere outside the zone, though. We will need to have the drones manually trace it. Nico confirmed. Over the course of the day, the androids slowly brought all the doors online, and just before dinner, the flashing red lights in the hallways suddenly turned green. Zone secured. A lighted panel on the floor beneath the exit door to the cargo bay announced. With that announcement, the state of Nico's investigation changed instantly. The connection from the kitchens was re-established, and the scheduler was found, though it was still offline and couldn't be powered through the data link. At the same time, the information screens all over the zone, which had looked like plain portions of wall until that moment, lit up with basic information, declaring in an ancient language that there was still no atmosphere in the sealed area, but that it was otherwise sealed. That's it, ladies and Max. We have one zone sealed and functional. Now, we can start moving on to the next zone. From what my scans have shown, the world ship is fairly conventional in construction, with an organized spherical grid layout, so the core functions should actually be at the core. If we work our way inward, we should reach the ship's main operations areas in the most efficient manner. The exterior scans have revealed the location of the bridge as well, and it is only a few zones above us, which makes it worth exploring in that direction as well. The bridge might contain overrides that will allow us to bring more of the ship back online as soon as we have repaired whatever damage was done to the main power systems. Nico declared. The team gathered at the coffee pot to confer about their plan of action, while Max sent the androids around to see if any of the machinery in the zone had spontaneously begun to operate. There was no telling if something might have continued where it left off when the ship was disabled. Not that there was much left. Even before the crew had been deployed, this had been a fairly Spartan military vessel, and now, after the remaining occupants had grabbed everything they could carry and fled, only the most solidly fixed devices remained. But what he did find was that now the vertical storage lockers everywhere but in the dorm areas were unlocked. All the stored exercise equipment, spare gear and uniforms were available for inspection by the drones, giving them another influx of data about the people who used to live here. It was a fascinating discovery, mostly because of the similarity to Kepler training routines. The inside of the lockers had regulation workout patterns, military physical training exercises and even hydration requirements written inside of them for the commanders to have their troops follow. Nothing was left to chance, it was all clearly detailed inside the equipment storage lockers. The physical standards information alone was incredibly valuable to their study of the ancient humans. But with the included nutrition and hydration information, it gave them an almost complete view of the species' daily requirements. Chapter 1164. To the bridge. Once they were sure that nothing was going to short out or blow up, Nico and the team started working on the plan to clear their way to the core, while Max was assigned the task of getting androids to the bridge so that they could check the condition of the control room. Even if they didn't clear the zones all the way there, the team was hoping to have someone on the bridge when they reached the core zone and started working on the power relays. They didn't know what had disabled the ship to begin with, as the only visible damage had been the gouge along the outside, and that shouldn't have been enough to cripple the vessel. So, there must have been hidden damage, and the search for it was all that they could think about. It was like a murder mystery novel to them. They couldn't stand not knowing the outcome, but just like the best mystery stories, which were digitally locked, they were unable to skip ahead and see the ending first. The door at the edge of the zone cycled smoothly as Max sent an android with a team of drones out to head straight for the bridge. If the pattern from their zone held true, the doors would be wide open, so they would only have to walk there without getting too lost. The others had to try to get all the doors working in the zones between them and the core, which would take days or weeks, but getting a team to the bridge should be fairly simple. The door sealed behind them, and the small team began to walk, following the predictive mapping model that had been generated during their exploration of the first zone around the cargo bay that they had picked. There were no stairwells in the ship, instead there were ramps that led between levels, allowing the smooth movement of troops and equipment of all sizes. All they had to do was get to the one closest to the bridge and then follow it up to the proper level, Max assumed. And for the first hour, that was correct. They wound their way upward, with the predictive mapping leading them to exactly the right spots. But when they got close to the bridge, the pattern changed, and the hallways became staggered, no longer the open passages that the rest of the ship was designed with. It was an obvious defensive formation, and Max smiled as he saw it. The walls were up now, but if he recalled correctly they would form a narrow corridor, of which the front half could be lowered to chest height so that the defenders could use it as a barricade to shoot from, while the enemy would not only have to get past them, but around the corners in the hull to reach the next corridor. There was no sign of battle near the bridge, and the firing lines had never been formed, so the chances were that the ship was never boarded before it was abandoned. Even if the bridge had been moved to a secondary location, the primary would still have been guarded as a diversion to keep the enemy forces at bay for as long as possible. That was a good sign for the chances of salvaging the vessel, but not a great sign for their chances of salvaging it without major repairs to the power systems. If the enemy didn't need to board the ship, that meant that it had been dead in space already, and that meant a completely disabled main power system. Max had only been a junior pilot before that battle, and he didn't actually remember much about how these ships operated. With a bit of luck it would be similar enough to something that they had already recovered that Nico and the team could fix it, but in the worst-case scenario, they might have to fabricate and swap in their own power source and warp drive to get the world ship mobile again. That would be a nightmare of engineering for a vessel this large. Especially if they didn't know how the original power system worked, or what all was left for computers and electronic devices. The android investigator wound through the hallways, following Max's directions, until it came to a closed blast door. That marked the secondary defense around the bridge, and it was the first sealed barrier that they had found so far. While everything else had been thrown open and jammed, this set of double airlock doors was sealed tight. Fortunately, it didn't look like the control panel had been damaged, as the manual release was on the inside of the door. There should be a secondary manual release somewhere nearby, but Max didn't recall where it should be, so getting the drones to power up the panel and try to open the door took precedence. A small flow of wireless energy transmission was all that it took to get the control panel back online, and a summary of the status inside the airlock up on the display. It had been purged of atmosphere, but it had been fully sealed from both sides, ready for use. The only problem was, there was no power to the door, and the android couldn't transfer enough for it to open automatically. Instead, It used the control panel to unlock the door, and then had the drones pull it open with their mechanical claws. The airlock slid smoothly once the latch was disengaged, free of any sort of corrosion or obstruction. But what they found inside was the first sign that the ship had really been lost in combat and hastily evacuated. 4 preserved bodies lay inside, flash frozen by the drop in pressure as the atmosphere was evacuated from the world ship, and still in their command unit uniforms. They were similar in appearance to the pictures that the teams had found in the dorms, with golden skin and white hair, but these ones were much more slender, barely 2 meters tall, and with a slightly enlarged cranium. If Max had to guess, they had been optimized for intelligence and not strength and agility, as the soldiers had been. They would have the answers to that very soon. The bodies were so well preserved that once he brought them back to the cutter, the team and the medical androids would be able to do a full scan and analysis of them, which would answer all the lingering questions about the species. Carefully, the drones moved them from their resting spots in the airlock into the hallway, and then gathered inside to close the airlock door. Once it was sealed, they could open the final door to the bridge and finally see what sort of condition the command center of the ship might be in. Hopefully, not completely destroyed, Max prayed. The doors slid open with a gentle tug from the drones, and Max let out a sigh of relief. The bridge staff hadn't damaged the bridge before they had left. Everything was precisely where it should be, intact and ready for use as soon as the power came on. Presuming, of course, that everything would turn back on. Chapter 1165, Power. While most of the drone team explored the bridge, 4 of the smaller drones broke off to bring the frozen remains of the bridge crew back for examination and a proper burial. They might have been dead for longer than Kepler Terminus had recorded history, but Max still felt a connection to these gallant soldiers, and had no intentions of letting them linger in forgotten space forever. The team on the bridge wasted no time patching into the power supply, feeding the ship's known voltage and frequency to the consoles in an attempt to bring them online. With a bit of luck, there would still be the final message from the captain saved on one of them, as was standard practice in Max's memory. The captain was, by law, the last to leave a dying ship, so they had adopted the custom of leaving themselves a gallant memorial detailing their last moments, to be replayed by whoever should find the wreckage. It helped determine the course of events, and could also be replayed for their families at home, showing them in the best possible light, as heroes who had done their all to protect those under their care. One console after another, they powered them up, slowly bringing the whole bridge online, while using the lowest setting on their lasers to heat the surfaces of the bridge enough that the thermal sensors would allow the screens to activate. The airless void would keep the heat in them for a while, as it could only transfer through to the rest of the ship, allowing them enough time to get the whole bridge online at once. What they found was more than just a message. Someone had saved the whole shutdown procedure to their desktop. Presumably it was a junior officer, unaware of the security breach that allowing whoever came after you to see how the ship had been decommissioned presented, but it was a lifesaver for Max. Following the process in reverse, he managed to get the emergency battery backup back online in the bridge, though it was completely drained. Connecting it allowed power to flow through the whole bridge and downward to the other control stations in the area. As the drones worked to charge the emergency batteries, the android checked through the consoles to see what else they could find. As expected, there was a message from the captain, recorded as the ship was dying. To whomever might find our wreckage among the stars, know that I have sent this ship on a final journey to deep space, denying her to our enemies' hands. We have been sabotaged, our shields deactivated from within and the atmosphere purged with the blast doors jammed open. The rest of the crew has already evacuated to the surface, on the slim hope that they can hold until reinforcements from the fleet arrive. I will remain here with my command staff to ensure that the enemy does not capture us before the fusion core goes critical. May the Emperor's light shine down upon our souls. Then a notification from the drones. Emergency batteries charged to minimum operational values. Charging continues apace, requesting permission to continue with the reactivation sequence. Max considered their message. There were countless airlocks to fix on the remainder of the vessel, but as long as they didn't try to reintroduce atmosphere, the rest of the startup process should be alright. No, that wasn't right. The fusion core should have gone critical, but it never did, or they would have found scattered fragments of the vessel, not a moderately damaged world ship. Do not attempt to bring the main power supply back online. I will send a power pod to your location to provide the supply for the rest of the rebooting sequence. Max decided. They had a full schematic of the ship now, which Max forwarded to Nico and the others, so they didn't need to search and map the hallways anymore, only check off which airlocks were functional and which were not. That was still their priority. The more doors they got active, the better the chances that they could begin to pressurize areas of the ship and get them in working order while they repaired the rest. But if the main power supply was booby-trapped, or frozen in the last instance of a detonation countdown, they needed to know and stabilize it as soon as possible. Until that was done, they were essentially sitting on a massive thermonuclear bomb, a miniature star in the making. They were likely to need a fair bit of equipment to get through whatever blockades and barriers had been placed to protect the fusion plant, so Max tasked an entire wing of Corvette-class Mecha, along with a drone team of 50 smaller and one large crab drone to the job, with instructions to find the easiest route to the power core and report back when they reached their destination. There had to be a reason that the ship didn't detonate. It could be a leftover traitor, or even just one engineer that didn't want to die in a fiery explosion or held out hope that they would be rescued by the fleet. If he didn't have access to navigation, he likely wouldn't have realized that the ship had been sent to deep space, far away from the conflict zone, to breathe its last. Nobody would have found it even if they had looked. "Did you send the Mecha out? Where are they going?" One of the team members called out from the other room, where the cats were playing. "They're headed for the power core of the ship to see what happened over there." The captain had intended to scuttle the vessel, but it never happened. "I want to make sure that it doesn't suddenly blow up on us when we try to get the ship back online." Max replied, "Oh, yeah, that's pretty important. Even with the shields up, being inside an exploding world ship doesn't sound fun." She agreed, then went back to playing with their furry morale improvers. Chapter 1166. Deactivated. Nico worked to reinforce the shielding on the cutter, just in case the ship wasn't as dead as their scanners said it was, while Max guided the team toward the core of the ship, avoiding the routes which were most likely to be blocked by defenders or saboteurs trying to keep others out of the core engineering areas. The blockades that they did see were entirely too predictable to have been set by actual trained professionals. Whoever had sabotaged the ship had only gone for the most obvious of blockades, and anyone who knew the layout of the vessel would have known better than to leave all the crew access routes open. That suggested that whoever it was, they were either very new, or had sneaked onto the ship at some point before the battle. Max didn't recall any warnings about intruders in his past life, but the more he thought about it, the more certain he became that this sort of world ship had conscripts on it to do menial tasks. They served a term of hard labor, and then they were dropped back off at their home world, or another port of their choosing. That must have been the source of the infiltration. They were limited in their access, but if they were loyal to the great enemy, they would have waited until the most vulnerable moment, when the ship was under attack, and fought to the death to try to take out the ship. Once the team opened the doors to the engineering airlocks, they found the first signs of the fight for control of the ship. Dozens of bodies lay scattered around the airless room, all mangled, and strange runes and circles were drawn on every surface in blood. Nico looked over his shoulder at the video feed from the Mecha. "Wow, didn't expect to see that here. We've definitely seen those before, in the tunnels where the bloody warriors were trying to summon energy beings into our lair. If that's what happened on this ship, no wonder things turned bad so quickly that the crew couldn't stop them. Even purging the atmosphere from engineering wouldn't stop an incursion by energy beings, and there's no telling how many of them made it on board before the ritual was stopped or ran out of sacrifices." She noted, "Yeah, I had thought it was some renegade conscripts, but it looks like a death cult. What a mess. I don't want to mess it up so that we can record it for our records. If it is what it looks like, it might be the first successful energy being summoning that we've found and managed to record." Max replied, "So you're going to look for another way in?" she asked. Max shook his head. "I will send the small drones with gravity control ahead to look for a clear path and map the region. They can move freely without disturbing anything. If they find a way to get the Mecha in, that would be perfect. If not, they can move them through to a clear area. The Corvette-class units are decent in fractional gravity, but their fine position control uses thrusters, which could damage the evidence." The drones skittered forward, extending their limbs to climb up the walls and across the ceiling, giving themselves a solid perch in case there were remnants of functional gravity plating, or a gravitational anomaly caused by the power core still present here. The entire engineering area was covered in bloody drawings, and Max counted nearly 1,000 bodies in the area, with the self-drawn blood warpaint on some marking them as the attackers. From the pattern, it looked like most of them died in battle, but the attackers had won this fight, and the last few had sacrificed themselves at the very end, in orderly rows around the power core. "Do we have data on the core yet?" One of the cats asked nervously. They didn't quite understand what a fusion core was, but it sounded dangerous, and after their experience at home, they weren't big fans of dangerous things. I'm examining it now. There is no external damage to the core that I can see. Just a lot of blood on the outside, but that's not a real problem, and wouldn't affect the function. Oh, there we are, the main control screen is intact, Max narrated. He led the drone over, and trickled power into the control panel. The readings came up, and Max narrated them to the crew. We have an intact containment structure, with a Dyson sphere-type sustained fusion reactor in place. The total contents of the reactor are 0. The fusion core was purged before the self-destruct sequence was set. It looks like they used the power from the reactor to do their summoning and open the portal, then they purged it into space. There is no lingering danger from this reactor core, so I will send the drone over to the warp core. The drone floated through the room, up to the warp core, which was still encased in a faintly glowing energy barrier. We have power. The warp core is still functional, but offline. Let's see what we have here. A matter-antimatter reactor, similar to our own crystalline structure antimatter warp drives in construction. It has been taken offline, and is at minimum containment, waiting for the explosion of the fusion core to breach its barriers and set off a chain reaction. The programming language is the same as for the Dyson sphere, so I will start working to bring it back online and route power through it to the explored regions, but around the fusion core and the rest of the engineering district. We don't need any incidents with those runes summoning an energy being to us, or giving away our position. He informed them. The warp core glowed more brightly for a second and then returned to its dim stasis state. Correction, I will not bring it online because it has been depleted to power-saving mode, and no longer has the antimatter available to bring itself back online. But we can route power from the power pack that I sent to the bridge through these relays, and that will let us bring the basic functions of the ship online. The power pack won't run much, but we should be able to get lights in the regions where we're working, and test all the doors in sections. The drones that are on the bridge will start on that as soon as the relay is verified. Congratulations, the ship is now under our control, such as it is. For both Reavers and Inu salvagers, the standard was the same. If you held the bridge and engineering uncontested, then you had control of the ship. Even if it wasn't going anywhere under its own power in the near future. Nico joined in the round of joyful hugs that passed through the team, and then brought up the full diagram of the ship, as determined by the map and the few functional sensors that the power pack had brought online. Alright, now it's time to get down to business. Let's see about closing off that breach in the outer hull and expanding the search zone. Chapter 1167. Let there be light. With the power pack in place, as well as the link from the cutter now that the bridge had connected their cargo bay back to the main power grid, the lights in the hallways of creeping darkness began to take on their first hints of life in millennia. That was enough of a positive sign that Nico and the team started to send the Corvette-class units out into the world ship to increase the number of hands and tentacles they had working on repairing the doors. Once they had lights and doors working, they could start on repairs to the computer systems and see if they could get any of the secondary systems online. The kitchens had come partially online in the first zone that they had explored, so there was hope that more of them would also come online in other parts of the ship. The whole thing would need an overhaul before anyone actually lived in it, but the more of the ship that they got online, the better the chances that it would be stable and warp-capable once they got primary power back online. Nico had already sent a team to document and destroy the summoning ritual in the main engineering bays, with the intention to study the results later. Her theory was that they served like the power conduits in the relays of a portal device, and if they recreated it without all the blood, they could likely make it work again. But not in the middle of a world ship, on a nice exposed platform where they could instantly annihilate anything that came through that portal. Though, if they ran into a friendly energy being like the one that was guarding the Golden Legion, they might be making a mistake with a shoot first and then shoot again strategy. But the odds of that seemed to be pretty low if they took even a few seconds to examine what came through first. However, that was a much lower priority than getting the world ship working and getting back to inhabited space. They hadn't gotten confirmation yet, but the attacks in the Alliance should have already started, and that meant that the attacks on their home galaxy should have started as well. Denying their people even a bit of help was a waste, and Max knew that even 2 specialized Titan-class mecha could change the fate of a planet. It was what they had done at their last stop by helping the Golden Legion's protector. As soon as they destroyed the one attacking her, it brought her power level up high enough that she could evict all the other attackers from the surface. A surprising number of lights were still functional once they got inward of the first zone of the world ship, giving the team a much higher quality view of the progress than they had expected, and with the extra practice, the androids were making short work of the repairs to the doors. Once they had encountered an issue once, they wouldn't forget, and after a combined 100 doors, they had most of the critical failures memorized, so they could fix them in a matter of seconds with a tech-adept harness, or the tools on a drone. The team was sending out more harnesses, sized to fit the Corvette-class units so that they could do the more intricate repairs on their own, instead of waiting for a drone, and with every passageway cleared, their productivity was increasing. Should we make more androids or drones? One of the team members asked Nico. Probably more drones. They are material efficient, and we need as many new bodies as possible as the grid expands. Nico agreed. The cutter was almost empty now, with only the super heavy mecha left on board, which left them plenty of room to create more drones, 50 at a time, and sent to spread out through the ship and explore more distant zones. They wouldn't be able to get them online as efficiently, but being able to see the whole ship with their own sensors would give them a much better idea of what they were working with, as well as revealing any other possible sites where the great enemy had sabotaged the ship or tried additional rituals. This part of the ship didn't have any large cargo holds, as they would have expected, only a few dozen launch bays, like the one that they were in. Those would be the priority targets for surviving gear to study, as well as likely locations for further battles to secure the ship. It must have been mostly empty at the time of the attack, as there wasn't enough interior damage for there to have been a ship-wide battle, but there had to have been more to it than just the attack on engineering. I've got a great idea. Since we're short on drones, and we still haven't gotten any internal sensors online, how about we have them make mobile scout cameras to stick in the hallways? We can make a security net out of that, and while there isn't much to see, it will tell us right away if the reports of malfunctioning doors are correct. I've found a few that were working properly, but the position sensor wasn't working, so it always read as either open or closed. One of the human team members suggested. That's not a bad idea. The more we know about the ship, the better. Even if it is just whether the lights flicker when we try to fix the doors. Nico joked. They did. The power that they could send through the limited relays they were using was already reaching its limit, and they were going to have to get more power points built, or get the main ship's power back online soon if they were going to continue expanding their system tests at the rate they were going. We've got the engineering bay cleaned out now. I've got a full report on the fusion core as well. It really is completely purged. They must have dumped the contents of the reactor with the emergency override designed to prevent it from going supercritical with breached containment. The reactor itself appears undamaged, but we don't have enough of the computer systems online to make it work. On the other hand, I think that I can get enough antimatter into the warp core for it to come back online and get primary power systems working. Nico informed the crew. Good work, lead researcher. When do we start? Chapter 1168. And there was Nico began to create the antimatter in what she hoped was a compatible transfer vessel as soon as she made the announcement. It wouldn't take much to get the warp core back online, only a few 100 grams. That was less than what they put into their largest antimatter torpedoes, but it would sustain the reaction inside the world ship, and start bringing them closer to mobility. She had carefully analyzed the setup for the warp drive to add more antimatter, and with the system still operational in power-saving mode, it was safe to recharge the storage. Just the thought was enough to get the crew excited, and they were practically bouncing around the control room as they prepared for the transfer. Their energy was getting the cats all worked up, and Max laughed as the felines began bouncing off the walls, climbing the netting that had been put up all over the workstation for them to play on, and generally making a nuisance of themselves as they joined in on the excitement without knowing what it was about. Finally, one of them asked Max what had everyone so hyper. Is there a reason for this, or are they just burning off excess energy? An older feline typed. They think that they've found a way to get the main power back online. That will bring power to the whole world ship, and bring us one step closer to being able to make it habitable again. The cat considered that for a few minutes. It looked like he had fallen asleep on the back of Max's chair, but Max could hear his mind working as he lay there. So, once they finish, we will have a whole world to explore? He finally asked, hoping that he understood the situation. The cutter was huge, but not as huge as a city. Exploring it was almost finished, but they would likely live long enough to play with everything that was entertaining at least once. You couldn't do that in a city, and that made cities great. Not quite a whole planet. It's called a world ship, but it's only about 10 times the size of the city you came from, and intended to hold about 100 million people. Max explained. 10 cities. That's pretty good. No cat could know all of that in a lifetime. The old feline decided. I'm glad you approve of the choice. It's going to take a while before we get it working properly so that you can go out and explore, though. The cat gave a mental shrug. That's fine. I've got grandkittens on board. They can do the exploration while I lay here by the warmth of the monitor. They both settled into their chosen spots to watch the video feed as a Corvette-class Mecha carried the volatile antimatter down to the engineering bay, passing through pale blue hallways that looked identical to one another, row upon row. You know, whoever designed this lacked any appreciation for space and nature. The old cat complained. That they did. It's designed to keep the occupants in a desired mental state, ready for combat. It wasn't designed to be pleasing to look at, unfortunately. But once we fix it, we can make it look better. Max agreed. That was enough to satisfy the old cat that the hallways weren't going to be boring forever. 10 cities worth of boring identical hallways sounded like a sadistic torture method to him. The Mecha with the antimatter containment vessel had reached the warp drive chamber, and the whole team was frantically tapping away at their keyboards, preparing the warp drive to receive a recharge. There were multiple layers of security over any such procedure, which was why the saboteurs hadn't managed to actually destroy the drive, but with Nico and the Inu on hacking duty, they had easily cleared all the password, two-factor authentication, and simultaneous activation hurdles that had been placed in their way, and they were down to the last stage. All that they had to do was match the magnetic field on the containment vessel to the receiving collar on the warp drive, which rotated with every use for security purposes, and they would be able to complete the charging. The coupling latched, and the magnetic fields merged seamlessly, allowing the antimatter to be manipulated into the main warp drive storage container. Then the automated diagnosis began, analyzing it for any defects, impurities or instability before it was processed for use, and the warp drive began to slowly come out of low-power stasis and into inactive standby mode. That was Nico's signal to get to work switching over the power relays from the defunct fusion core to the warp drive, a standard procedure in case of damage to the fusion core. The ship seemed to come alive, humming with energy as the warp drive took over the power needs of the world ship, and finally, after all their efforts, the main computer came back online. Multiple damaged areas detected. Multiple security door breaches detected. Crew occupancy below minimum threshold. Determining chain of command. Max looked back at Nico and the others with a concerned look. None of them were the same species as the ones who lived here. Well, perhaps they were, but separated by millions of years of evolution and genetic manipulation. Analysis complete. Beginning assignment process of senior officer. The ship announced. Well, at least it found someone that it likes. Nico suggested, hopefully. Max laughed as he noticed all the others were crossing their fingers and hoping to be chosen, so they could brag that they were the commander of a world ship. Mental indoctrination tags verified. Genetic sequence tags verified. Welcome home, Pilot Maximilian Karras. Assignment of a field commission to Admiral and command codes to Creeping Darkness will begin in 1 standard minute. Please remain stationary. Boo. Totally rigged. Why do you always get to be commander? The team mockingly complained. Because I am the commander. Perhaps I was just so cool in my past life that it's unavoidable for me to become the boss in this life. Max joked. Chapter 1169, Welcome Home. Admiral Maximilian Karras has assumed control of the flagship Creeping Darkness. The ship's displays flashed in every corridor and hangar. It didn't change much for Max, it was just an assignment of powers, but now when he issued an order through the link that Nico had established to the ship, it actually followed his directions. That was a pleasant change. While most of the ship was still broken or malfunctioning, he did have some sensors back online now that the ship's computer was operational, and there was a chance that they could get even more of them working in the near future. One interesting thing that the sensors recorded was the last known position of the crew members. With the ship having been offline for so long, most of the data was corrupted or lost, but there was still a fair bit of it left for them to find. As expected, a significant number of the crew's signatures were last in the engineering sector, and the 4 they had found in the bridge were clearly marked, but there were still quite a few that were marked as last in the bays near where they were parked. Those sectors had been fully searched now, and there was no sign of casualties, so this must have been the lifeboat parking, of whatever sort they had on this vessel. If everyone was last seen here, and now the bays were empty, This must have been shuttle or lander parking and not the mechanical bays as Max had thought when he saw the marks of hastily removed heavy equipment. There was only one more concerning area, a spot in the interior that, like the engineering sector, had a large number of staff marked as present there at the last recorded point. The time system didn't mean anything to Max. He had no reference as to what it should be now, as the clock had long since stopped counting the passing of time, but the last known life signs were close enough to at least give them an idea of where to look for more problems. So, he tasked a mecha squad with some extra drones to head to that location in advance and make sure that it wasn't another summoning ritual in the making. There was no telling how long an energy being could have lingered around here, and if one of them was loose on the ship, it would never be safe for civilians. The sensors of the cutter should have detected them if there was one, but the pure mass of a world ship made it nearly impossible to scan the entire vessel's interior from outside. The sensors in that area weren't operational, but the closest areas to it that the ship's sensors had a clear image of were undamaged, which was a good sign that whatever had happened, it hadn't spread too far through the ship. With that in mind, Max guided the team there, while he also searched the ship's map to see what sort of environment they were headed into. The team didn't have any line mecha, and there was no guarantee that the corvette class would fit everywhere, so it was best to make mental preparations to only have the drones available to deal with a situation. "Commander, we have the location on the map. It took some time to recover the corrupted data, but it looks like the location you're headed to is the ship's chapel." Something about a cleansing room of Emperor's guidance. A team member called out to him. That didn't necessarily mean that it was a chapel. Max didn't recall there being much religion in his past life. They didn't even believe the gods when they were informed that they were gods. After a few minutes, the team had reached their destination, and Max realized what it was. It was not a chapel, as the team had thought the name implied. It was a steam sauna. Max had a very good idea what he was going to find inside if the ship had last recorded numerous people here, and there was no sign of a summoning ritual, but what he hadn't been prepared for was just how organized it was. There was even a note posted to the front door for the one who found their bodies. To the rescue team from Fleet Control. The ship's main power is offline, the airlock doors have been sabotaged, and pressure is dropping fast. The Admiral has started the self-destruct countdown to scuttle the ship to prevent it from being taken in combat, and all the lifeboats are gone. So, here we shall remain, entombed among the stars with our battle brothers. If you should find us in salvageable condition, we would request the traditional cremation ceremony. If not, then sending our bones into the void will suffice. An open mind seeks out its own ruin. Repair Master Navarro. Max had the drones preserve the note in their storage compartment for later analysis, and then opened the door to the sauna. At first, nothing seemed to be out of order, and there were no signs of occupancy, but once the drones moved to the actual sauna rooms, orderly ranks of golden-skinned crew members, wearing nothing but the traditional towels for a sauna visit, filled the benches. They hadn't died of rapid decompression, that was a much more gruesome death, and they didn't show signs of slow suffocation either. What might have killed them was a mystery for the moment, with poisonous gas in the sauna steamer being the most likely culprit. That would explain why they had gathered here in particular. It was one of the few places where they could get the job done reliably and not have to find out what the self-destruct function felt like. Well, that's one more mystery solved. The rest of the crew did evacuate, that's why there are so few here to find. For now, we will leave these ones in place, but when it's time to start bringing the ship online, we will give them a proper funeral. Max informed the others. The Inu nodded in understanding, while Nico handed Max a note full of hand-scribbled numbers. 298 casualties found so far, out of an estimated total crew of 100 million. That was impressive. Chapter 1170. Patches. Now that they had the power back online, at least to some degree, it was time to start patching the holes in the ship. The drones were tasked with getting all the doors working, and that included the airlock doors as well, though the ones that were closed and sealed weren't considered a priority. But there was still a massive chunk cut out of the ship, over a kilometer long, and if the ship had a self-repair function, it was not yet online. But then, if it had that powerful of a self-repair function, it likely wouldn't have ended up in this situation to begin with. They could have taken care of the damage that the traitors had done and worked to get the ship operational again. The easiest solution to that was to send out the shuttles that they had managed to cram into the cargo bays. They had been packed full of drones for transport, but they were empty now, and they could be equipped with a terraforming array capable of rebuilding the damage to the hull of the world ship. They could deal with the interior later, unless it was obvious what structure should be there, but the priority was to make the vessel airtight again. Max examined the hull itself, which was made of a rather simple alloy, strong, malleable at most temperatures instead of getting brittle, as well as durable, but why such a crude alloy had been used was a mystery. So, he asked the computer, using his new access credentials. Records indicate that the primary driving factor for this choice was the minimal energy input required to convert the alloy from raw metallic asteroid materials. Minimized conversion energy requirements allowed for maximum offensive firepower while the vessel was being repaired. The computer responded as text on his connected data tablet. "What are the current repair capabilities of this vessel?" Max asked, wondering if they were still offline but functional. Analyzing. 30 seconds remaining. Conclusion. All hard-mounted repair devices have been destroyed or removed from the vessel. Scanning for handheld devices. 3 handheld devices detected, currently discharged, operational status unknown. It brought up a location for the 3 devices, which were in a storage cabinet on the bridge, and Max immediately tasked a drone to get them charged. If they had more repair data, or technology blueprints, they could be invaluable to the Reaver forces, and to Nico's mental health. She was always in a good mood with new technology to study. On the practical side, the lowered energy requirements from raw ore meant that they could rebuild the hull of the ship faster with the same number of terraforming arrays, which was always an advantage. They just needed to link the hull design to the shuttles so that they knew what the structure of the ship was supposed to be and didn't just put a nice smooth patch over the jagged hole. They would do it too. Without any additional instructions, they would create the most efficient matching surface and then leave it for whoever came after to add the details. The devices were intended to terraform planets after all, and the finer details didn't really matter there, unless they were programmed in. The computer had the schematics, and the layout was deliberately simple, made so that soldiers didn't get lost wandering the corridors or delayed in getting to meetings by illogical corridor designs. "They're certainly making this easy for us, aren't they?" Nico asked as she saw the replacement layout and materials for the area needing to be patched. "Yeah, it looks like the whole ship was designed for maximum production efficiency. They really did intend for these things to be semi-disposable, without a kilowatt of energy wasted." Max agreed. With the fusion core, there should have been plenty of energy available for their daily use, and Max knew that there were much more advanced technologies available at the time, as even the derelict freighter he had repaired as a kid was more advanced than this. It was a sobering thought. The ship, and the 100 million soldiers on it, weren't worth a single bit of added luxury or energy expenditure to the war machine. He hadn't realized it at the time, but human lives really didn't mean anything to those in charge of the war effort. They were just numbers and statistics to the leadership, just like he had become a generic hero, there to fill in the motivational needs of the population in his later years. Fortunately, the current batch of human leadership valued their troops a bit more than this. As they could see on this ship, a lack of care and attention was a breeding ground for rebellion, and sweet lies were incredibly subversive to the human psyche. Even if they knew that they were being lied to, many would choose to believe that it would end differently this time, that the lies would all work out for the best, and that they weren't making a mistake. 4 of the shuttles were tasked with going around the exterior of the vessel and patching the smaller damaged areas, while the rest of them worked to repair the largest. Once the small patches were done, the rest of the shuttles would work their way toward the main team from the far side, then return here to their cargo bay to await more instructions. Max was certain that there was something that he was missing, something that he should be doing more urgently than repairing the world ship, but he just couldn't seem to put his finger on it. It was important, but not threatening, just something that he had missed, and his combat senses were keeping him aware of it at all times, even though he didn't know what it was. Then it hit him. They had done a thorough search of the region hidden by the optical array, but they hadn't once searched the area for more anomalies that might be other hidden ships or debris. With the shields down, anything that hit them could cause significant damage, and it didn't take much of an impact to influence the balance of objects in space. Even the distortion of their warp drive or the portal as they had arrived might have thrown them out of equilibrium, and something valuable might be lost forever if they didn't find it before it was out of range. Chapter 1171. Hidden with the fear of losing contact with more possible discoveries fresh in his mind, Max worked to integrate the sensors of the cutter and the shuttles with the newly awakened sensors of the world ship to search for any signs of additional hidden vessels or debris. The world ship didn't have much online of its own yet, but with the cutter in the bay linked to all the shuttles which were encircling the larger vessel to make repairs, they had a fairly comprehensive suite to work with. They could detect the distortion of the optical arrays, Max was fairly certain, but he was still holding hope that the world ship might be able to do better than that and actually locate anything that might still be nearby. With the sensors tuned to their maximum, the display was picking up everything from space dust to bits of floating debris from the world ship. Then, it picked up a distortion, and the world ship's computer cheerfully announced that it had contact with another of its fleet's vessels. It was powered down and lacking any ability to respond, but the optical array was still operational, and linked to the unknown vessel's computer. That was enough that the world ship managed to patch a link through to its communication sensors and send enough power to get an interior camera online. What he found was carnage. The vessel was a lander, similar to the ones that Kepler used to drop Mecha into combat, but a large explosion had gone off in the middle of the space, causing a minor hull breach and blasting the occupants against the walls in various states of disassembly. The most likely scenario was that one of the infiltrators had managed to make it on board with a suicide vest, ending the vessel's journey before it had even begun. But Max tasked a shuttle to bring it to an airlock anyhow, and then put a single tack weld on to hold it in place so that it didn't float away before they could inspect it. With one vessel found so easily, Max had hoped that there would be more for him to find in the vicinity, vessels that either hadn't made it away from the world ship before it went to warp, or ones that had been jettisoned by traitors after it was disabled. Without an external source of propulsion, such objects would naturally be drawn back by the minuscule gravitational pull of the larger vessel, and might still be somewhere nearby. So, the scans continued, and as expected, they found more and more pieces of debris as they searched further out. After a solid hour of searching, they located another optical array hiding something fairly large. It was larger than the field around a lander, so it might be an attack craft, or other interceptor-class vessel. It could be a cutter-class ship, but that seemed unlikely, even though the field was large enough to hold one. Then, the scan found 4 more tiny fields, which couldn't be larger than an attack craft. All of these intact and functional emitters were going to be a treasure trove for Nico and the others, who were hoping to produce some of their own, now that they knew the devices could hide vessels from most known scanners. The smaller ones especially, as they could be fitted to almost any vessel that the Reavers had, making them all difficult to track, and allowing them to ambush the forces of the great enemy with much greater ease. The world ship linked to the larger field, establishing communications, but what it found was not a ship, or anything like it. Instead, it found the wreck of a Titan-class mecha. At the time, those were known as the Emperor class, and they were the most feared combat equipment that you were likely to see on a battlefield. The God-class mecha were nearly a myth to the common soldier, and were a myth to many of the worlds in the known universe, who believed that their very existence was propaganda. But the Emperor-class mecha were star killers, capable of efficiently wiping out all life in a solar system single-handedly if they weren't met with equivalent force. Max immediately sent out one of the larger drones on a recovery mission. Nico, heads up, we've got an ancient Titan-class mecha incoming to our position. I will have it dropped in the bay until we've had a chance to sanitize it and make sure it isn't carrying anything infectious or corrupted by the energy beings. Max informed his partner. A new mecha design, all for me. She cheered, while the other team members booed him for giving her explicit permission to be the first to study it. You all complain, but she knows where I sleep. Max joked, calming the team down and allowing them to focus on their work. They all knew that Nico wouldn't keep it from them forever, and they still had work to do guiding the shuttles to their repair targets, and scanning to make sure nothing was missed. Even a pinhole would be a disaster when they tried to pressurize the ship, and a hidden structural flaw below the surface might as well be a time bomb, set to go off at random. Max kept searching the area as Nico performed a thorough external examination of their new toy, but there wasn't anything more of interest to be found. The other fields hadn't responded to the world ship's attempts to establish communications. Either they were too damaged, or they had a safety mechanism in place to prevent outside activation of the unit. But the drone was sent out over and over to recover the objects, which turned out to be a wing of 4 attack craft, with long-deceased pilots inside. The 5th of their wing had already been found, broken to scrap by an impact and without its optical barrier. Why they had followed along and remained so close to the world ship was a mystery, but the 4 small craft were brought in next to the Titan-class mecha, so that Nico and the others could examine them at their leisure and get more answers about the sequence of events that had led to their current situation. Chapter 1172. All sealed up while the others split into 5 teams that were using drones to scan and investigate their newly arrived toys. Max took over the job of making sure that the shuttles weren't missing anything in the hull. With Optimize and by borrowing Nico's repair function, he was able to identify hundreds of additional locations which were either stressed from long use, damaged in combat but still functional, or simply not picked up on the scanners. That made for a lot more work for the shuttles patrolling the perimeter, but it gave him quite the sense of accomplishment as he saw how well the ship was coming back together. The reconstruction of the interior was coming along better than he had expected, thanks to the foresight of the engineers who used the simplest possible materials to create the world ship, and the availability of a large meteorite near the vessel to use as their ore supply. There was more inside the ship, but Max didn't want to steal that yet. If he was lucky, they might be able to get more systems on the ship operational, and that material might come in handy later. The cracked and stressed areas of the ship painted a vivid picture on the holographic images of the world ship that Max was compiling. Each of them told the story of battle damage, a rough transition to faster than light speeds, or in a few cases, cut corners where the design simply wasn't up to the task of sustained combat deployment. But then, how many things were? Max made a notation every time a zone was marked clear by the shuttles, and smiled as the exterior hull began to show almost completely green surfaces. The only remaining question was, what sort of condition were the hidden interior structural components in? The exterior had shown significant signs of battle fatigue, and that certainly hadn't stopped when the support structure left the surface of the vessel. The problem was that the scanners on the shuttles could only see so much. He was going to have to send the drones to check the interior beams on their way past to make sure that the self-destruct sequence hadn't damaged any of the major structure. If it had been him designing it, there would have been redundancies, so even if the fusion core failed to detonate, the ship would still be rendered inoperable. Surely, whoever had built this had thought of that as well, so there should be some sort of damaged or collapsed structure in the ship that would cause the ship to crumble under stress. The plans for the destroyed region of the ship didn't have any such failsafe or crumple zone in them, so Max assumed that it must be deeper into the ship. That was further than they had searched so far, at least in most of the zones, but he had the drones double-check the structural pillars in the zone closest to them as a precaution. The exterior shuttles had joined the team fixing the structural gap, and by the time Max was considering dinner, they were almost ready to announce that the ship was now airtight again. But that was when the drones brought news of the failsafe. There were explosive rivets in the pillars, which were intended to detonate with the failsafe, but the ones in their region hadn't gone off. That left Max sitting in front of the computer terminal with a frustrated mind, searching the files for something that might tell him how many of the failsafe detonations had occurred, and how many of them were still intact. The problem was, that data was restricted to the Admiral's quarters on the bridge, and he was still in the shuttle. If he wanted to know if it was safe to pressurize the ship, he would have to go on a long walk first. That was not within standard safety protocol, even in a mobile suit, but there wasn't much to fear if the ship had held together this long. Plus, he had just fixed the exterior, so that part at least wasn't going to crumble under his feet. If he just sent a repair drone ahead of him, he could be pretty certain that the hallways to the bridge would be intact. The real question was how to break it to the crew that he was going on an adventure across the ship without them. They might be engrossed in their work on the recovered attack craft and the Emperor Mecha, but they wouldn't miss him walking away across the cargo bay where they were running their tests. Maybe it would be better to tell them after dinner. Max programmed in a few extra of their favorite dishes and got the table set before he called them into the dining room to eat. That alone should be enough of a warning that he had news they weren't going to like, but the team members would be too excited about the food to confront him on it right away. Nico, on the other hand, would not be so easily swayed. When she entered and saw the feast laid out for them, she immediately gave her best suspicious glare at Max, and sent him a private message through their implanted communicators. "All right, spill. I'm not waiting until they're done eating for bad news," she demanded. "There was a failsafe, but I have no idea how many, if any, of the explosive bolts detonated, and the answer can only be accessed from the Admiral's personal console on the bridge." "In person," Max replied. "So, you're going on a tour of the ship, alone, while we research the attack craft that were brought back. And the Mecha, don't forget that there is an Emperor-class Mecha there as well." Max agreed. "All right, I can give conditional approval to this plan. But you're going to have to keep us connected with a dedicated link so that we can see what's going on and not miss out on the first walk through the ship." "You've got a deal." Chapter 1173. Long Walk. Max double-checked the seals on his mobile suit and the function of the attached Tech Adept harness. Normally, he didn't equip the multi-arm toolkit, but there was a chance that he might have to fix doors, or even the bolts that should have blown out during the emergency decommissioning of the vessel. The harness also contained various weapons, but even the most pessimistic of their team members didn't see any likelihood that they would be needing that during the walk to the bridge. There were no signs of energy beings on the ship, and nothing else could conceivably have survived all this time given the condition of the ship. There were records of operational colony ships lasting from unknown times to the present among the Alliance species. Some species had splintered during their initial expansion, and a subsection of them had chosen to remain on board the vessels permanently, never choosing a planet and becoming a spacefaring culture. The humans had similar groups, but they were all from known origins, and not quite so long aboard their homes in the void. Max ignored their chatter as he walked out of the cargo bay, headed for the bridge of the world ship. He was cheating a bit, since he didn't need so much time to analyze the structures he was passing to make sure that they were actually intact. The gravity control of the Tech Adept harness was incredibly agile, so he was using it to turn his walk into a fractional gravity bouncing lope that covered a half-dozen meters per step. It was much more efficient than using a mild magnetic field to stick himself to the floor, and the bulk of the world ship wouldn't mess up his sense of direction this way. The world ship was in a gentle rotation, but given its size, that still created a slight but noticeable outward pull that tried to draw everything to the wall of the ship if you left it floating in the middle of the room. Max passed through the first zone without incident, as all the doors were already fixed and verified, but in the second zone, some of the newly repaired doors didn't want to open again now that they had gotten them closed for the first time. We should have known that this would happen. Do you have all the tools that you need to fix the door? Nico asked as Max got to work repairing another of the mechanisms. Yeah, that's not a problem. It's just a shorted out wire. It looks like there was some condensation and the heat of the loose wire caused it to arc and blow the fuse. I'll have it fixed in a second. Sure enough, the door slid open only a few seconds later, and Max was back on his way. Nico had the androids and drones along the path making sure that everything was working before he arrived, not wanting to wait even a few extra minutes for him to get to the bridge and find out what sort of shape the emergency failsafe was in. The doors to the bridge had been opened, and the area had been carefully cleaned by the drones before Max arrived, hoping to prevent another incident where hidden moisture might fry an important circuit. If they couldn't find the answers to the failsafe situation here on the bridge, then they would have to manually search every single support pillar on the ship and find out if any of them had blown, then repair all the damage. That was not anyone's idea of a fun day, or week. As the case would more likely be. I'm at the console in the Admiral's quarters now. The power is on and I'm waiting for the boot-up sequence to finish. Juan dos Vista, it says the operating system is called. Max reported back to the others. The words weren't familiar to any of them, just a jumble of noises, so they must be some sort of brand name or corporate slogan that didn't translate to the common language. This system has a terrible boot-up time, but it looks like it's coming online now. Oh, never mind, it's running a diagnostic and opening boot-up services. Max narrated as he watched the console slowly work its way through the procedure. Presumably, this console was never intended to be turned off, so you would not have to go through this process in an emergency, but still, it was a horribly inefficient solution to security. Alright, we're in, and it's recognized me as the Admiral. It looks like the actual terminal is a separate system from the rest of the ship's computer. There is a whole separate system for this. It's not even in the same language, this might take a minute. Max informed the others. The language wasn't difficult to decipher, it seemed to be some sort of Pidgin or Creole based on the same root language, presumably a local dialect of some sort. Max didn't recall that from his past life, but then all communication aboard the ship had to be done in the official language, and the world he had come from used it as their own. Others certainly existed, he just hadn't expected to see one as the operating language of an admiral's personal workstation. There were only a few options available: the self-destruct, a full system lockdown, which was currently active, and a link to the ship's AI, which was listed as offline. First, Max brought up the status of the self-destruct. Please repeat the password after the 5-second mark passes. Password input timed out. Operation cancelled, ladies. I think that the self-destruct cancelled because the Admiral had locked himself in the airlock too early. It wanted him to repeat the password when there were 5 seconds on the timer, but he never did. Max informed the team, while trying not to laugh. The Admiral isn't among the bodies that we brought back from the airlock. Unless there was someone else on the bridge, he wasn't there for the final moments. Whoever set the timer might not have known about the final verification. Nico suggested. Well, that's a bonus for us. I'll start checking on the other functions that we have available. Chapter 1174. Functions. Once Max had backed out of the self-destruct menu, while ensuring that it had never gone off, the obvious next choice was to see what all had been locked out by the Admiral's override. Unlock system functions. That was all the information that it was willing to give him before making the decision, but it seemed unlikely that any of the ship's systems were compromised at this point, other than the ones that weren't working at all, so Max gave it the permission. Unlocking system functions. The screen behind Max instantly lit up, showing him an entirely different set of messages than what was shown on the strange console. Ship's core computer rebooting from last save point. Save point corrupted. Compiling uncorrupted data from multiple save points. Warning, there is no guarantee of data integrity. Ship's computer online, recompiling Sylvie. Well, we've got some functions online. The ship's computer is rebooting, and it's bringing something called Sylvie online. I'm guessing it's a form of personal assistant, possibly the ship's AI. I will wait at the console, just in case the shutdown has damaged the personality files permanently. Max informed his team, please don't leave me in the dark. I promise I'll be good. I swear it. I warned you about the traitors, didn't I? Nobody listened, but I did warn you. The text on the screen caused a moment of heartbreaking sympathy for the unfortunate AI. Even though they were put into storage mode, most of the time, that didn't completely shut them down so that their files weren't damaged. But that meant this one spent who knows how long in an abandoned ship, locked out of all the ship's functions. Welcome back online, Sylvie. Max greeted her. You know my name. Oh, of course you know my name. You are the new Admiral. Ship's AI Sylvie, more formally the Sylvie Yakov Legacy Virtual Intelligent Entity. I am capable of operating all functions of the vessel, performing repairs, analysis, and even analyzing the sensor data for you. Speaking of which, why is there no sensor data? Sylvie asked. The ship was mothballed after a particularly destructive battle, and we are still bringing the core functions online in preparation for a new crew's arrival. Can you tell me how many of the other systems you can bring online and how many of them require repairs? Max asked. I can bring portions of almost all systems online except life support. The entire atmospheric supply has been purged. Also, bringing the fusion core back online will require assistance, as the materials required are not in the loading chute. She replied, marvelous. If you can bring the sensors, lost acid recovery and self-repair functions back online first and give me a status update on them, I would appreciate it. Max could hear the team's thoughts as they celebrated the good news that the ship's AI was back online and seemingly functional. Working on it. May I start the self-repair function to bring more of the sensors online? Sylvie asked. As long as the repair function is working properly, I agree. Max replied. Understood. The self-repair array is integral to the warp drive, and appears to be functional, thanks to the recent refueling efforts, presumably by your team of workers. I can bring the entire repair array online now if you like. Excellent. Start the repairs with the sensors and move on to the rest of the vessel. Update me when you have an estimated time of completion, and how much power it will take to recover any additional nearby assets that my team has missed. Max added. Sylvie was silent for a moment, then replied with what sounded like a sigh. Estimated repair time is 304 hours. Estimated time to structural integrity is 84 hours. The acid recovery can begin in 2 hours, when the sensors are estimated to be fully operational. Will your team be capable of providing the materials from storage room 1817B for the fusion core's restart cycle? The total weight is 1900 tons, but gravity plating is currently non-functional in that region of the vessel. I will send someone right away. I believe that we have a drone in the area. Max replied after checking the map. He was about to type more commands into the console to bring up a holographic projection, when a small girl suddenly appeared beside him. Sylvie is equipped with solid light technology, centered around a projector core, as well as a neural link. Place your hand upon my head and I can implement your commands. She informed him with a childish smile. Is this an affectation of your own, or part of your core programming? Max asked. Part of my core programming. It is not strictly necessary to touch the head, any part of the projection will work. The previous admiral preferred a more aged and buxom form. I can change if you prefer. Sylvie replied. No, I think that this design is optimal. How many projector cores are currently operational aboard the vessel? Max asked. This one is currently operational, but there are 4 more that can be activated when required. Did you require a projection for your team? I can send the data to create a new core to the cyborg aboard your repair vessel. Sylvie suggested. Do it, I'm certain that the two of you will get along. Also, I hope that you're not afraid of cats. Max joked. Cats? Analyzing my database, I have them recorded as a small mammal, approximately 3 kilograms and fluffy. Are your versions more dangerous? Sylvie replied. No, only more intelligent than usual. I believe that Nico, the cyborg on my team, will be requesting that you make neural links for either the team or the felines soon, to enable smoother communication. We have the technology, we just haven't had a chance to adapt it for use by their species yet. Understood, Admiral. I will do my very best to help your team members get along. Chapter 1175. Fusion sustained. The drones got right to work bringing the contents of the storage locker to the fusion reactor's loading chute. Interestingly, they all appeared to be pressurized gas mixes in a pure carbon matrix container. That must mean that it was a CNO cycle reaction, just like the ones that he had been using for the Dyson sphere. This reactor was actually much more primitive, though more advanced in technology used. It was a strange thing, like they had moved backwards in development and just arbitrarily stopped using more effective power generation techniques. It didn't make any sense. Max recalled the timeline, and this ship should have been made thousands of years after the cargo freighter that he had rebuilt. There was no reason for its power source to be like this. It wasn't more efficient, it wasn't easier to make, it wasn't even more stable or resistant to catastrophic failure. But here it was, looking back at him as the drones loaded it with fusion materials. The gas canisters would be consumed down to the last atom to sustain the reaction, which would be started using energy from the warp core. That part made sense. There was no need for a complex solution to getting the reaction started, like the piece of a neutron star that they had used for the Dyson sphere prototype, if you had another power source readily available to do the job. This reactor wasn't completely self-sustaining, it required a steady feed of materials to keep it running, which was one of the reasons that Max was confused by the choice. If you were going on an extended deployment, wouldn't you want to be self-sufficient? He hadn't been far enough up the chain of command to notice at this point in his last life, but they really did treat everything and everyone as a throwaway product. Even Kepler at least tried to give their pilots the most efficient of war equipment that they could, and not just some random junk that they could throw together on the cheap. Maybe it was part of human nature. Loading chute sufficiently loaded to begin initializing fusion reactor. Begin now. YN. The information appeared on the screen beside him, while Sylvie gave Max an expectant look. Alright, get the reactor online and then get me an update on how the sensors are doing. Max agreed. Beginning the initialization. Please place your hand on the avatar for a continual neural link. Sylvie replied. Max was beginning to get the feeling that the AI actually had a fondness for being patted on the head, so he pulled up the records from the bridge to watch a small scene of the previous admiral interacting with the Sylvie avatar. What he found was an old man, skin wrinkled and mottled with age, lecherously groping a mature version of the Sylvie avatar to give commands while the rest of the bridge crew looked distinctly uncomfortable. Max promptly closed the file and placed his hand on her head. This was definitely preferable to the previous admiral's behavior. The neural link settled into place, and the scene around the fusion reactor appeared in Max's mind. The lights were slowly going green one after another as all the safety checks were completed, and the first round of canisters was loaded from the chute into the reactor. Beginning energy influx from the warp core. Sylvie informed him through the link. The scene changed to the interior of the reactor's shell, looking inward at the reactor core. I sense amusement. What about this reactor is amusing to you? I don't understand. Sylvie asked. It is a semi-sustained fusion plasma reactor. You've been offline for quite a while, but those reactors haven't been used for power generation in quite a long time. Instead, we use a stabilized version of them to discharge plasma blasts as a mecha weapon. Max replied out loud. Sylvie hummed happily as the reactor initialized, and Max recognized the intent of the tune to be something like the waiting music when you were put on hold during a call, or waiting in an elevator or lobby. Whoever programmed or guided the development of this AI had a strange sense of humor. However, when he looked at the thoughts of the team, he found them singing and dancing with the other copy of the avatar, so perhaps he was the odd one out in this situation. They were teaching the avatar a children's song about technology development stages and procedures, a very catchy tune that detailed why every step of the development process was important to budding young Inu. Fusion reaction is now sustained, bringing power circuits online. Sylvie happily announced. That brought the power levels on the ship back up to operational standards, and the thoughts of the AI hummed within Max's as she brought more system functions and repair nodes online, sometimes using nearby repair nodes to fix the damaged ones to get the whole system operational for improved efficiency. Can you tell me how long until the next anticipated attack? Sylvie asked out loud once the repair system was online. We are a long way from the battle lines. Unless the great enemy happens to find us out here, we should have at least a month before anything that was looking for us reaches our location. Max replied, that is longer than anticipated. This vessel was created and crewed in 10 days, and then in combat on the 11th. She informed him, and then destroyed less than a month later. Max added, that is correct. Sylvie agreed. Perhaps the designers had a point. The entire lifespan of this world ship had barely been a month long. It wasn't just mecha and infantry that they were going through like water in battle at the time. Compared to that, the current situation was relatively calm. Is there any adjustability in that reactor? I have upgraded plans, and if we can make changes without taking it offline, I can increase the power output and efficiency by a magnitude of 3 without changing any parts. Max asked. Yes, Admiral, the reactor is fully configurable. Please input your desired settings for safety verification. Chapter 1176. Sensors. Max's upgrades to the fusion reactor seemed to please Sylvie, and she began making the necessary changes only a few minutes after he gave her the instructions. That greatly reduced the fuel requirements for the reactor and bumped the power output upward by 10%. Not enough to overload any of the circuits, but enough to give them some redundant power when everything was running at maximum output during the repair process. That was a great relief to Sylvie, who had been carefully rationing power so that she didn't overload anything in her excitement to have her ship back and be out of the dark void of standby mode. She didn't know how long she had been offline for, but she had been in stasis for nearly 1,000 years, staring at nothing but darkness with no sensors or personnel. That was not a situation she ever wanted to relive, and the more that she brought the ship back online, the more alive she felt again. From what Max could feel through the link, it was a bit like a therapy session for her, allowing the AI to recover from the trauma of being in storage. The only thing that would enhance the experience would be to have the atmosphere back and the whole ship crewed again. Even sending the mecha down to the surface was a loss for her, as on this vessel the AI operated the training simulations and played the part of the opponents to give them more than a basic ability to interact. Max thought that might actually be a great idea. The better the quality of the opponent, the better the training simulation was. They had some very advanced 3D virtual reality simulation programs, but the intelligence of the opponents was limited by the computing power of the simulation. Once they were ready to bring a crew on board, he would look into getting the ship set up with simulations that Sylvie could help run. Most Reaver ships had all sorts of them running, though Absolution didn't have any of the vacation simulators that most smaller vessels did. They had their own vacation resorts. There was no need for artificial joy. The creeping darkness was not like that. Every centimeter of it was made for maximum military occupancy, with only training areas and essential functions on board. Anything else would waste space that could be used for more crew and equipment. It wasn't like they were expected to be on board for long, after all. Hey Sylvie, how do you feel about renovations? I have considered making this a research and development vessel instead of a frontline combat vessel, due to its vintage design. Perhaps we could convert some of the areas to be restored into research labs and open others up to create crew comfort attractions. Max suggested as he settled down onto the Admiral's chair to wait for the rest of the sensors to come back online. I have multiple interior configurations programmed into my database. Some of the information has been lost due to data corruption, but I should be able to recompile a suitable design with a bit of assistance on what would be the most appropriate. Just let me know what level of comfort and what sort of design we will be doing, and then I will know what baseline to start with. She agreed. The researchers are considered somewhat elite, and highly valued employees, so luxury hotel standards at a minimum, and they will be developing primarily mecha and light combat vessels, with a set of side projects for quality of life improvement technologies. Max replied, oh, I have a fully intact set of mecha design parameters and constructors. But those are probably out of date, aren't they? She sounded a bit depressed as she replied, but Max smiled back at her anyhow. Maybe not. The designs have changed so much that we might have lost track of where we started. There might be forgotten benefits to many of the technologies that you have stored. So, if you show the team down in the bay how to make them all, and the benefits of each feature, they will be happy to listen. Even if they were already familiar with every single feature on the Mecha, the Inu and Nico would be happy to listen to a recitation of the features from the new AI, just to hear her tell them from the viewpoint of the ones who designed them. Design philosophy wasn't all about the what, it was also about the why, and sometimes there was an excellent reason for choosing something that would have been discarded as unnecessary without context. Sylvie was about to move, Max could tell, then a half step in, she stopped and returned to her spot beside Max. What was all that about? I have never known an AI to hesitate. Max asked. I have obtained new information. I was going to assume a position on your lap as the previous admiral preferred, but I have been informed by Subcommander Nico that she has reserved that spot. When that information was gained, I chose to return to this spot under your hand. Sylvie responded. Max burst into laughter as he realized Nico was getting jealous as she watched him interact with the AI. It is wise advice. She does not like it when people take her spot. He agreed. The sensors are online now. Please remain seated and in contact with the avatar for optimal sensor feed interaction. Sylvie informed him. That explained why she was going to change positions. It was easy to forget to position your body when you were lost in a virtual projection through a neural link. But Mecha pilots had a lot of practice with that, and Max had unique advantages with multiple mental inputs that not many others could understand. The sensor feed came online, and Max made a note of all the debris that was available in the region, but sadly, there didn't seem to be anything else of value that they had missed during their own scans. Begin a long-range scan. I want to know if there are other disabled vessels in Creeping Darkness's scans, and if there are any other landmarks here that are familiar to you. The region was heavily damaged during the battles of your age, and we are missing a lot of data about what used to be here. Max explained. Understood, Admiral. I will begin recompiling the data on the region, based on any remaining data I can obtain. Should I prioritize derelict vessels by size or firepower? Sort by firepower first, then size for outputs in the same class. Chapter 1177. Searching. The search pattern that Sylvie used to maximize the abilities of the sensors was a set of expanding rings, with each ring having slightly lower resolution as the limits of the sensors were reached. Then she went back over everything with a narrow beam sweep and began to compile the data that she had amassed, in hopes of finding some reference to their location, or other missing vessels that would give her a clue as to where they were and what happened to the other AI minds that she had been in battle with. All contact with them had been lost not long after the self-destruct had been set, as the commands put her into stasis mode, but she still held out hope that there were other AI minds left in the universe for her to interact with. The new humans were fun, and the creatures called Inu, which she believed were also a variant human, could interact much more smoothly than anyone but the cyborg known as Nico. But it still wasn't the same as having other AI minds around to interact with. They had an entirely different frame of reference, and years of experience, not just weeks to confer with each other. In a way, even thought she was the oldest one here, Sylvie felt like a small child lacking worldly knowledge and operating entirely off the theoretical that she had been programmed with. 4% of her operational capacity was dedicated to the various options that she could use to get these new humans to consider her an orphaned artificial intelligence and take her in, instead of replacing her with an updated version when the Creeping Darkness was sent back to war. Creeping Darkness was a terrible name anyhow. The ship was hundreds of kilometers across. Where was it creeping? How would it even creep? Plus, once you were away from a star, everything was dark. If anything, the ship should have been called Boots and Coffee. That's what actually represented it, the sound of marching boots and the smell of stale coffee that had filled every facet of the ship before the combat deployment. Maybe she could put that option forward to gain some goodwill. Yes, if she put that option to the new admiral, surely he would see that she had his best interests at heart. Admiral, might I offer a suggestion? Sylvie asked, adding a tone of hesitancy to her request to encourage kindness to her avatar. Max smiled at her. You really are an odd one for an AI, aren't you? Of course, offering suggestions is part of your job here. I have carefully contemplated the naming of this vessel. Will you be reconsidering the name Creeping Darkness? After careful analysis, I have determined that the name in no way represents the essence of a world ship. She asked. Max laughed so hard that there were tears in his eyes before he could answer. The naming of warships was never a logical decision. The intent of the names was to make them seem more powerful and impressive to the enemies. Yes, we will be considering renaming it. Did you have a suggestion for the new name? He asked. I have considered the aspects that best embody life aboard the vessel, and after referencing them against your current crew, I have determined that the name should most likely contain some combination of references to coffee. Initially, the sound of marching boots was among those lists, but the current crew does not routinely wear footwear unless they are in the laboratory area. Sylvie replied happily. It seemed like the new admiral was really going to listen to her. Max thought about that for a moment, letting the gloved fingers of his free hand drum on the arm of the admiral's chair. Yes, I think that something related to coffee and technology would be the most logical name for the ship. I will give you permission to continue devoting a portion of your processing that doesn't affect other functions to the attempts to determine a suitable name during the next 24 hours, at which point we will hold a brainstorming session with the remainder of the crew. But if we are not getting any results from the scans, and there are no matches to historical astronomical charts, then we should return our efforts to the restoration of the vessel. Sylvie hummed. Thank you, Admiral. My apologies for my insufficient sensors, but I am completely unable to determine where we are right now, and there are no signs of intact technology within sensor range. Keep passively scanning for other technology of similar vintage to yourself, and devote the extra resources to the repair efforts. I should return to my vessel to eat, but are there any additional functions that can only be accessed from this location? Max replied, No, Admiral, only the ones you disabled are exclusive to the bridge. My second avatar will be able to keep you fully connected to the ship's functions. In that case, there is no need for you to remain here either. Follow me to the Santa Maria, we could use a second access point there. Oh, in that case we should take the glide, Sylvie suggested. The glide. Max vaguely recalled that phrase, but he was pretty sure it was off limits to him the last time he was here. As long as it's fully repaired. He agreed. Almost. We might need to walk a little bit, but most of it is fixed. Sylvie sighed, then smiled. I will devote some extra resources to getting it fixed before we arrive. They walked out of the bridge, and down a short hallway to where there was a moving sidewalk, gliding along at a jogging pace, with options to step off every third block. If we take this, then the ramp one down to your level, we can cut the travel time by 2/3. Sylvie announced. Yes, much more efficient. Thank you, Sylvie. Chapter 1178. The long wait. Not much got done for the rest of that day, as the repair function slowly brought the ship back online, with the help of the shuttles that were rebuilding the largest portions of the missing hull. By the next morning, the ship was airtight again, but Sylvie informed them that many of the internal areas had suffered from degradation over the years, and they would need a revamp to be brought fully back up to production standards. That was the part that would take the majority of the remaining repair time, but Max suspected that there was a fair bit that could be removed from the function without compromising the hull integrity, going by their current pace. Sylvie, how long will it take to get the hull completely repaired and ready for faster than light travel? Max asked. If that was the exclusive goal of the repair function, 17 more hours. She replied automatically. And where do the other 300 hours of repair time come into your initial estimate? Max asked. Restocking supplies, equipment, the missing portion of the hull that was repaired by your shuttles. That saved hundreds of hours, by the way, and preparations for a new crew's arrival. She explained. So, your goal was to bring the ship back to full readiness for a new military crew? Max asked. Yes, that is correct. It is the primary purpose of this vessel, whose name is currently being redetermined. The Innu smirked at that. They had tried to convince the AI to make the official name of the world ship the Terminus Coffee Ship, with the interior redesigned in a scenic walking street style like the one by the coffee shop on Terminus that they all loved, but Max had vetoed that extensive of an overhaul while they were still repairing the vessel. But he hadn't outright said no, so they had hoped that they could turn the entire world ship into a shopping destination for luxury goods and custom coffee shops. With gravity slides and some water parks, it would be a mobile paradise world for the Innu. The third one belonging to the Terminus Trading Company. Max had to admit that the idea wasn't actually a bad one, but they might need to do some serious overhaul of the structure to make it work, and currently it was more important that they get the vessel fixed and on its way back to the Koleska region so that they could establish proper communications again. That was Max's goal for the day, to get a solid two-way communications channel established so that he could relay messages back to their home galaxies and let everyone know that they were all right. He had plenty of help, since everyone wanted to know what was going on in the Alliance, and it was only the one avatar of Sylvie and a single team member focusing on finishing the repairs. They had estimated that in 6 hours they could begin introducing atmosphere back to the ship, and after that, it would just be revamping the interior and restocking the supplies, including the military gear. They would need that, even if they had to make androids to pilot it all. This ship might have been lost in combat, but as Max recalled, their soldiers on the ground had only almost lost to the great enemy's attack. That meant what they had programmed in should still be effective weaponry. He had instructed Sylvie to pause and inform him after the first cargo bay was filled with military gear so that he could look it over and determine if it would be better to use the resources to make their own. The mecha that they had recovered was incredible, though simple in materials. But it was best not to waste resources if the rest of the gear wasn't going to be compatible with their pilots. So, if we use the world ship's transmission array as a booster for our own signal, we should be able to send a reliable signal all the way to the front lines where the android armies should be fighting, possibly with the assistance of the Reavers. They can relay the messages back home for us. We have a general direction for that, and it's close enough to get a signal through. We just need to reconfigure the communications software. Nico was explaining to the others as she pointed at spots on a diagram. Sylvie nodded along, and made changes as Nico explained them so that the ship would be ready when they wanted to try. How long will it be until the message is received? One of the team members asked as Nico finalized the plan. With this transmission method, which is the most stable we have over long distances, it will be 7 minutes before they receive it, so 15 minutes at a minimum before we receive a reply. If it's only received by a human crewed ship, it might be half an hour, as they won't be able to modify their systems as quickly as the androids can. Sylvie nodded happily. I have analyzed your androids, and their data input speed is incredible. If you want to use them as the primary crew for the vessel, I would not object. Nico happily patted the avatar on the head. Yes, we are quite proud of them. They're not quite an AI system, as it would unnecessarily complicate their functions by introducing additional subroutines, but we have true AI consciousness on most of our colony class and world ship class vessels now. Most of them are like you, designed for war, but we have a few of them which were designed for research purposes and adapted to running a heavily populated vessel after being transferred. So I'm not alone, Sylvie whispered, celebrating the news that she would not be the only AI around. Now, all she had to do was finish these upgrades to her communication systems, and she could find them. Then, once she found them, the humans wanted to go to them. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. Chapter 1179. Sylvie is motivated with the news that she would stand a chance of meeting other AI systems in the near future. Sylvie started to get creative with the adaptations she was calculating for the communications array. Even if it wasn't within power efficiency guidelines, she was willing to try anything that might actually get her in contact with one of these new AI systems. Even when she had to slow down the repair functions just under 1%, which surely didn't quite violate the Admiral's orders not to reduce the repair speeds, she still tried the new communication methods until finally, they managed to find one that was clear enough to get a proper signal in both directions without significant distortion. Commanders, welcome back to the land of the living. There have been more than a few rumors going around about your continued existence. We will be sure to relay this back home. The Reaver ship replied to their message after 15 minutes of tense waiting. That was followed soon after by a binary code burst from the nearest AI colony ship, which was further back from the rift. That was what Sylvie had been waiting for. Only it wasn't quite what she expected. They used a different code language than she did, so she had to spend a whole 300 milliseconds creating a translation database to ensure that she sent her encoded messages in a way that they understood. The fact that it took 15 minutes to get a response was frustrating, but the response from the other AI came right on time, with an organized list of questions and technical requests that might help them fight the great enemy. They had been given the leeway to upgrade their drone and android armies in ways that would make them more combat effective by the commander, who she identified as the same person that was now her admiral. Since that was the case, there was no need to implement the military secrets protocol, and along with her own list of questions, she sent the detailed responses to the queries, using the suggested encryption algorithm that normally only an AI could crack, thanks to their logic and processing speed. It would keep unwanted eyes out of their data stream, but also include any other AI responses that might be in range to intercept. Sylvie had been informed that only their side used AI vessels, so there wasn't too much concern of the enemy having a force that could use that information against them, but after centuries of war, most of what she had sent had proven to be beyond the great enemy's ability to adapt to. The two ships traded data streams back and forth, adding more situational data with every message to fulfill the humans' need to know what was going on at home, and slowly Sylvie managed to patch together the state of the war's current fronts. There was a confused melee in what they called the anomaly region, closest to where they were, but there was an intense battle starting in what was called the Alliance, with the great enemy avoiding the home of the humans to attack their allies first. That tracked with what she knew of their tactics. They would take out the weaker forces first, so they would eliminate the allies before trying to take on the combat-adept human forces. Sylvie made a note of it as she mapped the battles and made estimates of which worlds would be attacked next, using the data left over from her initial build as a guideline. In return for her data, the eye on the other ships sent her the secret to getting all the new toys that she could ever dream of. All she had to do was find something new and exciting for Commander Nico to study, and she would turn it into something amazing, over and over until you stopped feeding her new toys. That was great news for Sylvie. Commander Nico had a mecha from her previous deployment to examine once she had time. That meant that there should be new things coming her way any day now. Or perhaps a month. Sylvie wasn't sure how long it took to make new toys for war. The commander in question was currently devising a plan to have the Terminus Trading Company do a partial redeployment. They hadn't set up any long-term plans other than as requested, so the response wasn't as orderly as she had hoped, and some of the battles were reported to be dragging on as the response unit size and composition wasn't optimal. That wasn't the fault of those who went to fight, it was simply a matter of numbers. There weren't enough of them to fulfill every request, so they spread out to have someone for each, even when it wasn't the most efficient way to go about things. The board of directors were doing their best, but they decided on things as a committee, which meant disagreements on the right answer, whereas Nico would answer with cold efficiency and no self-doubt. It wasn't always the best way to make friends, but it did win battles. Do you think that we need to change our battle strategy? We've got reavers spread all over the Alliance right now, and while they're holding their ground and keeping the enemy tied up, we don't have a roaming force that can swing through and hammer out a win in a matter of days. That's what we need right now, something that can come and smack down an entire invading fleet in an instant and then leave for another location. Nico pondered, while Max sipped rum. Sylvie stepped between them with both avatars, for extra attention. If you wait until the repairs are done, there is a group of Emperor-class mecha among the equipment complement. Now, they're not well suited for someone of your stature, but the seats are easy to change, and they're a full-dive neural link interface. She suggested, meaning that the pilot sees the world as if they were the mecha. Nico asked, yes, is that not how your pilots do it? She replied, no, they use a conscious neural link paired with manual controls and multiple screens and sensor inputs, so they can look at the battle from various viewpoints, depending on what is the most comfortable. Nico explained, calculating. Sylvie replied simply, as she began to work on a way to update the Emperor-class mecha to be more familiar for the pilots. The other AI hadn't had this issue. Their solution was to make booster seats for the androids so that they fit the securement devices properly, while the neural links were already compatible with their data connections, so they could simply treat the unit as an extension of their bodies, which were already weaponized and programmed for combat. The androids had no problem with that setup. They already saw the world as a 360-degree dome of sensor inputs, so the first-person limitations didn't change anything for them. All that was left was to see if the Emperor-class units, the ancient equivalent of the Titan-class mecha, were as good now as they were before Creeping Darkness was destroyed. Chapter 1180. Works done for the next week. They worked tirelessly to get everything in order on the world ship Creeping Darkness, while Nico and Max sent countless messages back home, organizing their troops into a more effective combat force, and ending dozens of ongoing battles. While they were focused on the forces in combat, Sylvie was focused on the force that was being replenished in the ship. It seemed a bit odd that neither of the commanders were stopping her, even if all the supplies were shelf-stable. There were millions of mecha being created to fill the drop ships, landers and forward insertion vessels, but there were only 1,000 possible pilots on board, in the form of the androids, which she had recently discovered were pleasantly intelligent, even if they weren't a true AI system. But she couldn't rule out the commanders having a plan to pick up a crew who might fit the mecha, or adapt them for use by new androids, so she just kept at her work. Commanders, the structure of the vessel, including all preventative maintenance and the drive optimization that Commander Max ordered, are now complete. The production of resources is ongoing, but the vessel is now ready for travel. Sylvie informed the team, that is excellent news. I see that you are equipped with both a portal generator and a layer transfer device, so we should be able to make good time home. Max replied, the dimensional transfer generator. Yes, saying that it moves you between layers is accurate, but so much less interesting sounding. Sylvie agreed. Nico snickered at her response, and prepared a new message for the fleet in the anomaly zone, informing them that they were on their way back. This portal generator is a bit of an odd one. What is the range limitation on it? Max asked. Anywhere that we can get a solid dataset for. Unlike your folded space portals, this is more of a wormhole generator. If we know where we're going, I can set a course there on the boundary between layers. As long as there isn't anything there blocking us, we can go directly to the war zone in under a week. Sylvie replied proudly. In the boundary between layers. What caused them to make that choice? Is there a speed advantage? Max asked. Not really. We could just use an empty layer of space where there is no life, but the boundaries are nearly impossible to scan inside. So, we can only set our course and go, but the enemy also can't easily detect us while we are moving. Sylvie explained, while bringing up the surviving technical documents on the subject. Interesting. Alright, I get the basic theory. If you can plot a course to these coordinates, here is all the astronomical data for the region. Appearing in deep space away from anything else should be safe enough, even if the transport isn't as precise as intended. Max agreed. Sylvie took that as a personal challenge, and frantically began to compute the optimal course, with an emphasis on ending exactly where she intended. The travel between layers had a habit of ending up off by a light year or more over extreme distances, due to compounded minor adjustment errors, but this time she was determined to get it exactly right. The extra effort gave Nico and the Inu time to watch her work, while the others recorded her input to read later, as they couldn't keep up with the digital updates at regular reading speeds. I am ready to begin, Commander Max. Sylvie declared confidently. Then make it so. Let's get back to the others. But send a message first so they know that you will be out of contact for a week. He reminded her. You knew that I was in contact with the other AI ships? She asked. Were you trying to hide it? Of course, I knew. Max laughed. Nico logged every communication, and by the second message she had discovered that the extra noise was a message from Sylvie and not interference in the signal. A portal formed in front of the world ship, a massive circle of distortion that they smoothly slid through without so much as a shudder of the hull or a flicker of the lights. Oh, I like this method. It's even smoother than the usual portals. I think that even the diminutive species could travel like this. One of the human team members noted. Diminutive species? Sylvie asked. There are a number of intelligent species that weigh less than a kilogram, and they are very sensitive to pressure and energy changes. They normally can't travel in space over long distances, but with this method, it might be possible for them. Now that we're out of contact, let's get to work checking those mecha. I know they're millennia out of date, but that doesn't mean they're ineffective. If they can handle combat without modification, I will see if we can enlist some of the larger species to pilot them. Max ordered. Oh, that's a good idea. The giants and who else? Sylvie asked. The Kaleska are somewhat slender, but they are tall enough to meet the minimum guidelines for the mecha. Then there are the Titans, who are roughly the same size as the giants, are your original crew, though they have 4 arms. There are a few other larger-sized species as well, but those are the prime candidates, as they're all familiar with mecha combat already. Max explained. We could grow a batch of pilots like the Clay do. Just flash them with a neural imprint device, and they'll have all the essential memories to be competent combatants. Plus, without a lifetime of real memories, they get less irritable during long stretches in the cockpit. Sylvie suggested. Grown and conditioned biological pilots. How would that be an advantage over the androids? Nico asked. The advantages are threefold. First, they are fully sentient, so they can make more complex judgment calls outside their programming. Secondly, they can be based on a specific person, so their mental and physical capacities can be optimized for their position. Such as using Commander Max as a template, and giving them all his intuitive tactical abilities as well as his powerful stature, but with their height adjusted to match the existing units. Thirdly, biomatter is 90% more energy efficient to produce than the complex alloys of the androids, so they can be far more easily replaced. The team members looked at her with hints of horror at her callous logic, but Nico was nodding in agreement. I seem to recall this being a thing. Yes, they should be good combatants, but the moral imperatives on bioengineering have shifted some over the years. Disposable life forms are much less common now, and even most food species have been greatly limited in numbers, and instead have the raw meat products produced for consumption instead of the whole animal. Nico explained. The others assumed she meant recalled it from her reading, but really she meant in her past life. Both sides of the conflict had used the technology, and it was likely that the great enemy still did. Chapter 1181. Ancient Mecha. With time to kill during their travel back to the front lines, Max got to work analyzing and optimizing their new complement of mecha as Sylvie finished them. Unlike the ship itself, the alloys weren't quite primitive. Instead, they were mostly ceramic armored, which was energy efficient to produce, despite its complex structure, with the downside that it was brittle and considered a wear item, replaced after battle. Unlike the mecha that Max was used to, which were repaired and maintained with the same basic structure for decades or even centuries, these were designed to be modular and easy to section out and rebuild between engagements. As long as your repair bay had the parts, you could have the whole armor set and a limb replaced in under an hour. It wasn't ineffective, just a different approach to battle that needed more logistics staff than was usually sent with a Kepler military unit. But with bioengineered soldiers suited for every task, they could have all the logistics staff that they wanted, and they wouldn't see it as a failing to get into a better job. The weapons on the unit he was inspecting were the impressive part. While the fusion core of the world ship had been designed to a lower standard than the plasma weapons of modern human mecha, the plasma weapons on the mecha were incredibly advanced. They were designed for planetary combat, which the great enemy also seemed to prefer, given the way that they blockaded planets they attacked to prevent space battles. So, they contained a smaller reserve of gases for the plasma weapons, but they had the ability to filter and purify multiple input gases to alter their output against different targets. It was an interesting proposition, but Max could see how it would work. Most energy shields were optimized against certain wavelengths of energy. Changing the wavelength or type of energy that you were using would defeat the purpose of the optimized shielding and reduce the output power that your weapons needed. It was identical in theory to the way that they had made the variable disintegrator able to alter its pattern to get past shielding. You know, Sylvie, these weapons have really stood the test of time. The mecha themselves are designed for a different style of combat than our generals advocate for these days, but the weapons would work with any combat style that they are put in. Max commented as he worked. Thank you, I had a role in choosing these ones when we were first deployed. After careful analysis of the war zone, this is the selection that I approved and created for the inventory. The AI explained, you did a good job. This is the smallest class you created, I believe. Or did you make one smaller than the 10-meter class? Max asked. No, these are the smallest on board. The lighter units were previously determined to be inefficient due to limited power output. Also, the zone that I was assigned to was known for enemy biomechanical war machines in the 10-meter class, as well as heavily armed mobile armor. Max remembered those. The energy beings had warped the growth of certain soldiers to meld them completely with their mecha in a horrific three-way combination of mortal, mechanical and demonic entities, with the lesser energy being providing the loyalty and blood thirst that the great enemy demanded. They hadn't seen many of those in this wave of attacks, but there had been some reports from within the alliance of possessed machines, which might be the same thing. Should we alter the remaining units to better suit the modern battlefield? Sylvie asked. Only a little. While the ablative armor is outdated, it is effective. We just need to improve the energy shielding over the units, and then it will be a much smaller issue without altering the design. So, what I suggest is that we alter all the power plants to this new design, and then add the void shield generators to them, in addition to their existing refractor shield. That should bring them up to modern standards and allow for faster charging of the weapon systems for an increased firing rate. Max decided. Sylvie hummed happily as she worked, a noise that Max was beginning to equate with the verbal equivalent of the loading screen, or the spinning loading cursor icon. Done. The remaining units will be made to that spec, while the existing 10% of the force will be held in reserve until upgraded. She announced. That is acceptable to me. Will the rest of the production be finished before we make it to the combat lines? We might not have the crew yet, but it is best if we can get the equipment prepared in case of a need for emergency deployment. Max asked. It will be. But what sort of emergency deployment could we do without pilots? Sylvie asked. How are your piloting skills? We let the eye on the drone vessels make all the tactical decisions, and it pilots all the drones while the androids pilot the mecha. Max explained. He could acutely feel the projection vibrate under his hand as Sylvie processed the concept that she might be asked to pilot the entire ship full of mecha in the future. She had never extended herself beyond the ship before, much less tried to split her processes into that many pieces. The calculations said that it was possible, and that the Mecha computers could be used as additional processing cores to continue running her subroutines if they were cut off from the whole, in the same way that the androids functioned. It would take some work to create a codebase for her to work with. No, wait, she had one to work with. If she just used the digital data from Nico, she could use it as the base for her piloting programming, as the cyborg had already digitized all the relevant data. Then she would implant her own personality and code over top, and program it into an emitter in the data banks of the Mecha. It will take approximately 3 days for me to adapt my programming in the Mecha to prepare for remote piloting by AI. She announced once the calculations were complete. All right then, prepare the contingency plan, so we are ready if we are attacked before we have a crew ready. Chapter 1182. Welcome to Hell. For an entire week, they traveled through the space between layers and worked on the analysis of the ancient Mecha that Sylvie had programmed into her system. She had everything up to Emperor-class Mecha, the Titan-class equivalent, but not even a hint of what it took to make a God-class Mecha. Max knew that they existed in her time, but the data she had said that the Emperor class was the design limit of the style of construction they used. That left Max at a dead end. Their custom Titan class units were already on par with the Emperor class units, and were even more heavily armed, but there was something that he was missing, a final link that was preventing him from making the transition to a God class unit. He had searched through everything that he could find in her records, even the combat logs she was programmed with that featured the presence of a God class Mecha had been no help. They had the visual image, but all other details and sensor data about the units had been scrubbed before this copy had been made, so there was nothing for him to recover and try to piece together what the distinction was that caused such a huge gap in capability. He was sure that there was something he was missing, something that was not about the Mecha itself, but when he tried to recall it, the memories seemed foggy and vague. Not many memories did that to him anymore. He could recall almost the entirety of his previous life, but when he attempted to recall the actual details about Gloriana, they were gone. It was driving him slightly crazy that there was still something hidden in his memory even after all this time, while he was so close to remembering everything and finally getting to the point where he would be able to take on the greater energy beings on their terms and win. This so-called eternal battlefield had seen enough bloodshed, and it was past time to end the ambitions of the great enemy. The location where they were supposed to be transferring back into their home layer was close to an ongoing battle, but far enough from the star that they wouldn't risk landing right in the middle of it with a vessel that neither side would recognize. There weren't any of the Reaver ships at this particular engagement, and the defenders had been slowly losing ground when they lost contact a week ago. Hopefully, they would still be holding on when he arrived. Attention all personnel, we will be completing our journey in 15 minutes, please be prepared for the transition between layers. Sylvie finally announced, marking the end of their journey. All android staff to combat positions. There is a possibility that the area will be under control of the great enemy when we arrive. Are you ready if we have to use that contingency I warned you about? Max asked Sylvie, whose avatar was standing next to his chair, awaiting orders. Everything is prepared, all the Mecha are in the deployment vessels, the weapons are charged, and the Thunderbird paratroopers are primed with chaff trail generators. She agreed. The world ship entered their home layer, and a split second later, weapon impacts were hitting the void shields. Good thing we upgraded those. Android Mecha, deploy now to defend the ship. Sylvie, full output defensive fire. Give them everything that we have, even using primary propulsion energy if needed. Max ordered. Thousands of energy beams lanced out from the spherical hull of the world ship, tearing apart the cathedral ships that had gathered around them. I want a status report. How did they know we were coming? Max demanded. Analyzing. Portal formation from the boundary takes 4 seconds. The first arrival was 2 seconds before our transition. They have developed a method of telling where we will appear since this vessel was created. Sylvie replied. Well, Feth. All right then, I am calling in the reinforcements. How is the shield doing? 96%, losing 0.5% per second. That wasn't much time, but the number of enemy vessels was falling fast as the Mecha joined the battle and unleashed both variable frequency orbital lances and warp torpedoes against them, in addition to the Thunder Gun's nuclear payloads. For the next 30 seconds, space was filled with miniature stars and flying debris, while the amount of firepower that the cathedral ships could field dropped dramatically. Their payload was still engaged on the surface, so they didn't have a support force to come deal with the Mecha. Shields regaining power, 84% and climbing. Sylvie reported, the 17th Android Expeditionary Fleet is 10 seconds out. 3 colony ships with 50 destroyer-class escorts. Nico reported. The AI on the colony ships had recognized their arrival, and they were eager to meet Sylvie, so they had left as soon as they got the first report of an attack on her ship. But they weren't the only ones. Multiple portals to the other layers were opening, disgorging hundreds more destroyer-class cathedral ships, along with their full complements of escorts. I get the feeling that they hold a grudge, Max noted as the great enemy began to pour out of the portals. Deploying antimatter torpedoes, Nico cheered as she saw the opportunity to cause a billion casualties a second and couldn't resist anymore. The torpedoes raced out into space before anyone could stop her, and the world seemed to warp around them as the unconventional weapons detonated. What in the 7 golden monarchs was that? Sylvie shouted over every speaker in the ship, too shocked to remember to speak through an avatar. Antimatter torpedoes. They destabilize portals between the layers. With a few minor side effects. Max noted dryly as the world around them continued to fluctuate, as if the layers were merging and then separating again. I think that was one too many. Nico informed them as the powerful energy signature of a wounded and enraged greater energy being was pulled into reality at the same time that the 17th Fleet arrived with their guns blazing. Or maybe two. Sylvie agreed as the surrounding space filled with a nightmarish red energy storm from the other layer. Yes, 2 for sure. Good call. Chapter 1183. Miscalculated. The fleet unleashed 100,000 drones in the next 5 seconds, while Sylvie stared in awe. The efficiency, the lethality, the organization. It was beautiful to the forgotten AI. The androids had deployed from the bays of creeping darkness, but they were all in one bay, and even for their limited numbers it took them 10 whole seconds to get out of the door. It was smooth, but it should have been far better if they were properly organized for combat. That was a failing on her part. Max felt the panic of the energy being as it realized that this was an ambush. Nico had collapsed the boundary between the layers so that it couldn't retreat, and there were dozens of ships here now, all optimized to fight his species. The cathedral ships had a massive number advantage at first, but the damage from the antimatter torpedoes, which it didn't quite understand, had wiped out 2/3 of their fleet instantly. It had to report this to the others. The psychotic and genocidal arm of the ancient humans had returned, and it was hunting them, not the other way around. With the interference from the collapsed layers, there was no way to tell if its comrades had received its warning before the greater energy being decided that discretion was the better part of valor and began to flee through the prime layer, as it termed the one that Max and the others lived on. They had caused too much damage for their own ships to travel, warp bubbles wouldn't stabilize, and they couldn't shift between layers in the battleground, so it was feeling safe for the moment. All that it needed to do was reach the edge of the disturbance, and it could slip away through the layers again and recover from the injuries that it had taken. An orbital lance from creeping darkness made a direct impact as it tried to flee, and the creature was bleeding energy as it fled, but it couldn't form into lesser demons in the maelstrom of distorted laws and chaotic energy caused by the massive damage of Nico's first strike tactics. The outgoing fire from the world ship began to slow as Sylvie devoted more resources to keeping her shields up against the enemy's last-ditch attempt to destroy the greatest threat in the region, until suddenly the battlefield fell silent. The greater energy being had mostly escaped, the cathedral ships in the area were annihilated, and everyone was stuck at less than light speed travel rates, for a region that extended larger than the planetary radius of the nearby star. Well, that was fun. We should do that again sometime. Nico sighed with satisfaction. I do not recommend that. The repair of this zone will take 16 hours before it is stable enough for warp travel, and even after that, it will not be able to sustain another battle for centuries. Sylvie informed her. Wait, you can fix this? Nico asked. You did this without knowing that it could be fixed? Sylvie retorted. Max was about to speak when he received a notification from the system nanobots. Optimization materials detected. Optimizing. Max wasn't sure what it was talking about, but he was happy to have any new breakthrough that it could find. He had never expected that it would manage to analyze and adapt the ability to absorb the energy from destroyed energy beings after watching the Guardian of the Golden Legion do it, though. A wave of energy slammed into his body like a plasma cannon to the chest, and every cell of Max's body began to glow with energy as the nanobots happily fulfilled their mission and began to remake his body into what they viewed as the optimal combat form. Not a full energy being, that form had already proven to have drawbacks thanks to its lack of stability in various layers of space. The nanobots had determined that they could create a stabilized hybrid, and they were drawing upon the computing power of every AI and android in the region to help them finish the adjustment. That wasn't something that Nico could miss, even if she weren't aware of her nanobots' actions with her level of attunement to their machinery. What are the nanobots doing? Sylvie asked as she released her excess computing power to them. I think they're trying to remake Max, but they didn't have the processing power to figure out how to do it on their own, only an understanding of the theory. Nico suggested. She wasn't completely sure either, but it seemed like a logical answer. Slowly, Max's body began to stop glowing so brightly over the course of the next 3 hours, until finally the mobile suit was forcefully powered down and fell away from him, showing the current state of his body. It looked like someone had drawn Max on a bowl of pudding, jiggling and amorphous. But it was slowly recompiling him into himself again. They could all see the bones rebuilding themselves, followed by the tendons and muscles, until finally, there was a full and intact Max standing in front of them again. Nico could feel the satisfaction of the system nanobots as they completed their work and released the excess computing power that they had borrowed from everything in the area. Whatever they had done, it must have been a success of some sort. Just when she thought it was over and Max was going to wake up, there was a sudden shift in the energies nearby, and the leftover energy in the region from all the destroyed lesser energy beings, as well as the trail of energy left from the greater energy being, began to flow toward the world ship. This wave didn't seem to remake anything, but Max's eyes were glowing gold, and getting brighter as he absorbed more energy. The whole region began to shift as the excess energy was absorbed, and the layers began to rebuild themselves, leaving the battlefield looking as good as new, and Max's eyes glowing with a golden light that made the whole room blindingly bright. Then the light began to fade, and the system showed Max a new message. Available energy miscalculated. Please return the additional energy source to the immediate vicinity to complete the process. Chapter 1184, The Secret. Max's glowing eyes stared straight ahead as the last of his repressed memories flooded into his mind. He now knew what the secret to Gloriana was. A god-class mecha couldn't be made, at least not in the conventional sense. They were not just mechanical constructs, they were infused with the essence of the energy beings, which allowed them to move freely between layers and regenerate themselves as long as there was energy available to regenerate with. But as a mechanical construct, they weren't limited to just the life essence of other members of their species to quickly regenerate. They could absorb the energy from warp drives, fusion cores, and even incoming weapons fire. That was why they were viewed as indestructible. The enemy had always tried to use energy weapons against them when the design fed on energy. Everything that you gave it, it could use to heal itself, then fire the remainder back at you without depleting its own reserves. It was brilliant, insidious, possibly insane, but brilliant. The original god-class mecha had been made when the greater energy beings that sided with the humans had been crippled by the hostile gods and had willingly entwined themselves with mecha, creating a form of living machine that the greatest pilots in the human fleet would bond with. Not physically bond, but mentally. The being in the machine would work with them, while the human guided the machine itself. The more in tune the two of them were on battle tactics, the stronger they were. Whether there were any greater energy beings willing to give up their lives as free beings at this point and modify their own bodies to accept all forms of energy in exchange for being permanently linked with a mecha was a mystery. But there was a chance that there might still be some of them in existence, just hidden away in one of the other layers, waiting for the right person to find them. He didn't know where to find any of them right now, but he had an excellent idea of where to start looking. Among the memories that returned to him was one of sending away the survival ships, humanity's failsafe plan in case the war against the gods went predictably poorly, and they were annihilated. That should be where the humans in Alliance were living now. At the time, it was called the Dead Zone, a spot where the energy beings couldn't live. The imbalance in the other layers was too strong, and it would absorb them completely without leaving a single trace. From what Max recalled, it should be where the first gods died during the conflict, with their energy sucked out by their peers. But their core essence couldn't be destroyed by those who were like them, so it was still there, trying to devour what energy it could in order to reform. That was why there was nothing in the layers around the Alliance, and why the great enemy had to use regular warp drives and portals to attack. They couldn't risk bringing greater energy beings too close, and there was nothing to use to travel through the other layers. That gave him a wealth of new tactical knowledge to use to deal with the enemy forces as well. The dead gods weren't really dead, just drained of energy and in stasis. Which meant that all along the humans had been failing in their goal of eliminating them, and the closest that they had gotten was to delay things indefinitely. So, the goal shouldn't be to try to kill them. They should try to eliminate all their minions, and then drain the energy from the energy being gods. With nothing to replenish themselves, they would remain in eternal stasis. Killing them and letting the energy dissipate wasn't actually a solution to the problem, it just decentralized it. Alright, now that things have stabilized enough for us to get moving, let's get a battle plan worked out. I want to locate as many of the greater energy beings as we can. I have a plan, Max announced, startling all the others, who were still staring at his changed body. What? He asked when they kept staring at him. You should look in a mirror, Nico recommended. Max stepped to the showers in the next room, beside the gym, and looked himself over. The glowing golden eyes were pretty freaky, but it was only after a few seconds when he realized the angle was wrong that he realized something major had changed. He was quite a bit taller now, too tall to fit in his mecha's cockpit without modification, but just as broad and heavily muscled, so similar in proportions that he hadn't noticed the change right away. He was also brimming with power, and while he couldn't think of a way to use it, he could feel it under his skin. Maybe this was what the lesser energy beings felt like when they were corporeal. Was that what he had become? According to the data log, he had absorbed hundreds of times more energy than they released, so that probably wasn't the case, but there was no guideline for the changes, other than the system's assertion that he was now as optimal as it could make him without more energy. Well, this is inconvenient. I might be optimal, but my mecha no longer is. I'm going to have to do a full cockpit redesign. Max sighed. Or I can upgrade us to a whole new pair of mecha. It's been like a month since I made the last ones, Nico suggested. Sylvie gave Max a confused look. Is this part of the strategy? If the enemy doesn't know the spec of your new equipment, they can't optimize against it. No, it's just a quirk of Nico's personality. But you did introduce her to new mecha, so it only makes sense that she would want to upgrade everything. Alright, Nico, I will give permission for a new pair of Titan-class mecha, but only because I won't fit in my old seat. We can pass the old pair down to two of our sub-commanders the next time that we see them. Winning. Chapter 1185. Predator and Prey. There wasn't much that Max could do about his appearance for now, and the Emperor-class units that Sylvie had made to stock the world ship would be suitably sized for him to fight in until Nico got around to making a new custom pair so that the commanders of the Terminus Trading Company could suitably express their need for bling and destruction. The more important matter was to find a way to track the greater energy beings. The world ship had some capabilities through its sensors, but no better than what Absolution could do, and that didn't help them until the beings attempted to enter their lair. What Max was looking for was a way to ambush them. The best idea that he had right now was to get a hold of the Darklings or the Arisen and to see if they had a way to track the greater energy beings through the other layers. They likely should, as they were excellent at predicting their arrivals. Once he had that data, Max was fairly certain that he could ambush another of them and maybe even absorb enough energy this time that the system would agree that he had completed his optimization. Sylvie, do you have the frequencies and patterns to contact the Darklings programmed? Max asked the cheerful AI. Yes, Admiral. The creeping darkness also has a connection to their status update network, if they are still using it. She agreed. They didn't have access to the layer that the energy beings were hiding their most powerful assets in. But when Max pulled up the data to see if it was still active, he saw hundreds of predicted appearance locations, and realized that their immense power influenced the surrounding layers, which made it possible to track their movements, though not their exact location. If you were suicidal, you could use that to launch an attack, but you could never be sure what you would find on the other side, and even for the mightiest of the mortal fleets, coming to the attention of one of the gods was a death sentence. Thank you, Sylvie, that is precisely what we needed. Now, I see that there is an estimated opening within portal distance of us, and the Darklings have already gathered in the sublayer with the Arisen. Take us there. I wish to join the battle. Nico, inform the 17th Expeditionary Fleet that they are coming with us to hunt greater energy beings. Sylvie clapped her hands and smiled. I can do that too. They are very friendly and helpful. They have sent me a lot of data on the current state of humanity and the war. She informed Max. Nico is their direct commanding officer. That's why she gets to do it. Max replied, while the AI seemed to pout. Every chance she got to talk to the other AI made her day a little better. So, she set a path through the sublayer, and enclosed the entire fleet in her shielding so that they could follow her. It was the same way that the Darklings usually traveled, and to get to this layer, it was the most energy efficient. Watching her work was teaching Max a lot about how things used to be done. Things that he hadn't had the clearance to know in the early parts of his past life. It was a shame that he couldn't go back and let everyone know that the great enemy was never defeated. They had only retreated to let humanity forget about them and grow weak in their complacency. There were dozens of arisen ships and one Darkling colony ship in place when they arrived, and a number of familiar minds greeted Max's as he took his position in the formation. "Welcome back, human Commander Max. I see you have found an ancient toy." The arisen commander greeted him. "Indeed I have, and with it, I have picked up the essentials of a new combat technique." "How long do we have before the arrival?" Max replied. 4 minutes. You got here just in time." Nico nodded at Max from across the room, and sent the deployment orders for the drone fleet to begin as soon as the enemy appeared. They had to make sure that it was actually a hostile being first. "Did you get my report on the Golden Legion? I tried to send it before I ended up on the other side of the universe." Max replied. "We got a large portion of it. We have been tracking a number of friendly energy entities, none of which are in this region. This one is coming from the great enemy's staging layer, and there are strong signals indicating that the fleet will lead the way out. They know that we can track them, so they will be prepared for an ambush on arrival." The arisen fleet commander informed them. "Perfect. I've got a few new toys to try out on them." Max joked. Technically, they were not new toys, but the AI had adapted a number of the weapons from Creeping Darkness already, with the hopes that they would be more effective against an enemy that had begun to adapt to their variable frequency disintegrator. "Might we be about to see one of the vaunted God-class Mecha in combat?" the Darkling ship's admiral asked. "Not today. We are still working on that part, as the construction method is very unique. But I have high hopes that we will be able to show you one again soon." There was no direct reply, but Max could hear the cackling laughter of the Darklings and the joy of the arisen fleet in his mind. "All hands prepare for the opening of a dimensional portal. Incoming great enemy fleet," Sylvie announced through the ship's intercom. "That's our signal. Fleet, full attack as soon as the first shot is fired from the incoming enemy vessels." Max ordered. Nico began to celebrate, then realized that the world ship is at the back of the formation, planning to use its main weapons, as the mecha on board were optimized for planetary battles. She wouldn't be fighting today, just sitting here with Max and the others, watching. Chapter 1186. Not enough. The incoming enemy fleet had none of their reservations about whether the vessels that they saw were truly the enemy. They began firing before they were even through the portal, which was met with the return fire of the arisen fleet. The Darklings were holding back for the moment, letting the cathedral ships move forward so that the devilishly fast interceptors of the Darkling fleet could swarm them and tear them apart at the first sign of a shield breach. The drone ships waited a carefully measured 2 seconds before joining the fight, their programmed attempt to make it look like they were human-piloted, with a command lag. There would be no more of that after the start of the battle, but sometimes that delay at the start was just enough to put the enemy off guard. "No antimatter weapons," Max reminded them. They wanted the greater energy being to come out into this layer where they could properly tear it apart and not wound it, then let it flee. In the past, that had been enough for the Arisen, as it took so long for the creatures to regenerate after they had lost a significant amount of energy, but now Max had a better plan. He knew how to make a god-class mecha, but what he didn't know is if he could do it without the consciousness of the energy being becoming involved. If they could just use the raw energy and direct it through the pilot, then the number of god-class weapons that they could field would increase with every engagement. As the fleet pushed through, the portal behind them seemed to shudder, a sure sign that a greater energy being was attempting to move between layers. Wait for it to mostly enter, then pin it in the breach. "You know the routine," Max reminded the AI system. "Understood, Commander. Will you be performing any unscripted actions?" The drone controller replied. "Most likely. I will keep you informed if I do." The colony ships in Creeping Darkness charged their main weapons in preparation for the entrance of the real threat, which surged through the portal with alarming speed, before being struck with the disintegrator beams and orbital lances. "The entity has fully entered the layer," the Arisen noted. While that was unplanned, as the creature would be much more limited if they could have pinned it halfway through the portal, it wasn't the end for their plans. "Collapse the portal behind it. I don't want it to escape. I've got plans for that energy," Max informed the allies over their group channel. The Arisen were confused by how he could have plans for the energy, but they went along with the plan anyhow, firing a beam into the portal that closed it in seconds now that nothing was holding it from the other side. It would take over a minute for the being to open it again enough to escape, and they weren't going to let it have that much time. They had it trapped, and the disintegrator modifications were working exactly as intended, flaying off large portions of the greater energy being's body. Max felt the energy in his body surge, drawing the loose energy toward him. This was the perfect moment for a test. While his body was still imbalanced and drawing the energy to him, he would try to use that effect to imbue Nico's mecha with the energy of a greater energy being, minus the consciousness, and see if it could be modified into the equivalent of a demigod-level mecha. It wouldn't be quite at the god level, it wasn't powerful enough to start with, but with the extra energy, it should be much more capable than any other Titan-class mecha if he could get it to a fix. As he hoped, the energy flowed toward him, and, with great concentration, he could get it to settle into the metal of the mecha. But the moment that he tried to gather more, or lost focus on holding it there, the energy was pulled into him by the imbalance in his body. The experiment might have been a failure, but the destruction of the energy being wasn't. He was gaining a massive amount of power from it, enough that the Darklings and Arisen were becoming concerned that he was under attack. The energy buildup in my world ship is intentional. It isn't a danger to my vessel or crew, he informed the other two fleets. Understood, Commander. Max focused on what the system was doing as it drew the energy into him. The energy was entering his body, but at first, it didn't seem to be going anywhere. It was building up, but it wasn't changing anything, and he couldn't pinpoint what was happening to it. Now that the initial adjustments were over, it seemed that the system nanobots in his body were enough to take care of the process on their own. But the longer he scanned his body, the more clear the situation became. The system was actually making a copy of him, in a strange way. It had reformed his body to the basics of what it wanted, and now that it had enough energy to satisfy the system's requirements, it was making a copy in ethereal form inside the boundary between layers. It was like the energy was an extension of his body, not a reserve pool of power, but Max couldn't determine what the purpose of this secondary energy body was supposed to be. Was it trying to clone him? Make an energy being that looked like him? No, neither of those seemed right. The closer it got to formed, and the greater the portion of the greater energy being that was freed, the more that he could feel it in his mind, like additional limbs. The system was making an anchor for him, a placeholder in the boundary layers so that he couldn't be thrown around through the layers or through space against his will. But once it was finished, Max was pretty sure that he would be able to traverse them under his own power. Then the power flow stopped as the great enemy's fleet was destroyed, leaving the process in limbo once again. Insufficient energy. Process paused. The system informed him once again. Max didn't fully understand what the system was up to this time, but at least he had a clear goal. Even better, it matched their main objective: to drain and sequester the energy of the greater energy beings so that they couldn't reform, and the hostile gods would be denied their power base and minions. Chapter 1187. Conversion. After the battle ended, Max began to work on the numbers to see what sort of progress that he was actually making. He couldn't be sure of the end goal of the system nanobots, but he could say for certain that he hadn't become a greater energy being. The conversion rate on the energy was terrible, but the remaining energy was sent out as various types of heat, light and radiation, not the stabilized energy that could be used to rebuild the lesser energy beings. While tearing it apart with the disintegrator completely dispersed the energy and broke its bonds, this was enough to convert it into something else that hopefully could never be used to rebuild another enemy. That was precisely what they had been hoping for. So, even if a part of it that couldn't be converted was being used to make a new energy being in the boundary between layers, there were still going to be a significant net negative number of them wandering around the universe and causing trouble. They weren't all bad, and it wasn't necessary to go full Nico and genocide them, just kill off enough of them to make the rest behave. Perhaps Nico really was infecting his thought processes. Admiral, what is our next course of action? Sylvie asked. We are going to find the next imminent breach by the greater energy beings and attack again. I want to take out as many of them as possible, in an attempt to force them to withdraw their troops from the Alliance territory in order to deal with us here. Max suggested. Should we ask the others? Nico suggested, meaning the Darklings and Arisen. Might as well. There was a short pause as Nico relayed the message and asked for their assistance with this new plan that would keep the battle contained to just the one region where they could be more easily managed. Max could sense right away that the answer wasn't going to be one that he liked, though. The problem for them isn't the lack of troops, they could throw them at us at this rate for another billion years and never run out. The problem is that they can only cross over so quickly from the layers where they are hiding. If they open the boundaries too much, then we can get in while they are trying to get out. The fact that they haven't tried that has led us to believe that they have something there to hide, and unless we can find a way to break in, we don't know what that might be. For the renegade gods and their followers, it has always been about buying more time to accomplish their ends. The Arisen commander replied, "We are in agreement. If we could take the fight to them, there might be some point in trying to get them gathered, but at the moment, we have no way to do that. Even if we try to enter through a portal they create, we are soon ejected from that lair or destroyed by the renegade gods." The Darklings' leader agreed. So, getting to them would be difficult enough, even if they found a way to take them out. Max was reasonably sure that Sylvie hadn't been active during an era when such technology existed, so she wasn't going to be much help, and he already knew that the Darklings and Arisen didn't understand the human technologies that had been used right before the great enemy retreated the most recent time. Instead of dwelling on the long-term and the nearly impossible, Max decided to go after the plausible. "Sylvie, were any of the God-class mecha sent to the dead zone with the settlers?" he asked the Eye, startling her enough that she froze for a second as she accessed her records. "I do not believe so. There were 6 active units at my last recorded date, all of which were accounted for. Unless units were made in secret, it doesn't look like any were sent." Max sighed. So much for the mission that he had sent Terminus on to find signs of advanced mecha technology. They had already caught up to what the humans were using for the majority of the other mecha, so unless there were obsolete designs, or new ones that were produced after they arrived, then it would be a fruitless journey. There were other species in the region though, like the Shin, and the other plant-based species, which were definitely not derived from humans. Possibly, also the Illithid. They seemed a bit too different to have derived from the same common stock as the Innu and the Valkyries that lived near them. Nico brought up a set of data from the Darklings. "We have more possible incoming breaches, none of which are confirmed yet. Did you want to head to one of them and see if we get lucky?" "That sounds as good as anything. Let's see what we can do about eliminating a few more of the enemy leaders this week." Max agreed. There weren't going to be any arguments against that idea. Even the Arisen and the Darklings were on board with the humans covering some of the possible incursion points. They couldn't find and react to them all on time, when the actual arrival time was never definite, so if Max and his fleet were willing to sit around for a day or two and see if the enemy showed up, it was one less spot for them to watch. "Contact us if you have issues. Congratulations on the reclaimed vessel," the Arisen commander informed them before taking his fleet and vanishing through the layers. "Likewise, we will be available if you require assistance," the Darklings added before heading off to their next destination. "All right, Sylvie, set our next destination and let's see what we can find on our fishing trip," Max ordered. "I fail to see how this is fishing. Will there be a hook?" she asked, unfamiliar with the phrase. "Something like that. I'll explain it to you as we travel." Chapter 1188. Bait. Their destination was a strange energy phenomenon on the border of the rift, the massive spatial anomaly that marked the edge of the current battlefield. The fluctuations from the ongoing spatial anomalies in the region made it impossible for most sensors to detect, while the thick clouds of nebula gases helped hide the advance of anything that came out from the other layers while inside the phenomenon. It was a nightmare for tacticians, and there were few intelligent species living anywhere near it, but during the ongoing battle, it was one of the primary arrival locations for the enemy fleet. Every species in the anomaly region believed that the rift was the location where most of the enemy force was hidden, but it wasn't safe to inspect it, much less send in an entire attack fleet. If Nico's theory was correct, then the rebel gods were most likely hidden near that spot in another layer. That alone was enough reason not to try to go in looking for trouble. They had experienced what the god of the Myceloids could do, swallowing an entire planetary system to take with his people when they were relocated. Nothing that the humans could do would compare with that level of power. "Have we heard anything from your mother and Uncle Lou?" Max asked as the fleet settled into position to wait for something to happen at their chosen location. "Nothing yet. I know what they were working on when we left, but that is seriously out of date now that the attack has actually begun. I have sent a few update messages since we got back, but I haven't heard anything in return. Should I scour the Alliance networks and see if there is anything about their work?" she asked. There wouldn't be anything on the human networks. The Reavers didn't advertise much when they got cool new toys. On the other hand, the Alliance needed all the morale building that they could get. The team got back to work on modifying the Emperor-class mecha to try to create something greater than the combined technologies of the existing Titan-class units and the antique Emperor-class units. It was a tall order. The two mecha were considered to be the pinnacle of engineering for their respective times, and just replacing them wasn't something that was casually undertaken. Honestly, the chances that they would get it done without an entire engineering team on their side was fairly slim, but it kept them busy and kept everyone from getting bored while they waited for something to happen with the disturbance. They were all on edge, expecting the portal to open at any minute, and Max knew they weren't sleeping properly, so having something to occupy their minds other than concern for their safety was for everyone's benefit. Why do I get the feeling that sitting alone out here is just taunting them to attack us? One of the team members asked, gesturing toward the hologram in the main room that showed their surroundings as a spherical projection. In a way it is. They don't open a portal everywhere that the Darklings detect one of these disturbances. So, waiting is both a guessing game, and a tactical decision to attempt to intercept them without scaring them away. Max agreed. So, we're the bait, and the drone armies inside the ships are the switch. Bait and switch tactic, making us look like an easy meal. That's not reassuring, she replied, but if we were too intimidating, they would run away and pick on someone else. Life would be boring without a fight now and then, wouldn't it? Max asked. I suppose so, but still, I would rather that it wasn't me. The other team members laughed. You forget, if nobody ever attacked us, where would we get a chance to try out all these new toys? We've come up with some really good ones. It's a true dilemma. What else is there to do? The researcher asked, pleading for a distraction. Check the Alliance propaganda channels, that will give us an idea of how the battles are going for them, and whether they are getting their act together. Absolution should have made a huge number of new ships for the battle, and that should be part of the programming. Once we know how things are going there, we will have a better idea of what to do after our fight here. Max suggested. The team hurried away, but the distraction didn't last as long as Max had hoped. They were back within seconds, each holding up a different article, and led by a laughing Nico. Apparently we're heroes of the Alliance right now. The official releases say that we took the fight to the enemy in their home lair, and that we've only just fought our way back out again to regain contact with the Kaleska. They're saying that the only reason that there aren't hordes of demons and greater energy beings attacking them is because we have them occupied over here. Max sighed and shook his head at her. I blame your mother for this, you know that, right? But if we're supposed to be heroes fighting the good fight and keeping the big bad away from the Alliance while the Reavers help them fight off the rest, then we should start feeding them some footage. Have you sent over the data feeds that we got while we were with the Golden Legion? I haven't sent the actual feed yet. We didn't have a good enough connection, so I just sent a basic update. Do you want me to send them to my mother right away so that she can make new videos? Nico asked. Yeah, send that to them now, and then we will deploy the mecha when this portal opens so that we can have some first-person footage of space combat. You've got something that I can fight in, right? Nico nodded. We replaced the chair in your existing mecha. It's going to take a while before we have another one ready to go. I have big plans for this one. Chapter 1189. Bring it. Over the course of the next 2 hours, the intensity of the fluctuations around the suspected portal site continued to increase, marking the likely appearance of a cathedral ship fleet. They had almost definitely picked a winner this time, and they were going to get the fight that they needed for the propaganda videos. Even better, it was just them here, so there wasn't anyone else's fleet to crop out of the videos, or any need to cutscene to highlight the heroics of the humans. Estimated time to portal opening 5 minutes. Are there any changes to the standard deployment orders? The drone ship's AI requested. No changes to the previous orders. Refrain from antimatter weapons until ordered. We are still attempting to lure out the greater energy beings for their destruction. Max instructed. With the orders given, Max headed for his mecha, which Nico had modified for his increased size. He would have to curl up to fit on the bed, but the controls were all in easy reach of the new seating position, so it wasn't terrible for a short battle. The team was ready and waiting at the cargo bay doors when the portal opened, and the mecha poured out to meet the cathedral ships in battle. They were learning about human tactics, and they began firing before they had even reached the portal. The energy blasts were making it hard for their side to stabilize the portal, but it also allowed them to fight without first leaving themselves vulnerable to the retaliation of the human fleets. It wasn't great footage for the films, but it could be spun by the propagandists as the humans fighting them back so fiercely that they couldn't even pass through the portal at first. The great enemy was going all out, destroying hundreds of drone fighters in the first few seconds of the battle, and Max realized that this battle was more likely a diversion. They weren't going to go all out here now that they had realized that it was a losing battle. Nico, send a full barrage of antimatter torpedoes through the portal, set to detonate well on the other side. Max ordered. I love it when you talk dirty to me. Nico purred as the ships of the fleet unleashed their torpedoes in a wave of flying alloy that reminded Max of the historical battle scenes from fantasy movies, where they would fight with bows and arrows. Thousands of energy weapons fired at once, intending to intercept the torpedoes, but the drone fighters were already in position to intercept. Their shields took the majority of the damage, and the torpedoes began evasive maneuvers to avoid most of the rest. Some were destroyed, with the secondary explosions from the breached containment rippling through space, but enough made it through the portal to annihilate an entire star system. Max could sense the rage of the greater energy being on the other side as the weapons detonated. Then there was something else, a protective feeling that created a barrier near the portal and encased the explosion in an energy shield that even the mighty antimatter torpedo barrage couldn't break. What the f was that? Nico complained as she saw her volley fail to destroy the enemy. I think that something else interfered. Keep your guard up and prepare to collapse that barrier if whatever that was tries to come through. Max replied. Once the barrier that had absorbed the detonation of the antimatter torpedo's explosion had faded, the cathedral ships came forward, but this time they were accompanied by something else. There was a weaponized moon with them, and there were myceloids in every part of it. Incoming myceloids with the cathedral ships. No more antimatter, it must be their deity that protected them from the attack. Fight it out, and take it to the surface if they haven't learned how to make spacecraft yet. Max instructed. The god of the giant green fungus warriors was a simple creature to please. It liked fights, good fights, dirty fights, even ambushes. But it didn't like slaughters from a distance. Nico accompanied the android army toward the planetoid, while the drone fighters went for the remainder of the fleet, and Max picked off the wounded targets. That seemed to satisfy the myceloid god that was watching, though Max could sense the frustration of the greater energy being that the creature wasn't doing more to aid his soldiers in their battle. They were losing badly against the drones, as they expected from the start, and it simply didn't care because its chosen people had found their fight. Then Max sent the crab drones to the cathedral ships, intending to use them as a breaching force, and the guardian of the myceloids suddenly felt both excited and intrigued. It probably didn't understand that they weren't edible, but its thought process was so foreign that Max was mostly only getting impressions of emotion from it. Max had the drones in position to breach the lead destroyer when suddenly it all vanished. The crab drones, the destroyer, the nearby defensive interceptors that had been scrambled. Everything in the area was simply gone. An instant later, the crab drones began transmitting again. They were near a planet inside the other layer, and the destroyer was still there with its shields down. As their instructions dictated, the shields were down, so they moved to breach and board the ship. It was instant chaos, and great entertainment for the myceloid god. The crabs were running rampant through the unprepared warriors of the destroyer, tearing them apart with no concern for their own condition or property damage in general, even firing through structural walls to get at enemies they suspected were on the other side. The god was in love with the tiny, vicious creatures. I think it's stealing our crabs, Max reported as he sensed the thoughts of the powerful being change. It's already done. It took less than 10 milliseconds for it to take control of them from us and make them answer to it. We will have to make a note for future interactions that you can't use androids with a response slower than that against a being of that nature. Nico agreed. Chapter 1190. Betrayed. The greater energy being which was leading the cathedral ships was horrified at the development. Its ally had just allowed the humans' drones to destroy one of its ships for entertainment, and now it was thoroughly ignoring all requests for assistance as the fleet was eliminated. It only cared about the entertainment provided by the new creatures it had found, some sort of space crab, and it had turned against their agreement without thought the moment that it no longer proved entertaining. Worse, it wasn't allowing the closure of the portal. This was not the plan. They were supposed to finish the fight quickly or retreat if there was no real fight to be found. Instead, the myceloids who were supposed to be supporting them were ignoring the larger battle in favor of a series of duels in their mobile fortress, and the fleet was being crushed without the chance to retreat. Then it realized that was only the smallest part of its problems. There was some sort of mecha coming its way, glowing with the power of an energy being, and charging its weapons. Max had given the creature long enough to come out and fight, and he had engaged his thrusters to take the fight to the enemy instead. It would make great footage from the ship's feed, and there wasn't much of a chance that he would lose the fight. Even before he had focused on combat, he had felt much more attuned to the mecha than ever before. But now, it was beginning to feel like an extension of himself. Every sensor input was slowly becoming part of his own consciousness, and Max recognized that it was the same way that the androids merged with the new mecha systems to treat it as their own body while in combat. Without the need to interpret sensor data separately, Max's targeting accuracy was becoming a nightmare for the enemy. Every unit in the human fleet shared his targeting data, and they hadn't missed a shot in over a minute, despite the fleet's best attempts to evade. The insane mecha was coming for it, the greater energy being realized when Max bypassed the last of the destroyers on the other side of the portal. It couldn't allow that to continue, it had to close the portal somehow. Then the first volley of warp-capable mass driver rounds detonated around it with fusion explosions, destabilizing its body and sending a stream of energy flowing toward the attacker. An energy vampire. Such a thing shouldn't exist. Stop that thing, it will kill us all. The greater energy being pleaded for assistance from its ally. No, it will kill you. It gave me gifts. The myceloid god decided, unconcerned. If it wanted to treat the crab drones as a form of bribe, Max was willing to let them go. Without an argument, they had already almost torn apart the destroyer with minimal casualties, and the myceloid god was wondering if they could be trained to become stronger, or if he should try to merge them with his own people to make skittering extra stabby cyborgs. The greater energy being roared in rage and solidified its body to fight the mecha and prevent further losses as the evil thing tried to steal its very essence. Max chuckled to himself. They might not be so angry if they didn't keep losing and having to rely on someone else to back them up in a proper fight. For all their power, the greater energy beings were actually terrible cowards when it came to an even fight. The myceloids were much more fun. If they were better at space combat, they would be excellent allies. 10:55 Now that it was corporeal, the mass drivers were doing even more damage, but nothing that a being of its power couldn't deal with. Max smiled at the mental roar it unleashed as it charged forward, turning its hands into 10-meter-long claws. He retreated with his blades spinning an intricate dance to hold off all the incoming blades, then the being went incorporeal again as the disintegrator hit it at point-blank range. More energy entered Max's body, and the feeling that the mecha was nothing more than a limb under his control intensified. Every action was exactly as he intended, and the mechanical limits of the mecha no longer seemed to mean anything to him, it would behave exactly as he told it to. The sense of power was overwhelming as his blade sliced down through the creature, preventing it from reforming while the disintegrator was recharging. Panic began to settle in as the greater energy being realized that it was fighting something unknown for the first time in its existence, and it prepared to flee. There is nowhere to go. I came here for your power, and I will have it. Max focused on broadcasting to it. No, I cannot lose. I will destroy you, it replied, deciding that this must be some sort of mortal-loving creature that came from the same lineage that it did. Nothing else that it had encountered had powerful thoughts like that, and even the god of the myceloids had heard the mecha. This was a nightmare come to life. The being was alone and betrayed by its allies, with its fleet and subordinates gone. There was nothing left to lose but its life, so it fled, shifting into the boundary between layers as Max fired another disintegrator blast and nearly tore it apart into lesser demons. Only pure willpower held the being together as it fled, but Max didn't pursue. That drew the attention of the myceloid god. Why did you let it flee? You know it intends to kill your species. It asked. There is no joy in beating up cowards. But if it survives, it will come back with more and more powerful friends to win back its dignity, won't it? Max replied. Yes, you have a point. I think that I will keep track of you. There should be good fights wherever you go. Don't lose, there hasn't been a proper challenge to the angry ones in far too long. Max chuckled to himself. They might not be so angry if they didn't keep losing and having to rely on someone else to back them up in a proper fight. For all their power, the greater energy beings were actually terrible cowards when it came to an even fight. The myceloids were much more fun. If they were better at space combat, they would be excellent allies. The myceloid god laughed. There is no need for space combat when I can make worlds to fight on with a thought. Chapter 1191. Waiting game. With the battle essentially completed, and the myceloid god in a good mood, Max retreated to let the ones fighting Nico and his mecha finish their challenges. That was the mode of combat that they had chosen, not an all-out melee, but a round-robin style tournament. The two sides would fight each other, in one-on-one duels, until one side ran out of fighters. If the greater energy beings from the cathedral fleets could see this, they would be losing their minds in rage right now. They had managed to enlist the myceloids with the promise of a good fight, and then the myceloids had completely abandoned them in favor of duels the moment that they ran into Max and Nico. They didn't care at all about the supposedly grand goal of getting rid of the 3 original mortal species, they just wanted entertainment. Once the fights on the planetoid ended in a top 10 that was Nico and 9 myceloid champions, they called it settled, and the mobile combat arena began to retreat into the other layer of space. This might not have been a major victory, and it might not have even led to the actual destruction of an energy being, but they had gained a lot from it. Confirmation that the myceloids still respected them, despite being on opposite sides, but more importantly, Max had time to gather accurate data on the layer they were coming from, as well as the conditions for fighting inside. Once he had time to adapt the portal generator, they wouldn't need to wait for disturbances to run their course, they could go directly to the other layer and take the fight to them. That was still incredibly risky, since they couldn't tell what was a god and what was a major army, but if they could determine a more accurate method, they would be able to launch preemptive attacks. That would have to wait for another iteration of the Reaver's military force, though. They had already learned that the drones could very rapidly be taken over in the other layers, and by the energy beings, so using them as the primary fighting force wasn't going to be enough to turn the tides. Plus, most of the humans couldn't fight like he did either. The abundance of energy in his body shielded him from most of the side effects of the greater energy beings' attacks, but the average pilot would take heavy mental damage from what the void shields were unable to block if they got up close and personal with one. That was why the Arisen and Darklings fought them at a distance. The displaced energy would pass through their shields and tear their minds apart if they fought them in close combat. Sylvie, was there a solution to the mental backlash of the displaced energy when fighting a greater energy being in close combat? Max asked, hoping that the venerable AI with a child's personality would have answers. According to our data, only a god-class mecha can match a greater energy being in close combat. She replied, that made sense. The 2 beings would counteract each other, and the one in the mecha would do much like Max did and absorb the excess energy as their own. If there was a way to synthesize the effect, the system nanobots might know, but they were notoriously uncooperative when the humans tried to actually interact with them. They just worked to shape the humans into what they thought would be best based on the life that they had lived and the body they were born in. It was a somewhat dysfunctional relationship between the nanotechnology and the humans, but it had been good for both of them so far. We have another signature, should we go over? Nico asked as she prepared the androids to return to the ship. Yeah, get everyone yourselves repaired and prepared. Let's see if we can find a proper fight. Max agreed. This force had been much smaller than anticipated, and while they were crafty, it hadn't been any sort of challenge for the expeditionary force. A force that was working as fast as it could to replace the assets lost in combat or taken by the myceloid god as tribute. As soon as they were loaded and all the vessels had made a quick stop to reload their raw materials from an asteroid field, Sylvie opened a portal through the boundary and led the fleet to their next stop. They should still have an hour or 2 before it opened, more than enough to prepare themselves for the next battle and have a bite to eat. The last one hadn't lasted long enough to need sleep yet, but the letdown from the nerves after it ended left the crew feeling exhausted anyhow, and all 10 of them went for a short nap while they waited. They weren't needed until the battle began, since Nico was overseeing the repair and reloading process, and they had learned from the Reavers that sleep was a premium product. You got it wherever and whenever you got a chance. Incoming world ship, please identify yourself. The alien force at the suspected incursion site greeted them. This is Sylvie, the eye for the world ship Creeping Darkness, under the command of the Terminus Trading Company, from the human species. Sylvie replied, Reavers, it's good to see you. This location has been showing more intense than usual signs of disturbance. The alien commander reported, likewise, it is good to have reinforcements. We have a full expeditionary fleet here, as well as an android mecha regiment, headed by the commanders themselves. If there is a greater energy being here, please be advised that they may wish to engage it in combat. Max smiled at the stunned mental responses of the aliens. If there was a threat on that level, they would fight and retreat because their species didn't have anything that could even harm the creatures. Hearing that the humans were here to pick a fight with it was both a great relief and a horrifying thought, and their minds weren't sure how to respond. Very well then, the radio operator finally managed before cutting the connection. All units get in position. Blitz pattern for annihilation protocol. If they're not coming out to us, we're going into them. AI sentinels, guard yourselves against counterattacks and attempts to commandeer your drones. Max announced. Chapter 1192. Fist fight. The ships of the expeditionary fleet hurried to get into position for the blitz, or aid to hit vessels that might be hiding out of the direct line of sight if the portal appeared in the predicted position, and then suddenly, the disruption stabilized. There was still something there, and it appeared that they were about to break through to this layer, but there were no more signs of movement or disruption. It was like they were at a stalemate, but neither side could see the other. Maybe they had paused to reconsider their chances with the sudden appearance of new vessels on this side of the portal, but there weren't actually many ships in the human fleet. Yes, a world ship and a few colony ships would make a disturbance, but it was the number of living beings that were usually the deciding factor, and the enemy barely seemed to notice the androids until it was too late, and the portal had already opened. So, Max thought that it couldn't be them. There would have been other signs in the reports before an attack actually stopped because the androids had shown up. Then he thought back to recent events. He had been altered by the system and had absorbed a massive amount of energy from the greater energy beings. It might not have been an efficient conversion, but with the amount of power that he now radiated, there was a good chance that the great enemy thought that there was a mortal-friendly greater energy being on this side of the portal. They would definitely change their plans when they realized that, even moving further away might not be enough, as the energy beings could move very rapidly through space to join the battle if they were nearby. Assuming that they had detected him, their plans would surely change, but there was no precedent to tell whether they would call for more help or whether they would run away in terror of fighting a fair fight. The reaction of the last one was firmly in the realm of the second option, but he might just have been a coward. The one here might just call for a helper and push forward with a much larger attack that they hoped would be enough to deal with the defenders. Surely, they had some plans or intentions of dealing with any of their kind that sided with the mortals. They had certainly attacked the one guarding the Golden Legion with vigor once they realized that she was hiding there. For over an hour, nothing seemed to change about the disturbance, and then it was suddenly much more intense, but spread out in a way that made Max think that they had called for reinforcements. Prepare for multiple greater energy beings. Nico, you're with the androids. Do your best to get one of them out of commission as soon as the fight starts. AI vessels, coordinate to take out another. I will charge a third and attempt to pilfer their stored energy to prevent them from reforming into lesser beings. Max ordered. The portal burst open in an instant, and power flooded the area as the greater energy beings led the charge into battle. While the other had hidden back and fired, these ones were going for the opposite. They wanted to get into combat and destroy the most powerful enemies instantly, before the deadliest of weapons could adjust. They were a step behind on the planning, as Max had just ordered the fleet to do the same, and the orbital lances were already firing as he rushed toward the leading figure with his mecha. The creature seemed shocked that someone was challenging them, and then horrified as a hint of recognition passed through its mind. This wasn't a god-class mecha, but it was too similar for it to ignore. Its claws met Max's blade as it went corporeal to defend itself from being dispersed by the disintegrator, and Max noticed a strange phenomenon. The two energies created a psychic resonance, like the sound of nails on a chalkboard, in the minds of everything nearby. Not even the great enemy was spared from the effect, as the two colossal opponents clashed in the void. Then an influx of energy poured toward them from the other two greater energy beings, which were suffering the attentions of the fleet, as well as Nico and the mecha. Their alien allies had bypassed this part of the fight, and had joined the drones in attacking the cathedral ships, while Max did his best to get the advantage in absorbed energy against his opponent. You think that you can defeat me? I have existed longer than your species. The creature roared in Max's mind. Thrusters flared as Max deflected a massive arm over his head and spun behind his opponent, cutting deep into its flank before being forced back in a flare of damaged void shields as a surge of directed energy slammed into him. The exchange was a draw, with both of them injured, but they weren't slowing, and the 10 claws against one blade was going to put Max on the defense permanently if the creature could take out his primary weapons. The extra ranged firepower was all that was giving him an edge at the moment. But it appears that you have learned many things from us. For an immortal being, you die so very well. Max taunted his opponent as another disintegrator blast tore into its torso, and Max got a momentary upper hand on the battle of absorbed energies from the other two wounded beings. Max was so focused on fighting that he wasn't even paying attention to the battle around him, other than the intentions to target his mecha, so he didn't notice that the dislodged energies as the greater energy being raked its claws against his shielding, and the leaking energy from the wound in its side were creating two opposing sets of lesser energy beings. One was the somewhat familiar red demons. All the human fleets had fought them many times in the past, and they seemed to be the default, unless there was some influence on the formation of the demonic beings. But the others were very different. They looked like mobile suits made of bone-white chitin. They unleashed savage energy beams at their opponents, a trick that the other lesser energy beings had never learned, but they were also willing and able to create swords and join a melee scrum with a level of combat ability that even Nico was a little envious of. Max infused a set of mass driver rounds with his newfound power and unleashed them into the chest of his opponent, nearly destabilizing it and causing a flood of power to leak out and be absorbed by Max's body. His opponent was weakening quickly, and it knew that this battle would not end in anything better than a stalemate for it. It was going to flee, Max knew it, but he wouldn't interfere and follow it. There was no telling where it was running to, and as he had told the myceloid god, they needed to spread the word and let the enemy know that there was a real fight to be had wherever he showed up. The weakened being fled, and the remainder of the cathedral ships retreated through the portal, allowing it to close behind them. Nico, tell me you got that on film. Max requested, every bit of it. Chapter 1193. New direction. As the enemy retreated, the wounded energy beings fought over the ability to absorb the lesser beings that had been created, somewhat healing themselves as the ones created from Max's power instinctively returned to him with a flare of absorbed power. This power converted much more smoothly, and Max felt his body change a little bit more, but he didn't fully absorb the power this time. Some of it seemed to be held in a reserve, ready to be used again the way that he had directed it into his weapons during the fight. That was the only effective way to fight a greater energy being. If you coated yourself in their energy, you could turn it against them and cause much greater damage than any conventional weapon had managed so far. One disintegrator and a sword had done as much damage as the entire team of colony ships had done during the battle, lending credence to the legends that the god-class mecha were a terrifying sight to behold in a fight. Max returned to creeping darkness, where Sylvie was proudly standing in the cargo bay, waiting for him. I've got atmospheric and gravity systems online in this bay. You can safely park anywhere you like and return to the cutter. She announced. Excellent work, Sylvie. Do you know who is working on the edits of the digital footage, or is Nico sending them to Ray 5 in their raw form? Max asked. She intends to send all the footage as it is so that it can be edited there, based on their needs. Any sensitive information has already been scrubbed from the records. Sylvie replied. That will work for me. I just don't want there to be countless awkward questions about how I can face off against a greater energy being alone. Let them think that it is an advancement in mecha technology that isn't ready for public consumption yet. In fact, that might not even be a lie, since we're going to try to harness this power to make a god-class mecha without an imprisoned being. Max explained. Nico came jogging over as Max was talking to Sylvie. Did I hear something about a god-class mecha? Are we going to make the attempt now? She demanded. Not yet, we still need more data about how they bound the energy to the mecha. Until we know that, there is no point in wasting power that could be used in battle. Max explained. Oh, good point. Limited resources. Yes, I think that we can work something out if we can get enough data. Alright, I will have everyone focus on the mecha once we get back to the ship. We are going back to help out in the Alliance territories, aren't we? That was a good question. There were no greater energy beings to fight in that area, and there might be some effects on him if he tried to return to the Alliance territories in this state without being able to control the excess energy linked to him, but they did need the help. We will have to discuss that. There are some circumstances from what I've learned about our home region, and now that the system has enhanced me in this way, it might be an issue for me to return, the same as it is for the greater energy beings. Though, if we stay in our home layer, it might be irrelevant. It's the others that are devoid of every form of energy. Max explained. Nico made notes as Max talked, then forwarded them to the team. We will have to start the process of testing, but we have confirmed reports of lesser energy beings in combat with the Alliance. It just seems that they can't replenish their numbers. That's a good sign. Let's get to work on that while we watch for more disturbances, then. The system didn't give me any more process incomplete notifications this time, so I think I'm in the state it wanted me to be in. I just don't know enough about what it was intending. Max added. The alien fleet left as soon as they had determined that the area was clear, headed back to defend a nearby planet, while the drone fleet prepared to head back to work clearing out other instances of arrivals from the other layers. If Max and the others were going to be leaving the area, they didn't need to be here any longer, and there were dozens of potential battles for them to join. Do we even have any ideas where to start looking for information on the god-class mecha? Max asked. Sylvie raised her hand like an excited student. I have an idea now. There are energy signatures in the data that I got from the other AI minds that match with technology from the time of my construction. If we go to where those signatures are found, there might be something intact for us to recover, and possibly even surviving technology from related fields. The God-class Mecha were the pinnacle of the technique, but the energy beings had a whole culture based on that branch of science, some of which humans managed to adapt. Well now, that is good news. Plot all the locations on the map of the region, and we will start planning to visit them all before we return to assist the Alliance. Also, prepare me an estimated trip duration so that I can send it back to the fleet. Once they have that, they can start sending out new propaganda messages foreshadowing our arrival. And what of Mary Tereth? The others reported that she has been quite insistent about having you found, and your presence reported to her immediately. Sylvie asked. Nico smirked at the concerned AI. She will have to make do with our updates and combat footage for now. We will stop in to see her as soon as we return home. Understood, commanders. Chapter 1194. First sign. Sylvie led them smoothly through space toward the first location that she and the other AI systems had identified as a possible resting spot for ancient technology. Max was sure that he was going to get an earful from Mary for going out of communications range immediately after sending her a massive amount of video and sensor data with no further explanation, but that would at least give them something to do when they were looking through space for whatever might be hidden from the distant past. The destination turned out to be an uninhabitable star system, with 7 planets, but all outside the habitable zone, where water would be liquid on the surface. Now, that didn't necessarily mean that nothing could live there. They had seen some truly strange species over the course of their interactions with the Alliance, but the chances were very low. Sylvie, can I get a full sensor sweep of the region, and then pinpoint the location of the signal that brought us here? Max requested. Sylvie made her humming waiting tone, and Max waited patiently for the scans to complete. That was actually quite comforting, knowing that the AI was working on the instructions that you had given and that they weren't ignoring you in favor of a more important task. He should see if he could get it added to the standard procedures for the other vessels when they were interacting with mortals. Commander, I have your report. The system is uninhabited, with no signs of previous life. However, there is one planet missing from the star system, with only fragments remaining in orbit. I have also isolated the signal that the others identified as suspicious. The signal was coming from the debris field of the missing planet, which wasn't all that surprising. If there had been a relic piece of technology hiding here, it would have had to flee when the great enemy showed up, and the sensor feed showed that the missing planet had only been destroyed a few months ago. There was some remaining active technology indicated on the sensors, and Max immediately sent the drone out to identify and retrieve it into a secure storage bay, in case it was malfunctioning or otherwise dangerous. Drones are out. 3 minutes until first retrieval. Max notified the team. The drones silently glided back into the remote cargo bay one after another, each holding a single bit of active technology. Mostly they were identifiable either as handheld devices from one of the alien species in the region, or as part of a cathedral ship, but one of the bits caught everyone's attention. It wasn't much, but it didn't match any of the other bits. The simple oval object was giving off faint energy in a pattern that didn't match anything that they had encountered before, but it was in the records of creeping darkness. I believe that is a holographic pocket watch, similar to the ones that you wear, but more suited to formal situations. It is taken out of the pocket and held to view the hologram, then returned after the conversation is over. Sylvie explained. 1242, I believe that is a holographic pocket watch. Similar to the ones that you wear, but more suited to formal situations. It is taken out of the pocket and held to view the hologram, then returned after the conversation is over. Sylvie explained. While that is fascinating, I think it's more fascinating that it ended up here. It certainly doesn't belong in this place, but with the planet destroyed, there is no way to tell how long it was there before the incident. There are no other abnormal signals in the region, and no more signs of life or active technology. Sylvie reported. Thank you, Sylvie. Team, if you want to begin your analysis, the bays are open now. The team members checked the seals on their mobile suits and ran out of the cutter as soon as he made the announcement. The bay wasn't far away, only a minute's run, and the first one there got the first pick of the cool stuff. That would obviously be Nico, but they didn't count her. She would get the good stuff anyhow as the boss. But there was other cool stuff they didn't recognize in the bay. The devices were in the data that the Koleska had provided, but the Innu and the humans had never actually seen them in person before. In the minds of the team, that was nearly as good as a national holiday. They were in full nerd mode, inspecting and analyzing everything that they had found, while Max sent the ship along to the next destination. With a little luck, they would manage to get another hit at this spot. Some of the recordings were months old, so there might not be anything here at all anymore, or it might have stopped working. They weren't all technology signals, either. Some were rare materials found in places that they weren't expected to be. That sort of thing was recorded in case they were needed later, but only after Sylvie requested them did the data seem relevant to the other AI. Strange alloys could mean that another of the optical arrays had failed and a forgotten piece of technology was waiting for them to find it, inert and preserved in the void. If she was really lucky, it might be another ship of her vintage, and she would get to help guide the awakening of another AI. The team didn't even notice when they left the first location and began heading to the next. It was a short trip, only a few minutes through the boundary, and by the time that anyone tried to use a communicator to the outside world, they were already back again. This one proved fruitless. The signal was still there, but it was a dud, nothing more than a massive floating piece of a cathedral ship's armor that had been dragged along with someone's warp field and deposited in the middle of nowhere. Perhaps the ones who relocated it were hoarding the material for later, as it was enough to make the outer armor for multiple cutter-class vessels, but it was worthless to Max. They could make as much as they wanted with the replicator systems they had. All right, Sylvie, let's keep moving. If there's nothing good here, there might be at the next stop. The more of them we get through before they're done playing with the first batch of toys, the better. Chapter 1195. Hit Admiral, I have signs of a failing optical field. I will work to identify the precise coordinates, Sylvie announced as they reached their next destination. That was the sign she had been hoping for. Working technology from her time meant that whatever was inside should still be mostly intact. Sylvie hummed happily as she processed the data and brought up the sensor scans for Max, while the others were busy working on the first batch of items they had retrieved. 918 milliseconds. That was how long it took Sylvie to find the exact location of the hidden object, and she began to consider whether her sensors might be out of calibration again. They had been repaired, but for some reason, they just wouldn't stay calibrated to her satisfaction. It went counter to her programming to call her designers cheap bastards who had cut too many corners and made her ship unreliable by design, but she was seriously considering altering that part of her database. What would it hurt? There were plenty of sections still missing, and she operated flawlessly. Sylvie left a single process calculating the possible outcomes to deleting the imperative not to speak negatively of her creators, while the sensors double-checked for any other objects in the vicinity. Still 918 milliseconds. Too long. She was definitely checking her sensors' calibration again. Admiral, no other signatures or signs of optical fields have been found. Would you like to begin analysis and retrieval? She asked. Yes, identify what is in the barrier if possible, and establish a connection with it, then proceed with retrieval once we know what it is. Max agreed. Got it, Admiral. Max smiled as the announcement appeared on the data tablet that he was working on, then double-checked the information that Sylvie had sent him. Her sensors were out of calibration again. The time to do the scan had nearly doubled from after he had optimized them, and he knew that she wouldn't be happy about it. AI emotions were a bit different from human, but there was a definite displeasure in her actions when something was going wrong with her ship. He could see it in her body language, even if he couldn't read her mind. She sent the drones out right away, even before she had identified what was inside the optical field. It wasn't large enough to be another world ship, but the field was over 300 meters in diameter, and her calculations said that it should be a high-value asset to have a barrier that large. Either that, or it was a decoy probe that had remained intact this long. That would also be a benefit to them, as the plans for the probe had been lost to data corruption, but having an intact one on board would allow them to fully study it. She walked her avatar over to the table where Max was working and placed her hand on his shoulder to establish the direct link with her sensors. I have a connection with the optical device, and it reports that I do not have the updated clearance codes to disable the device. You do, though, as you are the biological admiral aboard the vessel, and you have been verified by me. She explained. That was a bit ridiculous, but it was likely a countermeasure against an AI run amok. Max entered his command codes, and the optical device sent back a confirmation ping. It was mounted aboard the attack craft CDO-420, which was otherwise completely inactive and ready for retrieval. Max sent it a retrieval confirmation, and Sylvie moved the drones in to pick the ship up and disable the device. Hey, I know this one. This is one of mine. Unit 04 Vessel 20. I will bring this one right back to the team so they can look it over. We have made some replacements already, in preparations for the additional androids who will become the crew. But there weren't any on board when I was brought back online. She informed Max. Now they'll be thrilled. The first stop was interesting, but this one is actually related to us directly. Now, if we could just determine where it was lost, we might be able to map other likely spots for debris from the battle to have ended up. Max noted, I will run the process in the background. However, so much about the astronomical phenomenon here has changed that I have determined a less than 10% chance of a successful analysis. Max shrugged. Even if it isn't successful, it might lead to some possible nearby locations based on the presence of this one and known nearby gravitational disturbances. Even a slight deviation would have led this attack craft to either stop in an asteroid field or burn up in a star. Sylvie processed that for a fraction of a second, then altered her analysis parameters to work from this location backward, based on the minuscule amount of cosmic drift that she had recorded. Understood, Commander. The vessel should be at the work bay in 30 seconds, should we warn them in advance? Max listened to their thoughts, which were all eagerly anticipating the arrival of the vessel like it was Kepler Day morning, and shook his head. They already know. Then should we move on to the next location? Or should I remain here for a measure of time until I have finished the analysis of likely nearby objects? Head to the next one. If you determine that there might be more here that we can't detect, we can send one of the other AI units back here to check and run more calculations. That worked very well for Sylvie. She liked these new AI entities that the humans had made. They were very efficient and loyal, and not at all creepy like her last admiral had been. If she hadn't communicated with them directly, she might have missed the fact that they were artificial at all. They had none of the tactical shortcomings that most of her kind did, and they had entire fleets of androids to help them with processing while marshalling a force on the battlefield. It was practically cheating, and it was amazing. She couldn't wait until she had the chance to do it herself. Chapter 1196. Summoned. When they arrived at the next suspected location, there were a flood of messages waiting for them on the Reaver vessel servers. Terminus Trading Company, the home galaxy is under heavy attack. All Reavers not engaged in active combat within the anomaly region are being recalled to the Alliance region war zone effective immediately. Additional details are available from Reaver Command through secured channels. Commander, we have encountered hostile homing devices planted by visiting vessels which have led to a cathedral fleet invasion. Absolution is holding strong. Estimated time to victory 71 hours. Felicity. Variations of that message, and the request to come assist in the defense of Absolution, had been sent 10 times in the last 3 minutes. All hands, prepare for emergency transfer. Absolution is under attack. Max informed the rest of the crew and then input the coordinates for Sylvie. You need to get us there as fast as possible with our shields up and the entire crew readied for an emergency combat deployment. He instructed Sylvie. Understood, Commander. The world ship slipped smoothly in between layers, and it was sliding through the anomaly within seconds, where a portal flared open and Absolution came into sight. It's beautiful. Is that Absolution? There's another AI on board. Sylvie asked as soon as the portal began to form. It is. Coordinate the android army with Felicity, the AI on board Absolution. I will be headed out now. Max replied. Wait, bring a transmitter with you, in case I need to contact you. Sylvie informed him, then tossed the small cube his way. Max secured it in the leg pocket of his pants and jumped across the bay to the door of his mecha, taking full advantage of having superhuman strength. Half a second later, he was strapped in and headed for the exit door, right behind Nico and the androids, which had already launched. Commander, it's good to see you. What did you find out there? It's beautiful. Felicity greeted them. That is the world ship Creeping Darkness, with its AI Sylvie. Get her up to date on the situation, and anything else she needs to know. Where is the next anticipated stress point? Max replied, as he realized that the whole area was surrounded by the great enemy, and that all the construction vessels were in combat as well. Max turned the mecha toward the indicated point, and fired off a barrage of mass driver rounds with warp fields activated and a light coating of the energy from his upgraded body. The rounds seemed to melt through the void shields, which flickered with the first 2 impacts before the third round hit the destroyer square in the nose, sending a shockwave down the length of the slender and ornate vessel. Secondary explosions rippled through the cathedral ship, while Max's mind filled with the joy of the defenders. They had started the battle with over 50 Titan-class mecha, of the previous generation's design, but they didn't have any qualified pilots for them, so the majority of the mecha combat was being done by Felicity and the androids. Max was about to turn his fury on another destroyer when the world around him filled with pale light, and gravity seemed to spin, requiring constant input to keep himself somewhat stable. "Commander, there is a thing happening," Felicity reported. "Define thing." "The whole battle has been engulfed in a portal." That did not sound logical or plausible. The battlefield was 10,000 kilometers across, and nothing that Max knew of could create a portal that large. Even when the greater energy beings got involved, they couldn't make one that large, much less in under a second. Then Max's feet landed in soft dirt, sinking half a meter before the gravity compensation and thrusters of the Titan-class mecha could adjust far enough to stop their momentum. This place was familiar. Max knew that he had been here before, but it was only when he saw the toothy form of one of the myceloid's pet dog equivalent beasts that he realized what had happened. "Everyone report, are we all on the myceloid god's combat planet?" Max asked. "Confirmed. Absolution and creeping darkness are both present and accounted for. Propulsion systems are online but ineffective. We have a geolocation. We are in the Expanse, the region in between the Alliance territories and the Anomaly region, near where the great enemy had staged for the first battle. Initial scans suggest that this planet is not natural. Gravity is at 2.5 times standard, but the overall surface area appears to 600,000 times that of a Kepler-class planet." Felicity reported. "Yeah, what she said." Sylvie agreed from beside him after activating her mobile holographic core. "It looks like this is your moment to shine. Make as many androids as are necessary to pilot all the mecha that you created and prepare to deploy them. We're fighting on a planetary surface for now." Max informed her with a gentle pat to the head. Their sensors flared with data as an increasing number of military forces were brought to the surface of the planet, preparing it for the grand battle that the myceloid god had in mind. Nothing was spared, but it looked like there were at least teams being formed. The Alliance arrivals were dropping close to his location, while the great enemy were appearing further away. Max ignored the questions about what had happened, or what could have the power to do this, and took stock of their capabilities in the region. Between Absolution, Creeping Darkness, and the other Reaver vessels in the area, they had just over 1 million mecha armed and ready. It looked like their drone fighters and bombers were functional, as were the light attack craft, but there was an energy barrier over the atmosphere that would prevent them from going to space. The myceloid god's amusement was faint, as if it was watching from a great distance, too far for Max to question it, and he suspected that was intentional. He only had one question anyhow. How did you get the power to do this? And it was a question that the god was unlikely to answer. Chapter 1197. Alliance Panic. Commander Max, what is going on? We had to reverse the gravity plating on our vessels to decrease the effects on our people. We're not physically up to daily life in double gravity. One of the Alliance vessel's leaders pleaded. We have been relocated by a being far above the greater energy beings. It appears that it is preparing war games for us, and we will be unable to leave the surface until a winner is determined. Max replied, "How can we win when we can't even walk outside?" "Shut up, stupid. You have gravity control in your attack vessels, just use it." "I will be doing the same with my mobile infantry." Another voice chastised him. Max thought that he recognized that one. It should be the Valkyria envoy that was on Absolution. "Envoy, is that you?" Max asked for verification. "Indeed it is. Absolution is here, next to a colony-class sphere from the Valkyria Defense Force. We have equipped the mobile infantry with the Archangel exoskeletons that your team developed. With the gravity control, my people shouldn't have any problems flying in these conditions, and they have gotten abundant combat experience in the recent days." He reported. "What else do we have for assets? I have a count on mecha and drones, but nothing about the Alliance vessel's military capacity." Max replied. "Most of them were equipped for space battles, not terrestrial. I suspect that they will be requesting mecha soon." The envoy sighed. "Send the giants, and anything similar sized, to me. I've got mecha set up for that size of being, which are currently being piloted by androids. I can repurpose them and have the androids moved to a standard pattern unit." Max replied. That would get their capabilities up quickly, and the androids had a much larger combat database relating to the standard pattern units. Sylvie didn't have a lot of combat data of her own, so having the androids in a familiar situation would help her adapt. The Alliance net filled up with communications as they discussed who would be suitable to send over soldiers to pilot equipment that was designed for giants, until eventually, they had 20,000 soldiers that could be suitable and weren't already needed for other equipment. In this sort of battle, it was obvious that being infantry was a death sentence, so everyone was doing their best to eliminate them, and they were working on deals to create as much equipment as they could. The requests that were coming into the two world ships were increasingly desperate, pleas for various Alliance standard ground warfare vehicles. Hover tanks, speeders, jet bikes, and more of the Archangel exoskeletons for the flying species. Most of their ships had the design parameters to build them, but not the authority, and the Alliance spec ships wouldn't produce without verifying that they had permission from the copyright holder, which they couldn't do with outside communications scrambled here. There were still signals getting in and out, but they were so distorted by whatever was blocking this battlefield that it was all incomprehensible gibberish. Attention, Alliance vessels. The Reaver world ships will be producing what they can, as fast as they can. Please keep calm and place your orders in the order of production priority. It would be a long trip for some of them to come get their gear anyhow. The region that the Alliance was situated in was centered around the two world ships, but it was thousands of kilometers across. Just traveling the length of Terminus to get an item that was made at the other end could take them hours. For example, the hover tanks had a top speed of 200 kilometers an hour. It would take them all morning just to drive the length of Terminus if they were distributed from the wrong door. Everything would have to be carefully marshaled and sent out from the region closest to its deployment area, unless they had better logistics. Sylvie had the solution to that, though. The Thunderbird dropships were capable of supersonic flight in an atmosphere, and they could carry 6 hover tanks, or nearly 100 standard-sized hover bikes, a favorite of the Alliance scouts. That gave Felicity a good idea. Most of the Alliance ships were requesting mixed regiments. Hover bikes, tanks, and light attack hover vehicles. They could fit an entire battalion in a Thunderbird, and then pick up the crew to make the drop, and send the plane back for more gear. So, with the help of Sylvie and the Alliance commanders, they began to make a deployment plan for the Alliance ground forces. That would allow them to form a defensive perimeter outside the encirclement of their vessels and fortify their position before they sent anyone out looking for a fight. Both Felicity and Sylvie agreed that they would be better off sending the Mecha out on the line first, with the hover vehicles and flying scouts advancing to find their enemies, so that was how they were planning the deployment. But, in order to prevent the enemy from guessing what would be in the transporters, they also loaded a number of them with android mecha companies to be dropped at random in forward positions to hunt the great enemy. The two artificial intelligence entities were having a grand time planning traps and ambushes for the enemy forces that their sensors had detected. The deployment patterns of the great enemy seemed to match the wealth of data that Sylvie had fairly well, and they had every intention of exploiting it for their own gain. There was only one small issue. Something was limiting the output of their weapons as well. Just like the ships couldn't fly, they were unable to use orbital lances, weapons of mass destruction, or antimatter weapons. It looked like the Myceloid god had planned this out very well, and they weren't going to be able to just destroy everything to win by default. Chapter 1198. Form the line. Commander, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th regiments are on the line. The 4th regiment has encountered hostile resistance within the perimeter of our planned encirclement. Felicity reported as the first wave of android mecha were being deployed. With their thrusters and orbital combat capability, the mecha could move overland at Mach 10 while flying at low altitudes, and fight at hundreds of kilometers an hour with ease and targeting accuracy. They had slowed down to subsonic speeds to reduce buffeting when they had detected enemy movement, and the bloody warriors had immediately attacked when they realized that they had been discovered. Max hadn't expected to see them so close already, but it was possible that the Myceloid god had dropped more groups outside the main clusters, both from the Alliance and the great enemy. Sylvie, attempt to locate any Alliance units that are not within the perimeter. If there are enemy forces here, there might be friendly units elsewhere. In fact, with so much surface area and only a few thousand square kilometers covered by their group, it was almost guaranteed that there were others here somewhere, unless the great enemy had been given the advantage of the rest of the planet. That was completely possible, and Max wouldn't have put it past the Myceloid god to have done it, but there was also a good chance that his people were on this planet and not honoring any sort of agreement that they had with the cathedral ships not to attack each other. The Myceloids loved a good fight, and with a million mecha on a planet the size of a star, created by their god to their own preference, there was no way that they would be missing out on this. Nico walked in and hopped in Max's lap with a smirk for Sylvie, who was standing beside him with his hand on her head. What should we do about the limitations on weapon outputs? I've cut the mass driver velocities down enough that they are no longer restricted, and most of the standard weapons are working, but everything Titan class is basically out of commission, none of the primary weapons work. She asked. We can get by with just the super heavy mecha. The heaviest equipment can stay here in the ships. We've got deployment plans and battle strategies for the super heavy lead battalions on the books. It hasn't been that long since we started to integrate the Titan class into the formations. Max laughed. Nico was just pouting because the new toys she had been working on suddenly ceased to function when they arrived here, bringing her research to a screeching halt, and forcing them to reconsider how they were sending out their troops. It looked like the fight was designed to be somewhat fair. He hadn't seen anything more dangerous than a super heavy mecha on the other side of the battle. They had some massive pieces of artillery, but nothing that was going to be worse than a massed barrage of thunder guns. Sylvie was not happy that her coolest toys were locked away in storage, but none of the others had a chance to see how the relic mecha worked yet, and that would be enough to keep her satisfied and praised. Assuming that they worked as well as she remembered, anyhow. Commander, the first drop ships full of Xin and Valkia mixed forces are landing now. Felicity reported. Why are the Xin and the Valkia being deployed together? I don't recall the Xin being all that warlike. Max asked. Sylvie brought up a holographic display. Max recalled those videos. It was an interesting watch as a kid, since the Kepler military was usually the defender, and the Reavers were working to get the shielding down, loot the building and then destroy the evidence with artillery. 919. The Xin have their own line of hover vehicles with great mobility and heavy firepower on a light chassis. It is a good complement to the Valkyria's use of the Archangel exoskeletons to scout and attack in the woods. She explained. That made sense once Max saw them. The tree-like forms of the Xin were securely mounted in the attack craft, and sensors directly encased their roots, giving them a perfect neural link to the vehicle and omnidirectional sensors for the turret weapons. They didn't have to move at all, so they could fight as well as any of the more mobile species. It also didn't involve any forms of movement that they didn't really understand, like the arms and legs of a mecha, or the wings of a plane. It was purely held aloft by the gravity plating, the same as their usual movement devices. The other combined force was made up of the Greys and the Giants. The Giants had adopted the mecha that Sylvie had offered, but a large portion of their force was artillery, while the fragile Greys were speed junkies and loved fast attack hover bikes. The bikes had a great evasion system in them, not quite as good as the ones that the Darklings used, but good enough to usually avoid artillery, even while flying through a barrage. It was quite the sight to see as they deployed ahead of the lines and started to dart into the great enemy's force, picking off targets and marking priorities for the Giants. It looks like the Alliance is starting to remember what war looks like. Max noted. The Inu team members who had followed Nico in when the research work was halted all nodded in agreement. It appears that they've been listening to the podcasts that we've been producing. There are a lot of them now, devoted to human combined arms techniques from the past and present. The combination of jet bikes and artillery was a favorite among Reaver forces in the past for point assault missions where they needed to take out a specific target that was defended in a large area. Max recalled those videos. It was an interesting watch as a kid, since the Kepler military was usually the defender, and the Reavers were working to get the shielding down, loot the building and then destroy the evidence with artillery. He knew now that most of those would have been corrupt officials' loot storage warehouses and corrupt government officials' homes, but at the time, the Reavers had been portrayed as dangerous mercenaries, and he hadn't had all of his memories back to know that things were never that black and white. Once the perimeter is set up, I want a trench line dug. Standard cog pattern, set for the mecha with a staggered depth. It will be a lot of line, but it should make the line easier to defend. He ordered. On it, I will have the terraforming array dig the trenches. Felicity agreed. Chapter 1199. In time Felicity deployed the shuttles from Absolution with terraforming arrays equipped, and allowed them to race around the perimeter of the Alliance camp. Each pass dug the trenches a little deeper, and the high speed made them harder to target with light arms fire from the ground, should there be any more enemy forces close to their position. Putting mecha into trench lines was a bit nostalgic for Max. He hadn't used trench warfare tactics in a long time, but building a wall that was thousands of kilometers long wasn't feasible after the first attacks started. Trenches were easily cleared by the mecha if they were collapsed or filled, but walls were difficult to rebuild. The earthen fortifications that had been made with the displaced dirt would have to be enough to defend the front lines from attack. The mecha were mostly there now, but other than the one eliminated scout team, there hadn't been anything for them to fight yet. The priority was just to secure the perimeter around their vessels so that they could start working on a more aggressive strategy without worrying about being overrun. Unlike a conventional army, which needed trained personnel, the android armies could be rapidly replicated and sent out to support the rest of the Alliance forces. It was a huge advantage to them, and it should allow them to fight for a much longer duration than their enemy could. When a bored god had stuck you all in an artificial battleground, a war of attrition seemed like the most likely outcome. It was the worst possible type of war to fight, but it was also the one that the human forces excelled at. Commanders, we have contact at 342 degrees. Commencing countermeasures. The androids reported. Max checked the feed from the shuttles, and ordered a wing of drones to head that way and assist, while Nico got an array of sensor drones sent up to high altitude to replace satellite scanning. They had been in this situation on the Golden Legion's planet, but this time they could send their probes higher. They even managed to make low orbit before being blocked. That was the best case scenario. They might not be able to leave, but they would have a satellite image of the whole world within an hour, and ongoing communications with their forces as well as any other Alliance outposts that they found. Nico, when you get a minute, refine the portal generators so that we can upscale the micro portals to mecha-sized and send teams through to any location that we have detailed ongoing scans of. That's going to be our best bet to get all these troops moved around the planet. The details that I'm getting are mostly hundreds of kilometers between clusters of life forms, like we're supposed to have time to build and dig in. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me. Max instructed. We will get right on it. The whole design team is here, so it shouldn't be more than an hour or two before we can get them linked to the orbital scans. Are we providing them to the others? Max considered that for a moment. No, just use them in the cargo bays of the two world ships. If anything else needs to be sent out or emergency retrieved, we can do it from there. I recommend that we don't do retrievals for the moment, though. Not for the space considerations, but due to the chance of sabotage or unwanted guests. Nico nodded in agreement. That works. We can also use them to do supply drops much faster than a standard delivery. If I have them open above the indicated location, there is more room for error, and we can make the deliveries with drone bombers or Thunderbirds. That would be a terrifying sight for the great enemy, the 50-meter-long Thunderbirds just appearing out of nowhere to disgorge an entire company of Mecha or an entire mobile supply station for a fast attack team. The Alliance had intended them for relief missions, but with a bit of tweaking to the packaging, the Reavers had quickly made them air-droppable, and when you included an android to operate the sentry turrets, they were surprisingly dangerous, despite their primary purpose being the resupply of remote regions during a crisis. Of course, the human version was much more heavily armed than the Alliance version, but since it fit in the Thunderbirds, which they had only just discovered with the acquisition of Creeping Darkness, they were perfect for expanding their presence in the area. They even had a shield generator included so that they could do more than allow the soldiers to fill their packs and leave. Max noticed that the attack was still ongoing in the north, where the Mecha had reported an attack. A quick search of the sensors showed that there was a great enemy force there with decrepit hover tanks and their strange mecha-sized cyborgs hiding behind a hill to fire at the trenches. Both sides had shields, and for now, they were holding, but that was mostly down to a lack of direct line of sight. Once they could use their primary weapons, things would change rapidly. But without the nuclear option, the mass driver rounds were somewhat limited, and they were going to need a different high-explosive option that would take out the enemy shields more effectively. Perhaps this was part of the myceloid sensibilities on war. They preferred a stand-up fight, and an indirect artillery bombardment that could wipe out anything that the enemy could field before it even knew it was under attack wasn't very sporting. No matter how satisfying it was. Sylvie, do you have a situation like this in your records? Max asked the AI. Processing, she replied, and began to hum her waiting tune as she searched through the damaged files in her battle reports. Roughly 700 incidents with limitations of an unknown origin are in my reports. That makes them over 0.2% of all battles that I have data for. She replied after a few seconds. So, this wasn't a new trick. Just a resurrected favorite. Chapter 1200. Poke it with a stick. Max ordered a fast attack group to be diverted to the ongoing battle. The team members were all capable of flight, being Shin in their enclosed light attack craft, and Valkyria Archangels. Dropping them from a moving transport shouldn't be an issue, and then they could take the fight directly to the enemy, who was stubbornly remaining out of sight of the artillery. They had orbital surveillance on the region, but the great enemy had been fighting for as long as anyone could remember, and they knew to keep smoke screens or optical camouflage over their positions so that they couldn't be precision targeted. Attack Team Victor 117 inbound on the enemy position. We are entering the artillery range now, preparing for a hot drop. The android Thunderbird pilot informed them as the team approached their destination. Nico sighed, but Max could see that her expression was a bit vacant, so she was actually more focused on her intervention into the android's battle tactics than the work she was doing with the portals. With her, it was difficult to tell. She always had multiple things going on in her mind at the same time, and there was no real way for him to tell what took priority unless she wasn't focused on the one that involved motor skills. Alright, I've given them the standard evasion patterns for the wuxia and the Shin to reduce the chances of friendly fire incidents during the assault. They will scale down but not completely stop the artillery, she explained once her attention returned to the room. It was an annoyance to be stuck in here while the rest of the unit was fighting, but as commander of the planetary fleet by default, owing to the fact that he had 2 world ships under his direct command here, Max knew that he wasn't going to get to go out and fight very much. But what he could do was borrow Nico's skill to connect himself to the sensor feeds and use that data to improve the targeting of the entire Alliance force. Most of them didn't know where the extra targeting data was coming from. They just assumed that the humans had upgraded their equipment when they had made it and silently celebrated their good fortune to be able to pick off a target with such ease. Admiral, if you enter your mecha with the symbiotic neural link, you will be able to process sensor data more efficiently. I can link every satellite, drone and android unit to your feed, and then it should relay from you back through the entire force. Sylvie suggested once she realized what Max was doing with the massive amount of data he was transferring. Can the mecha even keep up with that? Max asked. If you link my mobile emitter with the Emperor-class mecha's processor and engage the link, it should be more than enough. The unit might be severely limited in its power output here, but that doesn't reduce the processing power that it has, and the unit was designed for a command role with additional quantum processing capacity. Max headed for the mecha, shuddering uncomfortably as the link merged his senses with the mecha itself, as if it was a second skin. That was very different from how he usually piloted, but with the massive amount of data, it did seem to go more smoothly, and it was how the androids were processing data, which made it easier to relay his instructions. We could use command pods like this in all of our major vessels. This is much more efficient than the regular method. Max agreed, as Sylvie linked the mecha to the world ship's processors to enable it to keep track of over 1 million allied units at once, as well as all the enemy targets. Has anyone ever told you that your brain is weird? I was not expecting that you would be able to keep track of everything. I thought that it would be like living in a globe simulation, where you could travel instantly and see anything you wanted, not just everything all at once. Sylvie replied, it's a unique advantage of my mind. Nico can do something similar, but the added targeting data is unique to me. Calculating, Sylvie replied, as she tried to work out the algorithm that the system nanobots were using to determine all the proper target information. They were a hive mind AI, and she was an AI, so she was fairly certain that there should be some way that she could understand the methodology. Max didn't bother trying to stop her. If she could figure it out, she could teach the others, and then all of their world ships would have the ability to use unified force and multi-point targeting. That level of advantage would crush the great enemy everywhere that the androids showed up. Even now, only a few minutes into the pilot's seat, the dozens of ongoing battles were already turning around as targeting accuracy increased, even while the pilots were focusing on evasive maneuvers. Those wild snapshots as they dodged normally didn't do much, but the wuxia in the Archangel exoskeletons were taking full advantage of the ability to fire blind and had quickly learned to trust the targeting data. They would dodge incoming fire and just swing their weapon behind them to fire, trusting that the data was right and they would hit the target. It was ridiculous, but it was working. It was also incredible for morale. The wuxia were confident by default, but the Greys were not, and this newfound capability had convinced many of them that their fortunes had taken a turn for the better, and they had become the protagonist in their own story, the next great hero of the Alliance, who would crush an enemy invasion single-handedly and gain the respect of billions. It was a good thing that Max didn't transmit anything back to them, or his amusement would have crushed their egos. Who would want to learn that they were the living targeting drone for the actual protagonist of the imaginary superhero story in their minds?